Chapter 33. Mercies leaned over and whispered, "Devers, I took good care of the Persia family you sent to the supply camp last time, according to your request." "Really?" Devers looked at him with a faint smile. "How should I thank you? You're the leader. This is my duty." Mercies smiled sheepishly, moved closer, and whispered, "In addition, Menon has nearly 2 Tarrant silver worth of property stored in the supply camp. 2 Tarantos was equivalent to 65 kilograms of silver. This was a huge sum of money. Menon could indeed make a lot of money. But for Devers, who had just been reborn, he did not have a deep understanding of Greek coins, so he was not very surprised. He thought seriously and said, "Does Menon have any immediate family?" Mercies had been watching Devers. Seeing that there was nothing strange about him, and hearing this, he immediately understood Devers' intentions. He felt a little more admiration in his heart, and quickly said, "No." "Did he have a will?" "No. He never thought he would die so early." Devers pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Menon created this camp, and he put in a lot of effort for it. Then use this money for the development of our camp." "Devers, you're so selfless." Mercies complimented loudly, then rubbed his hands and asked carefully, "You counted the number of people so quickly just now. Did Hades give you some inspiration?" Devers could tell that he had something on his mind, but he did not expect it to be for this. "Of course. Can you teach me?" Mercies begged. Devers was surprised that although this fat man was also old, he still had such a strong thirst for knowledge. He could not help but admire him. "Of course, no problem." "That's great. Devers, you're the best leader." Mercies could not help but hug the Devers. The Devers' body stiffened. The homosexual tradition of the ancient Greeks made him wary of excessive physical contact. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. Mercies was just expressing her gratitude to him. Without a doubt, this fatty had also become his staunch fan. By the time everything had been arranged, it was already past noon. Devers had thought that they would be late, but when he and Felicius arrived at the command tent of the mercenaries, they found that only Chrysippus and Timicin were there. Seeing 2 people come in, and one of them was the young man he had seen at the gathering before, he immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "You must be the mercenaries from Menon. Who is the leader that your camp has elected?" As he spoke, he naturally looked at Felicius. Before Devers could speak, Felicius turned sideways and gestured to the Devers with his left hand. He said solemnly, "All of our soldiers have unanimously elected Devers as the new leader of our camp." Chrysippus and Timicin's eyes widened in shock. After a while, the 2 looked at each other. Then Timicin questioned loudly, "We are about to go to war with the Persia. Everyone must go all out. Are you trying to drag us down by electing a child who has not grown up yet? Do you know that war will kill people? Many people will die." Timicin's last sentence was said to the Devers, and it was obvious that he was threatening them. Devers looked at the ferocious Timicin and responded without showing any weakness. "When the war starts, who knows who will drag who down? Brute force alone won't do in a war with the Persia. Back then, when I went to stop Crocus and Menon, where were you? If they had listened to my advice, they wouldn't be in such a terrible situation today. Of course, I also tried to stop them." Timicin had been feeling guilty about Crocus's capture, so he was led by the Devers and answered without much confidence. "Everyone in our camp thinks that the Devers are the best candidates for the leader." No one objected. They also entrusted me to be the adjutant to assist the leader Devers in managing the military affairs, Felicius emphasized loudly again. As an old mercenary, he knew what Chrysippus and Timicin were worried about and what they were trying to do. Chrysippus looked at Felicius again. "This is Felicius, Menon's adjutant. He is the actual person in charge of the camp." Timicin said in a strange tone next to Chrysippus. "Oh." Chrysippus had a look of understanding. Devers could guess what they were thinking, but he did not want to argue. Time would prove everything. "The other camps are still fiercely electing, but you chose very quickly." Chrysippus finally stood up and said with a slight hint of mockery. Devers immediately said, "At this critical juncture, it's better for the whole army to be unified than to be divided." Chrysippus was stunned. He did not know much about this young new leader's other abilities, but at least he was eloquent. He reluctantly bowed and said, "Welcome." Devers returned the bow and said, "It's a pleasure to fight with you." For a moment, the tent was silent. 10 minutes later, Xenoparis came in. He replaced Socrates and became the new leader. Then, Cristiano replaced Achilles and became the new leader. The last to come in was Hieronymus. He squeezed out Agathia and replaced Proxenus as the new leader. Following him was Xenophon, an acquaintance of the Devers, who became Hieronymus' adjutant. Everyone was surprised by the Devers' age. Fortunately, it was already afternoon and time was running out. When everyone arrived, Chrysippus immediately said, "Everyone, let's first decide the retreat route back to Greece. My suggestion is to follow the original route, go north along the Tigris River, enter Armenia, reach the Yoke Sea, and then take a ship back to Aeolia. This is the route that Tisiphnis arranged for us. It was originally a conspiracy. I heard that there are many barbarians in the north that even the Persia have a headache over. They are a huge threat to us." Xenoparis objected. "Then what's your suggestion? Go west. Not to mention the longer journey. More importantly, we are now in a state of war with Persia. Every day we stay on Persia's soil is one more day of danger. The Persia can mobilize more soldiers to besiege us at any time. Since the north is a headache for the Persia, it just means that their rule over the north is not strong. This is our opportunity. Those barbarians have no enmity with us. Moreover, we have a common enemy, Persia." Timison spoke frankly with assurance. It was obvious that he had communicated with Chrysippus before. As expected, they still had to go north. The Devers saw that Xenoparis had the same expression of agreement as the others. "Everyone, let's vote. Those who agreed to go north, please raise your hands." Chrysippus said. Everyone agreed unanimously. Chrysippus then said, "In order to concentrate our soldiers to fight the Persia and prevent our forces from being too spread out, I suggest that we merge the small mercenary camps like Soces and Passion with us. Of course, this depends on the willingness of both parties. If we merge them, how do we distribute the rations? How do we distribute the loot we've collected?" Hieronymus asked seriously. "I've already said that both parties are willing. If he is willing to join your camp, you can discuss it privately," Timison said impatiently. "Merge the other small camps." The Devers were tempted. After all, the more soldiers they had, the higher the chances of survival in battle. Chapter 34. Even though the Devers were new to military affairs, they could tell that this formation was to prevent the Persia from ambushing them and to protect their supplies. With such a wide front, they would not be able to move fast. Under the pressure of the Persia, they had no choice but to do so. The few of them gathered around to look at the crude map on the ground. Timison pointed at the two squares at the front and said, "Callisthorpes is from Sparta, and his soldiers are also from the Lycidic Dream. They are experienced in battle. I think everyone will be at ease if they are the vanguard and open the path for the rest of the army." No one objected to this suggestion. Secondly, Timison was thinking about which position his camp should be in charge of. "Secondly, I'm the youngest. I'm willing to bring up the rear," the Devers said passionately. Felicius shuddered in thought. "Oh no, the Devers forgot what we discussed and volunteered to be the rear guard. They are still young and inexperienced." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Felicius did not dare to make any big movements, so he could only keep winking at Divers. Timison said in shock, "You want to bring up the rear?" "No, no." He shook his head. "The rear guard is very important. He must be experienced in dealing with all kinds of complicated situations. If he does not handle it well, he will drag the whole army down. I think our camp should be the rear guard." As soon as Timison finished speaking, the Devers said, "Isn't there another rear guard? I'm willing to take up the position with you." "No." Timison rejected without hesitation. "Creano, you will bring up the rear with me." He immediately picked a comrade who would fight alongside him. Creano had a good relationship with Timison, so he could only nod. The rear guard was decided so quickly. Felicius did not understand that the Devers had purposely set up a trap to lure Timison. If he did, he would not be fit to be the adjutant. The furrow between Charisthorpe's brows deepened. He didn't appreciate the Devers' little tricks. Instead, he loathed them. However, he knew that Timothon's choice was right, so he simply said to the Devers, "Your barracks will be responsible for protecting the left flank." Since the mercenaries marched north along the Tigris River, the left flank was close to the riverbank most of the time and should have encountered the least danger. Devers saw the undisguised contempt in Kelethorp's eyes. He secretly clenched his fists and nodded in agreement. Then, Kellythorpe suggested that Xanaparis be the striker with him. Hieronymus was equally unwilling. Chalice and the others had also considered that the original adjutant of the Proxenus barracks was Agathia, and now the chosen leader was Hieronymus. Moreover, he was the last to arrive, which meant that there was a huge dispute among the soldiers of the barracks over who should be the leader. To be safe, they decided to let the barracks take the right flank. After the leaders had finished their military meeting, it was time to hold a general assembly. This was not only a public meeting for the new leader, but it was also a good opportunity to unify the soldiers' minds. So Kelethorpe reminded everyone to give more morale-boosting speeches. When he made the request to the leaders, his eyes stayed more on the Devers. He was not at ease with this overly young leader. After all, it was a gathering of tens of thousands of people. Most people would probably be too nervous to speak in such a big scene. If the Devers messed up, this carefully arranged oath-taking ceremony would turn into a farce. So, he suggested to the Devers that he could let his adjutant, Felicius, speak on his behalf. However, the Devers insisted on doing it himself. Kelethorpe's expression was very ugly, but he had to let the Devers attend because he was the new leader unanimously elected by the men in barracks. There were 1,400 soldiers under his command, about 1/9 of the entire army. Therefore, he arranged for the Devers to go on stage second. If the Devers performed badly, there was still the leader behind them to make up for it. It was the end of August, late summer, and the weather in the afternoon was no longer so hot. A wooden stage was set up in the middle of the Timizon barracks, formerly the Crocus barracks. The surrounding tents had been cleared away, leaving a large open space, which was occupied by soldiers from various mercenary barracks. They stood or sat, chatting and complaining to each other. The entire venue was packed with people, and it was noisy. Kelethorpe and the others, under the protection of heavily armed soldiers, squeezed through the dense crowd and came to the wooden stage. Kelethorpe was the first to go on stage. There was a commotion among the soldiers below the stage. Because Kelethorpe had deliberately kept a low profile, most of the ordinary soldiers did not know who he was. They were surprised to see a stranger on stage first and asked each other for his name. Around the wooden stage stood a dozen or so soldiers with loud voices. They were responsible for repeating the speaker's words so that the thousands of soldiers below the stage could hear them. Kelethorpe opened his mouth and said, "Brothers from all over Greece, I am Kelethorpe, the censor of Sparta." After the soldiers on the wooden stage repeated the words, the soldiers below the stage were in an uproar. The shock in their hearts was even greater than when the Devers first heard the news. For hundreds of years, the warriors of Sparta, through battle after battle, had impressed the Greeks of other city-states with their bravery and strength. Now, Sparta had become the hegemon of the Greek world, dominating the Mediterranean Sea. How could they not be excited and inspired when the censor of Sparta was among the ordinary freedmen? The soldiers, who were originally in a panic because of the death of their leader, suddenly felt that they had someone to rely on. Their panicked faces began to regain some color, and they began to pay attention to things outside of their survival curiously. Why would the high-ranking censor of Sparta appear here? So when Kelethorpe asked them to keep quiet, the soldiers actually stopped making noise. "Brothers, we are in a terrible situation now. Not only have we lost our capable leader, some of our platoon leaders and soldiers who have been with you for a long time, but our former ally Aureus and his men have also betrayed us. However, the more critical the situation is, the more we must pull ourselves together as soon as possible and face the Persia who want to destroy us bravely. We must not give in. We must defeat the enemy with our Greek bravery and spears and fight our way back to Greece. Zeus will walk with the brave." Sure enough, the people of Sparta liked to be concise. Kelethorps had just reminded everyone to say more inspiring words, but he quickly ended his speech as soon as he got the soldiers excited. When Kelethorps passed by Devers after he got off the stage, he saw Devers smiling at him. He thought to himself, "Not bad. This young leader doesn't look nervous, but why did he bring a herald to the stage and ask him to carry a dozen thin wooden sticks?" Assists also did not understand why Devers asked him to carry the wooden sticks and follow him to the stage. But when he stood on the wooden stage, he immediately stopped thinking about it because there were people moving in all directions below the stage, densely packed and stretching into the distance. At this moment, the noise in his ears was far noisier than that of the stage below, as if there was a raging sea below, and he and Devers were a lonely boat floating in the depths of the sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Assist could not stop his legs from trembling. He even felt that he might collapse together with the wooden stage under his feet at any time. Oh, look, who is this? A little guy who hasn't even grown his hair. This is not a place you should be. Get off the stage, go home, and drink your mother's milk. Ha ha! Don't tell me he's a new leader elected by some military camp. Are they crazy? Mocking laughter and doubts filled the air. Assists turned pale with fright and took a few steps back, almost to the edge of the wooden stage. What impressed him was that Devers still stood firmly in the center of the wooden stage. The leaders below the stage also felt a little sorry. No matter how dissatisfied they were with Devers, at this moment, in the face of thousands of soldiers, they were one. Timison complained, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him go up. This is simply hell." The others also agreed. Xenophon quickly said, "Hurry up and let the next leader replace him." Chapter 35. At this moment, thunderous cheers rang out. "Devers! Devers! Devers!" The shouts were so uniform and loud that they overwhelmed all the noise, causing the expressions of the leaders to change. "Those are Menon's mercenaries." Timison stood on tiptoe and looked in the direction of the voices. "They should be called Devers mercenaries now," Hieronymus said enviously. The Devers on the stage smiled and said, "Warriors of Greece, I am Thessaly's Devers. I will replace Menon and become the new leader." When the soldier on the stage finished speaking, the soldiers of the Devers barracks immediately stood up and applauded him, causing the other soldiers to look at each other. Were these guys crazy? Some of the people who knew the inside story began to show off in front of their companions. "I heard that this young man is Hades' chosen. Every time he receives an oracle, it is extremely accurate. I heard that he also miraculously brought a dying soldier back to life. Yes, it's the person standing behind him. He also invented some things that are very useful to us. For example, this, leggings on my leg." The soldiers spread the news by word of mouth. In the blink of an eye, everyone looked at him with less contempt and more curiosity. The Devers' words reached their ears again. Just now, Challisthorpe's words were very exciting, but it was too short. It's like when a man and a woman do it. The woman has just started to get excited, but the man ends it. How uncomfortable would that be for the woman? The soldiers below the stage did not expect such vulgar words to come out of the mouth of this somewhat childish young man. They were stunned for a moment, and then immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha! Many people even took the opportunity to make vulgar hisses. "This young man is very interesting," many soldiers said with a smile and nodded. "Nonsense! He's too reckless." Timison looked at Challisthorpe and scolded. Xenophon was also very surprised. The Devers he knew was a young man with unique knowledge and manners. He shouldn't be so rude. Challisthorpe said nothing. Although the Devers were making fun of him, he was not angry. Having lived in the barracks until the age of 30, Challisthorpe was well aware of the soldiers' thoughts. He did not know whether the Devers had done it by accident or on purpose, but the dirty joke had made the soldiers feel close to their too young leader. It also made Cheryl Thorpe look forward to the speech that was about to come. "When I came up just now, I saw that all of you were dejected, and some of you even had tears in your eyes. You are afraid." He was afraid that he would not be able to return to Greece. "You are afraid. Fear that Persia will destroy you. But think of it, when we were in the hinterland of Persia, and our employer Cyrus the Younger was killed, and we did not know what to do, the Persia, who had many more soldiers than we did not at once attack us and destroy us. How'd they do it? The Devers were slowly trying to arouse the soldiers' interest with questions. Everyone here knows this very well. The Persia spent so much effort to negotiate peace with us, provided us with abundant food, and accompanied us on such a long journey. They spent so much time, money, and energy to deceive our leader and kill him. The Devers spoke slowly. Then he paused and asked loudly, "Soldiers, tell me, who is afraid? Who is afraid? It's the Persia. They are more afraid than we are. They are afraid of our bravery. They do not dare to fight us head on. They are so cowardly that they only dare to use these schemes secretly. They are more afraid of us than of their gods, so much so that they have broken the oath they made before the gods. Now they have killed our leader, and when we are in chaos, they dare not attack us immediately, and even want us to surrender. In the face of such cowardly Persia, what is there for everyone here to be afraid of? We, the Greeks, are a race that fears no threat. Decades ago, King Darius of Persia led an army and conquered all the races in this land. When he set his next target on the other side of the strait, the weak Greek city-states, "Soldiers, please tell me, has Greece surrendered?" The Devers leaned forward, straightened his right hand, and asked the soldiers in a loud voice. "No," someone answered one after another. "Too low. I can't hear you. Please tell me, has Greece surrendered?" The Devers raised his voice and asked. "No." This time the answer was very uniform. The Devers was still not satisfied. "Your voice is as low as the cowardly Persia people. Say it again. Has Greece surrendered?" "No." The soldiers roared. Their emotions were stirred up. "Yes, we, the Greeks, did not surrender. At Marathon, the Athenians outnumbered the Persians and beat the living hell out of the Persians. Darius returned to his lair and died of illness a few years later. His son, Xerxes, gathered an unprecedentedly large army for revenge and invaded Greece again. However, we, the Greeks, will never surrender to power. Soldiers, tell me, where do we defeat the Persia people?" This time, there was no need for the Devers to guide them. The soldiers answered enthusiastically, "Salamis, Plataea, and Hot Spring Gate." The Devers continued, "Yes, the Greek people united and defeated the Persia people again, making Greece a fertile land of freedom, and there were decades of peace and prosperity. Soldiers, can any of you tell me the names of the generals and soldiers who participated in the war against Persia?" "Metaad, Aeschylus, Philippodes, Leonidas, Themistocles, Aristides, Sonia." The soldiers shouted out the names one by one. At first, it was the names of the generals, then the names of the soldiers who participated in the war. It had only been about 80 years since the Greek War, and it had affected almost the entire Greek world. The mercenaries still remembered it vividly. Many of the soldiers present were descendants of those who participated in the war. They could not wait to proudly announce the names of their ancestors to the public. Even leaders like Xanaparis, Clino, and Hieronymus could not help but join in. The atmosphere in the hall began to boil. Timocin could not help but widen his eyes, realizing that he had underestimated this young man. After a long time, the cheers from all directions finally died down. The Devers continued, full of passion. "The names you were shouting, they were written into history by Herodotus, written into your memories. They became the heroes of Greece. Their spirits are as immortal as the gods. We grew up listening to their stories, and when we grew up, we looked up to them as role models, eager to accomplish earth-shattering feats like them. Now, soldiers, you have a great chance to become Greek heroes like them, a chance to be written into history." At this point, the Devers paused again. The eager soldier stood up and asked impatiently, "Tell us, what chance is it? Haven't you noticed?" The Devers said loudly, "Although our ancestors defeated the Persia, it was not on the mainland of Greece, but on the sea. No Greek army has ever been able to break into the territory of the Persia Empire. Now, we have penetrated deep into the heart of Persia. As long as we work together to defeat the Persia, overcome all the difficulties, and return to Greece in victory, we will have made history. Our deeds will be written into books, made into songs, and sung throughout Greece. Beautiful girls and cute children will pester us, asking us to tell our stories. Our descendants will also be proud of us like we are today. More importantly, the Devers took a deep breath and said excitedly, "Our deeds will inspire the Greeks in the future. We will let them know that the Persia may look strong, but they are actually weak on the inside. They're just giants made of mud. Countries are just like people. They have times when they are strong and times when they grow old. One day, when Persia and Greece go to war again, the Greeks will use us as an example and follow the path we took to invade Persia. When they win, they will come to the battlefield where we once shed our blood, worship us, and praise us. What will they say?" Chapter 36. Perhaps they would say, "Great forefathers, it was your heroic deeds that gave us strength. It boosted our confidence. It allowed us to accomplish an unprecedented feat. Will there be such a day?" Timosin's breathing quickened. He clenched his fists and muttered. The leaders were also tempted by the Devers' hypothesis and were intoxicated. But they did not know that in history, a few decades later, a Macedonian named Alexander used the Greek retreat to inspire his soldiers to embark on a journey to attack the Persia Empire. While the soldiers were intoxicated by the beautiful scenery created by the Devers reached out and took a wooden stick from his fists. He changed the topic and said, "Soldiers, some of you might ask, Devers, you said it so well, but there's a key problem. First, we have to return to Greece safely." Seeing that the soldiers were still listening attentively, the Devers continued, "I don't want to say much about the battle, because Callisops, Timizon, and the other leaders, as well as all of you present here, have rich battle experience. Most of you have participated in the battle against Athens and won. This is not something the Persia people, who have enjoyed a comfortable life all year round, can compare to." Hearing this, Xenophon curled his lips. "What I want to say is, in such a difficult situation, each of us is like the wooden stick in my hand. The Devers picked up the wooden stick and broke it in two with a gentle force. Then he broke another one. It is very easy to break. But when they're all gathered together, the Devers grabbed all the remaining wooden sticks and walked to the side of a tall and strong replica soldier. He asked, 'Brother, what is your name?' 'Erbertus,' the soldier said. 'Can you break it if you try?' The soldiers stared intently at Erbers. His face was flushed red as he tried to break a wooden stick with all his might, but it was all in vain. 'Thank you, brother.' The Devers patted him on the shoulder to express his gratitude. Erbertus' face was red as he scratched his head in embarrassment. 'Soldiers, you have all seen it. A lone stick could easily be broken by a young man as thin as I am. But when they come together, even the strongest warrior can't do anything to them, even if he uses all his strength. What does this mean?' Xenophon nodded. He now knew the Devers' intentions. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was smart. A soldier shouted, 'Unite!' It was unity. After being reminded by some of the soldiers, everyone came to a realization. That's right, unity. At this point, Devers had completely let go of himself. He was in high spirits and even changed the way he addressed them. 'Brothers, we come from various city-states in Greece. Because of our different customs and personalities, there are some small conflicts. But we are all Greeks of the same blood, and with the great goal of returning home safely and making history, any internal problems should melt away like snow in the sun. We must be like our ancestors who resisted the invasion of the Persia. We must be closely united and not be shaken by the rumors of the Persia. We can rest assured that our backs will be protected by our teammates. Not only must we be united in spirit, but we must also be united in wisdom. When facing difficulties on the way back, brothers, don't leave all the problems to the leaders to solve. You have to take the initiative to think of solutions. As long as we think of solutions together, no problem will be difficult for us. Brothers, let us be united as one person. Then this person's strength can be as strong as Ares, wisdom as deep as the Athens Lena, The enemies and difficulties on the way will be easily crushed by us. At this point, the Devers raised his fists and shouted, "Brothers, please remember, as long as we are united, we can create miracles. We are creating history with every step we take. Let's fight side by side." Wow! The cheers from the audience shook the heavens and earth and lasted for a long time. "Devers! Devers!" The audience shouted his name, and many of them shed tears of excitement. Someone even begged, "Please say a few more words. Devers, say a few more words." As soon as the Devers walked to the wooden platform, the soldiers crowded around him. They lifted him up together and passed him down from the back, like a general who had returned from victory. This stunned Criano, who was about to go on stage. The morale of the soldiers had already been raised to such an extent. Was there still a need for the others to go up? At least in terms of speech, he is better than any of us. Xenoparis praised sincerely. War is not fought with words. In the end, we still have to settle it with spears and shields. Timison said unwillingly. Looking at the Devers who were thrown up in the distance, it was impossible for Xenophon to say that he was not jealous. Because Hieronymus was not good with words, Xenophon obtained the consent of Callissippus and prepared to go on stage in place of the leader. He had made careful preparations and wanted to show his talents in front of the whole army. But now, the situation. Callissippus actually agreed with Timison's words in his heart. The Sparta had always hated the eloquence of the Athens people, just as the Athens people hated the old-fashioned Sparta people. But he also had to admit that the Devers' performance exceeded his imagination, not only achieving but also exceeding the goal of inspiring the whole army. It seemed that this young man was chosen as the leader not just because he borrowed the name of a god, but also because he had his own talent. The platoon jarls of the men in barracks were also full of surprise. Watching the Devers being surrounded and cheered by the soldiers of the other barracks, even Amyntas, who had some opinions about the Devers being elected as the leader, could not help but say to Antonios, "Our new leader seems to be pretty good." After all, he had previously called the Devers little ones. Antonios smiled. "Devers, oh Devers, you always surprise people." Finally, Callissippus went up again and announced that they would break camp tomorrow and march north. He also informed the whole army of what they needed to pay attention to and prepare for. The meeting of the whole army was over. The soldiers who dispersed in all directions were still recalling the Devers' speech with relish, praising one after another. This blessed really lived up to his name. The soldiers of the Devers barracks surrounded their new leader amidst a chorus of praise. He returned to camp with his head held high, and then told the remaining soldiers about his deeds. The Devers finally got rid of the excited soldiers and returned to his original tent. Only then did he suddenly remember that Menon's tent was his new home. When he walked to his new home, Merces was standing at the entrance of the tent. He came up and said with a strange expression, "Devers, someone is waiting for you inside." "Who is it?" "You'll know when you go in." Merces pouted at the tent with a rather wretched expression. The Devers curiously lifted the curtain, and in the center of the tent stood a person, a woman, a tall and graceful woman. Ever since Divers was reincarnated, he had seen Greek and Egyptian women of this era in the supply camp of Merces and the medical camp of Herpes. Some of them were quite beautiful, but none of them could arouse his desire just by looking at their backs. Chapter 37. At this moment, the woman heard the voice and turned around. Divers could not help but widen his eyes. The woman's bright blonde hair was tied into a simple bun, piled behind her head like a cloud, revealing her snow-white and slender neck. Below her smooth forehead were two thin and curved eyebrows. Her bright eyes were as blue as the waters of the Aegean Sea, and her long and curved eyelashes hid the light in her eyes, adding a hazy allure. The bridge of her nose was not completely straight, but it had a small curve, which made her look less heroic, but more mischievous and gentle. Her lips were thick and even, with a gorgeous color to them. Her delicate and fair face was as smooth as a goose's egg, and finally, a perfect curve outlined her slightly tilted chin. Although he had seen countless beautiful women on TV in his previous life, this woman's beauty still dazzled the Devers. She opened her lips slightly, revealing her white and neat teeth. "Dear Leader Devers, my name is Christoya." Hmm, hmm. The Devers answered subconsciously. He did not even think about who Christoya was. Did he know her? Obviously, Christoya had seen many men lose their composure in front of her. She did not show any contempt. Instead, she stepped forward and said softly, "I am the daughter of Polonius, a noble of Miletus, and the concubine of Prince Cyrus of Persia. I am now seeking refuge from you." Concubine of Cyrus of Persia? The Devers suddenly remembered what Oliver's had said before. He blurted out, "You are the woman who escaped from the soldiers of Persia when Cyrus of Persia was killed." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't. It's okay. This is all the arrangement of the goddess of fortune." Christoya looked sad. "I was lucky to escape, but the other sisters..." Her sad expression made the Devers' heart throb again. He secretly scolded himself for being so useless. He was a man who was about to get married in his previous life, and he was not a virgin. But after all, it was the first time he was alone with such a beautiful woman. He coughed awkwardly and asked, "Where were you before?" "Clercus is a trustworthy leader. For the sake of Cyrus the Younger, he sheltered me." Unfortunately, although Devers was attracted by Christoya's beauty, his mind was still clear, so he continued to ask, "Although Crilcus is dead, but Timison has become the new leader, you can let him continue to protect you. Now that we are at war with Persia, you don't have to worry about anything anymore." "But Timison doesn't have as much prestige in the camp as Crilcus. He can't control those who want to humiliate me." Christoya blushed and was about to cry. Devers, on the other hand, was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty. At this moment, he had calmed down and naturally thought more. He thought to himself, "I publicly advocated unity at the army meeting, and as soon as I came back with Timison, a beautiful woman from the camp ran to my tent. Those who didn't know the situation would think that I was greedy for her beauty and ignored the allies and kidnapped her." While he was thinking, Christoya was a little anxious when she saw that Devers did not respond. "I heard that you are Hades's favored, and the whole camp soldiers are in awe of you. That's why they chose you as their leader. That's why I snuck over when you were having a general assembly. For the sake of the gods, you must help me." She anxiously grabbed Devers' hand and begged. The two were so close that Devers could smell the delicate fragrance of her hair. When he looked down, he could see her snow-white full breasts. He resisted the urge to hug her and said, "Don't worry, I will help you." Then he took a step back and shouted, "Assists, come in!" Christoya exclaimed and stepped back in a hurry. Her face was blushing again. As the herald of Devers, Assists had been waiting outside the tent. When he heard the order, he immediately came in and was stunned by the situation inside the tent. "Go find Chris Thorpes and say, Little Cyrus's concubine from Miletus, Christoya, wants to march with our camp. Ask him if he agrees." "Assists. Do you understand?" Oh, I see." Assist returned to his senses and hurriedly retracted his gaze as he answered in a hurry. "Understood. Hurry up and go." Yes. Before Assist went out, he did not forget to take a peek. "This little guy." Devers laughed and scolded. "Don't blame him. You are too charming." He could not help but tease her. Christoya laughed lightly. "Leader, you seem to be younger than him, but I don't see you like him." Devers laughed awkwardly, and the tent fell into silence for a moment. "Will Chris Thorpes agree to let me stay?" It was still Christoya who spoke first, a little worried. "I think it should not be a big problem. You are free, not someone's slave. You have the right to choose where you want to go." Devers comforted her. "Actually, seeking refuge with Chris Thorpes is the best choice. I don't like people from Sparta." Christoya replied straightforwardly. For some reason, Devers did not know why they were relieved. Hearing the words, "You are free, not someone's slave," made Christoya suddenly feel like crying. Her eyes wandered on Devers. After a moment, she softly said, "Leader Devers, where are you from?" "Just call me Devers." Devers corrected her, remnant memories surging in his mind. "I am from Thessaly. My hometown is a village near Macedonia." You came out to be a mercenary at such a young age. Aren't your parents worried? My parents passed away a long time ago. Sorry, I didn't know. Kristoya apologized repeatedly. It's fine. Devers waved his hand. He did not feel anything. He really did not feel anything for the parents of this body. But Kristoya's question reminded him of his parents in his previous life, and he could not help but feel sad. Kristoya quietly looked at the silent Devers, suddenly a little palpitation in her heart. On one hand, the leader's youth and the loss of his parents stimulated her maternal desire to protect him. On the other hand, his calmness beyond his age made her feel like she was talking to an older and more mature leader. This difference highlighted the mystery of Devers, and it greatly attracted Kristoya. They all say that you are Hades' chosen one. Is this true? Kristoya blurted out this sentence, realizing that she was being too presumptuous. However, Devers did not mind at all, and asked in return, "Do you believe it?" "I believe it." Kristoya immediately corrected her previous mistake. Devers smiled and said slowly, "In times of difficulty, people will always find a god to rely on, so that they will not always be in fear, leading to the collapse of their souls. But if they rely too much on a god, instead of relying on their own efforts to get out of the predicament, the only thing that awaits them is accelerated destruction." Kristoya's mouth was slightly open, and she seemed to be deep in thought. For some reason, the two of them actually had a very good conversation. For Devers, it was rare for them to be able to release the depression that they had felt since their transmigration. For Kristoya, the daughter of a noble of Miletus, her mother died when she was young, and her stepmother did not care about her. When she grew up, Miletus was besieged by little Cyrus, and in order to protect her family and power, her father, who only loved her, gave Kristoya to little Cyrus. Cyrus doted on her very much, but in private, the other concubines made things difficult for her because of jealousy. After little Cyrus died, she fled to the Clercus camp, and every day she faced the guards of the supply camp and the lustful gazes of several platoon jarls, which made her very uneasy. Today, she poured out the depression that she had suffered all this time to a person she had just met. Chapter 38. Leader, Tormid is here on the orders of Kelethorps to confirm the situation, Sis reported. Tormid also stepped forward and bowed. All right. The Devers nodded in agreement. He understood that this was the normal procedure. With Kelethorps' cautiousness, he had to confirm that Kristoya had volunteered to come to the Devers camp and was not being coerced. Tormid, who was known as the #1 herald of the army, was obviously much better than assists. He calmly faced the beautiful and charming Kristoya and asked for the details of the situation. After getting an affirmative answer from her, he turned to the Devers and said, "Since Kristoya volunteered to come here, Kelethorps and the other leaders said before I came, although little Cyrus is dead, he is still a good friend of the Greeks. We cannot forget his help to the Greeks. We must take good care of his concubine, who is also our Greek Kristoya. This is how we Greeks treat our guests. I hope that the leader of the Devers will take good care of Kristoya and not let her be bullied." Perhaps they could not forget the help that little Cyrus had given to Sparta. The Devers cursed in their hearts, then asked, "What is Timuron's attitude towards this matter?" Tormid understood what the Devers were worried about, so he answered without hesitation, "Leader Timuron has no objections." "That's good." The Devers nodded. "Assists, bring Kristoya to Melsis and let him settle her down." "Yes." Assists replied excitedly. "Thank you, leader of the Devers." Kristoya walked out with a calm expression. "Kristoya, if you have any difficulties, just tell me." The Devers couldn't help but shout again. "I will." A smile flashed across Kristoya's face. After the two left, Tormid smiled at him and said, "Leader of the Devers, you are indeed a favored. Not only did you give a good speech, but even the most beautiful woman in the mercenary camp came to you. Not only is the #1 herald of the army accurate, but he also flatters us so well." The two of them laughed. Tormid looked at the young but experienced leader and asked seriously, "When I came in, I noticed that there were no guards outside your tent." Devers didn't directly say that it was because they were pressed for time and didn't have time to make arrangements. Instead, he humbly asked for advice. Before today, I was still an ordinary soldier. The brothers in the camp trusted me, so they unanimously elected me as the new leader. If I immediately arrange for guards to isolate myself from my brothers, will they think that I've changed? Tormid said sternly, military rules are military rules. They are made to ensure victory in battle. Look at the chaos caused by the death of Krilkus and the others. You should know that your safety is very important to your barracks. At the same time, setting up guards can also prevent random people from entering and leaving the tent frequently and disturb your thinking and rest. This is equally important. Devers nodded and said, "Thank you for your advice. I understand." Tormid looked at the Devers' modest appearance and couldn't feel a trace of contempt in his heart. He said with certainty, "It's not easy to be a good leader, but I believe you can do it well. Thank you for your encouragement." Tormid's words dispelled the last of the Devers' concerns. After sending off Tormid, when Assis came back, he immediately said to him, "Go find Antonius and ask him to send Helos' team as my guards." Understood. Assis turned around and went out, but was stopped by Devers again. "Yassi, I've just become a leader, and I'm not very familiar with military affairs. If there's anything that I've overlooked, you have to point it out directly." Assis blinked and said bluntly, "Then I'll say one first. You should give me 2 more messengers. Otherwise, when it comes to a real battle, it will delay the delivery of orders. Indeed, it would take a lot of time for only one person to deliver orders with 14 platoon jarls, a supply camp, and a wartime hospital. In a battle, time was life." He had been negligent. Devers quickly said, "Yes, you can choose the personnel from the entire camp. And horses. Find Merz's." Assists rushed out excitedly. "Helos, you're finally here. Come in." Devers welcomed them happily. "Leader." Helos immediately saluted. "We're all good brothers. Just call me by my name in private." Devers gave him a warm hug. "I've said before, Devers won't forget us, even when he becomes a leader. He's not Menon, he's Devers." Matones hammered his fist on the Devers' chest. Devers chuckled. "You won't blame me for giving you more missions, right? Guards are treated better than regular soldiers. You're taking care of us. Don't worry, with us around, no one can hurt you." Matones patted his chest and guaranteed, "Protecting me is your duty, Matones. If I'm hurt, you'll be punished. When that happens, I'll only give you half of the food." Devers deliberately created a relaxed atmosphere in front of their former comrades. "Damn, you're scarier than Menon." Matones scratched his head and complained. Everyone laughed. "Devers, don't worry. I'll arrange for the guards," Hilo said solemnly. Devers nodded. Next, Devers called Marigi over and asked him to be their guide. Marigi was distressed by Cricus' death. At the same time, the Greek mercenaries were fighting the Persia, so he no longer had to worry about being discovered. He readily agreed to Devers' request. Devers learned about the terrain ahead and the situation of the surrounding barbarians, especially the Dakaya people. After sending Marigi off, he found Matones already standing at the entrance of the tent in full armor. Seeing Matones staring straight ahead, Devers did not disturb him. When he turned around, he suddenly saw 2 short javelins crossed on Matones' back. He stopped in his tracks. It could be said that it was a failed proposal by Devers to let the Greek heavy infantry be equipped with javelins. At that time, he thought of the Roman heavy infantry in history. He hoped that the Greek heavy infantry, who could only fight in close combat, could also be equipped with close-range projectiles to attack the fast-moving Persia cavalry. That was how he came up with this proposal. Unexpectedly, the Greek and Persian armies were safe for a long time. The 2 javelins that they carried became a burden and were not good for marching. Most of the soldiers threw their javelins away. Only Hilo's team firmly believed in Devers and still carried the javelins. However, they cut the javelins into 1-meter-long pieces and stuck them on their backs. They tied the javelins in place so that it was convenient to insert and take them out. Maybe it'll be useful in future battles, Devers thought to himself. That night, Devers did not sleep well. After all, the next day was his first time leading an army on a march. It could also be his first time leading an army to war. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. He tossed and turned until late at night before falling asleep. The next day, he was woken up by assists. "What time is it?" Devers asked a little guiltily. "The soldiers are eating. It's still early before the departure time." Assist said and brought him breakfast, 2 pieces of bread, a piece of cheese, a sausage, and a glass of water. "It's very sumptuous. Do the soldiers also eat this?" Devers pointed at the breakfast and asked. "Almost. Because there might be a battle today. We need to eat more in order to have strength." Assist replied. Only then did Divers feel relieved. After eating, after a while, the sound of a bronze horn sounded in the camp. Devers began to put on their armor. The other equipment remained the same, except for the red helmet with feathers on top. The soldiers also dressed neatly and came out one after another. They began to dismantle the tents and send them to the supply camp. Then they began to line up. First platoon, second platoon is here. Brothers of 5th platoon and 4th platoon, come quickly. Chapter 39. After a long time, the adjutant, Felicius, came to report, "The entire army is ready." The Devers announced expressionlessly, "Let's go." Previously, when he was in the small team, he did not feel it was obvious. Now that he was the leader, overlooking the entire situation, he realized the problem. Although he was not a soldier in his previous life, he knew from watching movies and browsing forums that one of the foundations of the Army's victory was strict discipline and quick mobility. During military training in university, emergency assembly was calculated by minutes. Now, it took more than an hour for the bugle to be blown until the formation was completed. This kind of delay dampened half of the excitement he felt as a leader. Now he, who had no prestige in the military, could only observe quietly, remember all the drawbacks, and think of solutions. When the time was right, he could talk about reorganizing the army and reforming the military system. That would probably be a long road. When almost half of the team had left the camp, Felicius said, "Chief Devers, we should also move." The Devers nodded. Helos had already brought his horse. Yesterday, when the Devers learned that the leader had a horse, he was quite nervous. In his previous life, he did not know how to ride a horse. Unexpectedly, after he rode on it, he could control it freely. It turned out that one of the most powerful horse riding races in the Mediterranean Sea was the Thessaly. The original owner of this body had been herding sheep and horses since he was young. The remaining memories and instinctive muscle memory were enough for the Devers to control the horse freely. He grabbed the reins and jumped on the horse. His legs were slightly clamped, and the war horse raised its head and neighed softly. It moved its 4 hooves and trotted forward. The Devers sat upright on the horse with his head held high. Yesterday, Tormod's words made him no longer think about sharing weal and woe with the soldiers and giving the horses to the old, weak, and disabled soldiers. Now, he needed to sit high on the horse and constantly remind the soldiers that he, the Devers, was the leader of the entire army. As for the methods of buying people's hearts, he would wait until he became a famous general. Riding on a horse and looking at the majestic procession, Devers naturally felt a sense of pride in his heart. A real man should be like this. The Devers steered their horses forward slowly. Felicius and Assist followed closely behind them, followed by Helos' escorts on foot. After leaving the barracks, they continued forward for a while until they reached the rendezvous point. The Devers thought that their team was slow, but they didn't expect that there were other teams that hadn't arrived yet. It seemed like procrastination was a common problem among mercenaries, and everyone was used to it. Kelethorpe's Sparta team was already standing in front of them. When the Devers rode over to greet them, there was quite a commotion in the team passing by. The other camp soldiers recognized him as the leader who had made the wonderful speech yesterday, but there were still some people who were jealous and dissatisfied with the young man who was still wet behind the ears. They said bad things about his commanding ability, which made the Assists who followed closely behind him blush and look angry. The Devers, however, didn't seem to hear them and just kept moving forward. Only Kelethorpe's team was quiet, as if they didn't see the arrival of the Devers. This made the Devers carefully look at these real Sparta warriors. They were fully armed, lined up in a neat square formation, and each of them had a strong physique. They stood silently like tall pine trees, forming a unique scenery in this noisy meeting place. And in their sharp and murderous eyes, the Devers felt that once this silence broke out, it would release a powerful force. Body, skills, tactics, and discipline all in one. This was the Sparta warriors. The Devers looked at them enviously. When can I command such elite soldiers? It was not until later that he learned that only about a third of Colesthorpe's army were real Spartans, and the rest were Periasian. On both sides of the Sparta army were teams of small mercenaries, such as Soces and Passion. After the army meeting, most of them joined Kelethorpe's team, and so did a few other leaders. Only the Devers camp was not interested. The Devers also felt helpless. This time, the Devers army formed up quickly because it basically followed the order when they left the camp. The outermost column was the heavy infantry column, divided into 4 rows, and the first column lined up backwards. The innermost column was the light infantry column, divided into 2 rows, so that the light and heavy infantry columns were the same length, about half a mile in front and back. When the enemy attacked from the outside of the left flank, the marching column of soldiers could immediately turn right, with the heavy infantry in front and the light infantry in the back, quickly forming a regular battle formation. The supply camp was inside the light infantry column, on the left side of the huge central open space. The Devers and his guards were in between the light infantry and the supply camp. After about an hour, all the battalions finished forming up, and the bronze bugle sounded again. They could finally set off. The marching speed was not fast, mainly because of the supply camp. Tents, food, medicine, supplies, and other supplies that could not be carried by humans had to be carried by oxen and horses. Horses could not carry carriages that were too heavy, or the harness would squeeze their necks and airways, causing them to suffocate. Oxen were stronger than horses, but they had less endurance and were not very reliable. The Devers saw mercies in the supply camp, moving back and forth, dealing with unexpected situations, and calling for help from the soldiers from time to time. The Devers were secretly glad that they had listened to Mercy's suggestion and sent him a platoon to help the supply camp. Finally, the Devers' eyes fell on Christoia, who was among the women. Although they all wore the same clothes, her figure and temperament stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, and it was easy to recognize her. Christoia seemed to sense something and turned her head to look in their direction. The Devers hurriedly looked away. At this marching speed, we can't walk more than 10 miles in an hour, he said. It's good enough that there are no Persia invasions. Just as Felicius finished speaking, there was a commotion behind them. What happened? The Devers' heart tightened, and he quickly asked. The assist immediately sent a messenger to the rear to check. After a while, the messenger rushed back on horseback. It's the Persia general, Mithridate. He brought about 30 cavalrymen and is not far from the right flank of the army, loudly urging them to surrender. Psychological warfare. The Devers' eyebrows twitched. Mithridate is the general of Cyrus the Younger, but his tactics are useless. We have already been tricked by the Persia once, and only fools will fall for it again, Felicius said calmly. The Devers nodded and said, Monitor Mithridate and continue to find out. At the same time, he asked the assist to send another messenger, so that they could take turns to send back information. More than 20 soldiers abandoned their weapons and ran towards the Persia. They surrendered to Mithridate. The Devers' heart skipped a beat. Obviously, Felicius had overestimated the intelligence of the mercenaries. Moreover, Hieronymus's troops had been arguing over the election of a leader yesterday. Now, that Mithridate had easily used lies to tear apart the disunited Hieronymus's troops, would it cause a snowball effect? The Devers began to worry. Mithridate went to the rear of the army and shouted to Clino's troops. About 10 more soldiers abandoned their weapons and ran towards the Persia. Damn it, the Devers' worries were coming true. Felicius was also nervous. It seemed that Mithridate was going to circle around the huge formation of the mercenaries and continuously break the morale of the soldiers. Moreover, he would soon be in front of the Devers' troops. If only we could chase him away, the assist said hatefully. But he also knew that it was impossible. Mithridate was a light cavalry that could come and go like the wind, and the mercenaries had no cavalry at all. Just shoot him with a javelin. Matones pulled out the javelin from his back and shouted to the guards. How? By the time you take a javelin out, the Persia will be long gone. Moreover, a javelin is not as far as the Persia's horse bows. The assist retorted. A thought flashed through the Devers' mind. He asked the messenger urgently. When Mithridate shouted, how far away was he from our formation? About 100 meters away. When the surrendered soldiers ran over, did the Persia retreat? No. Chapter 40. He briefly explained his plan, and Felicius looked at him in surprise. Will it work? The Devers urged. Felicius thought about it carefully and said hesitantly, it should work, but it might not work. No plan can guarantee success, but if you don't try, you won't even have a chance. The Devers summoned Helo's guards and explained his plan in detail. Out of trust in the Devers, they agreed to this risky plan without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the Devers added, I'll go with you this time. No, Devers, you're the leader. You can't take the risk. Felicius immediately objected. It's only 100 meters back and forth, and we'll be back in the blink of an eye. What danger would there be? Besides, I'm a favored, and I have the protection of Hades. If I die, doesn't that mean that this favored isn't reliable? The Devers smiled and pointed at Helos. You're my good brothers. Now, I'll be joining the assault as a member of Team Xylos. Xylos and the others swallowed back their words of dissuasion. All right, let us brothers live and die together. Matones shouted excitedly. Yes, let the others see the bravery of warrior Thessaly. Olivers, who had been silent all this while, also shouted excitedly. At this moment, a messenger rushed over. Mithridate, go to Timosen's side and announce. Only 3 soldiers have surrendered to the Persia. This was Krilkis' talent in commanding troops. Even after his death, his soldiers were still influenced. Mithridate will be here soon. There's no time to waste. Felicius, stay here for me. The Devers said anxiously. All right. Felicius agreed helplessly. Assists, go and inform the platoon Jarls immediately. Tell them to get ready. Understood. Assists said excitedly. Helo's team, follow me to the front. Roar. Everyone shouted in unison, causing the other soldiers to look back curiously. Inspector, Mithridate has circled to the Devers troops. After listening to Tormod's report, Callicyps couldn't help but look behind him. Even the troops under Creano and Timosen, who were prestigious leaders, had defected. Could this inexperienced young man stabilize his own troops? Curlisthorpe's was filled with worry. Tormod, go find Timosen and ask him to send the Cretan archers to attack Mithridat. He finally made a decision. Yes. Tormod immediately turned his horse around and rushed back. Young man, you must hold on. The Devers and Helo's team, who had changed into normal helmets, stood at the front of the line. The javelins behind them were hidden below their shoulders. Like the other soldiers, they faced west, full of vigilance, nervously watching the rear of the troops. Suddenly, someone squeezed to his side. Before the Devers could see who it was, they heard Assist say, Leader, I have already passed your orders to all the platoon leaders. I am your herald. Please let me fight with you. Assist requested solemnly. The Devers nodded. Leader, they're here. Helos reminded in a low voice. The sound of hooves came from behind, gradually becoming clearer. Soon, 30 light cavalrymen appeared in front of them. The leader was wearing a shiny fish-scale armor that covered his knees. It had to be Mithridate. The Devers' eyes widened, and they gripped their bronze shields tightly. Damn cowards, Matones cursed under his breath. Mithridate reined in his horse 200 meters diagonally in front of the Devers and shouted, Warriors of Greece, I am Mithridate, a good friend of Cyrus the Younger. Every time he shouted, his cavalrymen would repeat in unison in Greek. And I am also a good friend of Menens. I have always been friendly to you Greeks, especially you, Menin soldiers. I have been a guest in your barracks many times. Please believe me when I say that Krilkis was punished for breaking the agreement. But you were not. The peace agreement is still valid for you. Come to our side. I swear by the god my family worships, the war god Baram, I have no ill intentions towards you, and we will send you safely back to Asia Minor. At the same time, Governor Tissaphones is preparing to hire you again because Asia Minor has not been pacified yet, and he needs your help. For this, he has prepared a generous reward. Don't think that we will be fooled, Persia with a sweet mouth. The assist spat. At this moment, the Devers whispered, "Ready, go." The Helos squad immediately began to shout, "Is it true that you will let us go home? Will you really not hurt us? How much is Tissaphones going to pay us to hire us?" After a moment of commotion, they shouted in unison, "We surrender! Surrender!" With that, they threw down their shields and spears and ran toward Mithridate. "We surrender too." Another squad of heavy infantry close to the Helos squad also threw down their weapons and followed closely behind. Soon, they mixed with the Helos squad. "General, look, there are a lot of people surrendering this time too," a cavalryman said happily to Mithridate. "Of course. After all, Menon and Aureus have the best relationship. I think we can continue to shout here," Mithridate said proudly. Such a great result as soon as he shouted had greatly boosted his confidence. As they ran, the Devers kept an eye on the movements of Mithridate's cavalry. At this moment, two Persia cavalrymen ran toward them, making his heart tighten. "Run to the right! Run to the right!" They shouted in fluent Greek as they gestured for their horses to turn around and lead the way, motioning for them to follow. "Ignore them. Hurry up," the Devers whispered urgently. The Greek soldiers did not listen to the command and suddenly sped up in their direction, causing Mithridate to be puzzled. At this moment, the cavalryman beside him shouted in panic, "Not good. They have javelins on their backs." The reason he could see clearly was that he was now close to 30 meters away from the Greek soldiers. "Get ready," Xylos shouted. The members of the squad quickly pulled out the javelins on their backs and strode forward. "Damn it!" Mithridate hurriedly pulled on the reins and clamped his horse's belly, trying to turn it around and retreat. But it was too late. After throwing the javelins with all their might, Metones and his men even fell due to the strong inertia. Amidst the screams of the Persia cavalry, 10 javelins flew toward Mithridate. He did not have time to dodge and was immediately hit by the javelins. His horse was also pierced through the neck and fell with him. Just as the Persia cavalry panicked, Helos' squad quickly got up and threw a second round of javelins. 2 more cavalrymen fell. Antonios, who was closely watching the front, shouted excitedly, "They did it! They did it!" The soldiers cheered. "Go and help the Devers leader," Capys shouted calmly. Just as the 2 squads were about to retreat, Mithridate, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly moved. He struggled to free his right leg, which was pinned down by his horse. His thick armor clearly protected his vital parts. Now, he was only 20 meters away, and the fleeing Persia cavalry was watching from afar. The situation was urgent. There was no time for the Devers to think. "Kill him." The Devers were the first to rush forward. The soldiers caught up with him without hesitation and picked up the javelins and spears on the ground. Metones threw another Persia cavalryman who wanted to come to the rescue and shot him off his horse. The rest of the cavalrymen were so frightened that they ran again. Mithridate swayed and raised his dusty face. He looked up at the Devers and smiled bitterly, revealing his bloodied mouth. "You can't escape." Chapter 41. Let's go. Let's go. Helos pulled him back. With him leading the way, the soldiers immediately retreated. The Persia cavalry raised their bows and rushed over again. A few of them lifted Mithridate's body while the rest chased after the Greek soldiers. This time, they were smarter. They split into 2 groups and circled around the Devers. "Be careful of the arrows," Helos shouted and waved for the soldiers to disperse. The inexperienced Devers in the middle hesitated for a moment, and someone pounced on him from behind. Then he groaned in pain. "Olivers!" The Devers recognized him from his face that was contorted in pain, but he didn't have time to think. Metones and Georges quickly pulled the 2 of them and ran forward in a curve. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 arrows flew toward them again, and 2 more screams sounded. By then, the reinforcements had arrived. The light infantry in front threw javelins at the Persia cavalry, then raised their shields and continued to charge forward. The heavy infantry that came later raised their shields and formed a shield wall to block the arrows. The Persia cavalry, which numbered only about 20, didn't dare to fight. They quickly escaped with Mithridate's body. The Devers finally had a chance to check on Oliver's. Oliver saw the Devers and broke free from Geogres' support. "Leader, I. Before he could finish, the Devers gave him a strong hug. "My good brother, thank you." Hearing this, Oliver's gloomy face broke into a smile. His entire body relaxed, and then the pain hit him. "Ouch," he cried. The Devers thought they had touched his wound and quickly let go. "Hey, Oliver's, you're lucky you got an arrow in your butt. If you got an arrow in your front, I don't know how you'd scream." Matones mocked. "Damn Martones, you're the only brave one. Try taking an arrow next time." Oliver's retorted as he touched the arrow on his butt. The noise returned to Helos' team. This time, besides Oliver's, there was another soldier who was shot in the thigh and another in the back. However, because of his thick breastplate, he only suffered a flesh wound. Geogres, take Oliver's and the others to Herpes. Asked him to treat them properly. After Devers finished speaking, he patted Oliver's on the shoulder. "Receive treatment well, and come back soon to fight with us." "Yes, leader," Oliver's replied loudly. "What an excellent surprise attack. I didn't expect you to really succeed. We were all worried about you just now." "That's right. You killed Mithridat, which can be considered as part of the revenge for Menon and the others. The entire mercenary army should thank you. Previously, Timison and the others said that we were crazy and chose a leader randomly. Let's see what they have to say this time." Felicius, Antonius, and Capys came over together to congratulate the Devers, while Amyntas gave him a military salute. The clever assists brought the horses over and let the Devers mount them. The soldiers consciously made way for him, cheering for victory, and welcomed him back to the formation. "What did you say?" "The Devers killed Mithridat." After hearing the messenger's words, Timison had a look of disbelief. "This is a time of war. Spreading false information will be punished." "The Devers killed Mithridat," Xenophon exclaimed. "He came up with a bold plan and actually succeeded." "That's great." Hieronymus let out a long sigh and said hatefully, "Let's see who still wants to escape this time. The Persia's dead Mithridat will definitely take it out on those deserters." Calithorpes listened carefully to Tormod's account. Although he did not like the young man very much, he had to admit that he had done a pretty good job this time. It could even be said that he had saved the entire army. This was because he knew very well that mercenaries with lax military discipline and management were not afraid of enemy attacks. The fiercer the enemy's attack, the more united the mercenaries would be. On the contrary, Mithridat's method, over time, would disintegrate the soldiers' fighting spirit and cause the entire team to collapse. Thinking of this, he smiled and said loudly to Tormod, "Please tell the Devers leader for me. Thank him for his efforts for the army. Also, remind him that the enemy's attack will probably come soon." "What? Mithridat is dead?" Aureus could not believe his ears. "Yes, General, his body is outside the tent," the guard said. Aureus hurried out of the tent, followed closely by a trusted aide sent by Althazus and Tisiphnis. Mithridat's body had been simply handled, but it was still a horrible sight. There were 4 or 5 wounds on his body, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in his neck that was still oozing blood. Aureus bent down and was about to take a closer look when Althazus could not help but shout at the Persia cavalry who had fled back. "Who did it? Who did it?" "It's Menon's soldiers." The Persia cavalry stammered as they described the whole process. "A bunch of idiots. You were defeated by that useless subordinate of Menon. You did not protect Mithridat well. Each of you will receive 30 lashes and be punished to be servants in the supply camp." Althazus roared angrily. "General, have mercy! General, have mercy!" The Persia cavalry kowtowed and begged for mercy. Although Aureus felt pity for these cavalry who were proficient in Greek, he had no intention of stopping Althazus. He instructed the guards to take the cavalry away, then said, "Bring a few of the Greeks who escaped here. I want to question them in detail. What else is there to ask? Kill them all. Then lead the army to attack the Greek barbarians." Altazis shouted impatiently. "After Clycus and the others were captured by us, the mercenaries must have chosen a new leader. We must first find out who they are before we can take the next step," Aureus advised patiently. "If you want to ask, ask. I'll go avenge Mithridat first." Altazis stormed off. Aureus shrugged helplessly at Tisiphonus' trusted aide. In name, he was the commander of the army after the death of Cyrus the Younger. In reality, Mithridat and Altazis each controlled an army, and the two of them were good friends. They fought against Aureus openly and secretly, which often hindered Aureus. Now that Mithridat was dead in battle, Aureus was actually secretly happy. Compared to the more tactful Mithridat, the impulsive Altazis was much easier to deal with. Although Altazis was impulsive, he wasn't stupid when it came to war. He knew that the Persia infantry couldn't fight against the Greek heavy infantry, so he only chose 200 cavalry archers and 200 archers. He hurriedly led them in the direction of the Greek army. Since Altazis' army was either light cavalry or archers, they were very mobile. In the afternoon, the huge formation of the Greeks entered his field of vision. "Order the troops to spread out in a goose formation and quickly advance." Altazis' eyes were bloodthirsty as he gave the order excitedly. The Persia army was facing Creon's rearguard. They had already expected the Persia army to come again. Seeing that there weren't many enemies, they thought that they were going to shout like last time. So, although they were on guard, they didn't take it too seriously. However, the Persia army quickly spread out and closed in. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 100 meters away. Creon had a bad feeling and shouted, "Prepare to defend." As soon as he said that, the Persia's arrows had already arrived. Most of them hit the soldiers' round shields like raindrops. Because the Greek soldiers were in a tight formation and the light and heavy infantry were close together, some people were instantly injured, mainly the light infantry. "Spread out. Heavy infantry, charge." Creon anxiously passed the order. Arrows came again, and someone screamed and fell. At this time, the army was a little chaotic, especially the supply camp behind him. The guards and servants hurriedly pulled the neighing cows and horses to the north, away from the rear guard to avoid being caught in the crossfire. 3 heavy infantry platoons held round shields and rushed forward against the rain of arrows. Chapter 42. The heavy infantry could not catch up to the lightly armed archers, not to mention the faster cavalry. The charge of the heavily armed infantry could not last long either. When they stopped to rest, the Persia's archers would start firing again. The Greek heavy infantry hid behind their round shields, which greatly reduced the chances of getting injured. But it was not to say that they were not injured at all. Their arms and thighs were not protected, and their thick linen armor could prevent arrows from piercing through, but it could not prevent some flesh wounds. If they could not get close to the enemy, they would not be able to unleash their full potential. They could only stand there and take the arrows. Creon did not dare to send light infantry, because the range of the javelins was not as far as the archers, and their protection was not as strong as the heavy infantry, which would increase the number of casualties. At this moment, Timicin sent 200 Cretan archers as reinforcements. Creon, who had high hopes for them, was soon disappointed. The archers of Crete, who were famous for their archery in the Greek city-states, did not have the range of the archers of the Persia, who dominated the Mediterranean Sea. Instead, in order to shorten the range, they left the protection of the heavy infantry and caused more than a dozen casualties. At this moment, the entire mercenary team stopped moving. The leaders were all thinking of a solution. The Devers were also anxiously listening to the reports from the messengers on the left. At this moment, Tormid rode over. "Leader Devers, Callissippus wants you to send a team to take a detour, avoid the enemy's detection, and attack them from behind." The Devers thought for a while and understood Callissippus's plan. He looked at Felicius, who nodded at him. "Assists, quickly inform Capys to come over," the Devers ordered. "Yes, sir." Felicius thought that the Devers would discuss with him who to send, but he did not expect him to make the decision immediately and to send the most suitable person. It seemed that Felicius's request for guidance was not just for show. This young leader was really a quick learner. When Capys set off with the heavy infantry platoon, Hieronymus also sent out heavy infantry platoon. They tried to circle behind the Persia, then cooperate with Creano to surround and annihilate them. However, the experienced Altazis was already prepared. The two wings of the Goose formation were made up of Persian cavalry archers that were spread out. At the same time, they were also used as scouts. Very quickly, they discovered the abnormality and quickly retreated, causing the mercenaries' plan to fail. When a steady Capys saw that his plan had failed, he immediately retreated. On the other hand, the leader of the Hieronymus army was Xenophon, who had taken the initiative to fight. Xenophon was unwilling to give up and continued to pursue the Persians. As a result, not only did he fail to injure a single Persian, he even injured a dozen of them. If it weren't for the fact that the Altazis army had run out of arrows, Xenophon's squadron would have suffered far more losses. If Artazis had not of arrows, Xenophon's platoon would have suffered. Without Artazis bothering them, the Greek army sped up and finally arrived at the villages that the guide had mentioned before sunset. Although most of the villagers had escaped, it still lifted the spirits of the exhausted soldiers. The Devers no longer had the mood to stop the soldiers from robbing. He only suggested that Murses try to capture as many Persia slaves as possible, promising them freedom in exchange for their sincere help. Then, they rushed to the commander's tent. Before they entered the tent, they heard Creano complaining, "These Persia are like flies. We can't hit them or chase them away. We don't have enough cavalry. There's nothing we can do about them." The Devers and Felicius walked into the tent. Everyone nodded at them. Compared to yesterday's estrangement, they were much more proactive today. Obviously, the Devers' performance had won everyone's approval. However, they were worried about Artazis' attack and did not have the mood to express their enthusiasm. "What should we do if the Persia attack us the same way tomorrow?" Creano asked worriedly. He had suffered the most casualties today. "What's more worrying is that if we can't quickly find a way to repel the Persia will definitely think that this method of attack is the most effective against us. Not only will they continue to use this method, but the next time they come, it won't just be a few hundred, but thousands of cavalry archers and archers. I think that will be a disaster for us." Xenophon said with a heavy heart. He had suffered a lot today. The other leaders also had grave expressions. They had won the battle against the king of Persia easily, and Tisiphonus's patience had made them believe in their strength. However, today a small Persia army made up of archers and cavalry archers had caused the heavy infantry they were so proud of to suffer. They suddenly realized the weakness of their army. "We need to have the same range as the Persia, or a longer range." Charles Oops said word by word. "Rhode Island's catapults," Xenophon suddenly shouted. The Devers' eyebrows twitched. He had heard from Antonius that the Rhode Islanders of the Greek city-states were good at catapults. They could throw stones as far as 400 to 500 meters, and their accuracy was extremely high within 100 meters. Therefore, the city-states in the Mediterranean liked to hire Rhode Island's catapults as an important auxiliary force in their armies. The reason why the Devers were familiar with the name Rhode Island was not only because of the catapults, but also because one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Colossus of the sun god of Rhode Island, was built on this island. However, it seemed to have been built after Alexander the Great. The Devers thought, in fact, in terms of military, the Greek city-states have many unique and elite troops, such as the Cretan archers, Thessaly cavalry, Rhode Island's catapults, Sparta's heavy infantry, Athens' navy. If Greece was unified and these troops were united, they would definitely be able to dominate the Mediterranean. It was a pity that the freedom-loving Greeks had always been in a state of disunity. The last country, Athens, who had tried to do so, had already been defeated. As for the current Greek hegemon, Sparta, even without looking at the ending of history, just based on its extremely conservative political system, it was impossible, as the Devers sighed in their hearts. Tommaso said regretfully, "It's a pity that we don't have Rhode Island's catapults." But we have Rhode Islanders, Xenophon said excitedly. Everyone, catapults are a skill that the Rhode Islanders have practiced since they were young. They make a living from it, just like the Cretans make a living from archery. When we recruited mercenaries in Aeolia, many Rhode Islanders joined us. It was only because of the generosity of little Cyrus, who prepared a large number of weapons and equipment, that they abandoned their catapults and picked up round shields and spears that they could only afford with a large sum of money. Now it's time for them to pick up their catapults again. Xenophon is right. We should immediately gather them and form a catapult to fight against the Persia's archers, Creano said immediately. Everyone expressed their agreement. Chrysippus nodded and said, "Then let's do it immediately. We have a lot of sheep. We can slaughter some of them and use their intestines to make catapults. In addition, we also need cavalry. Otherwise, when the Persia retreats, we won't be able to catch up with them. I suggest that the battalions gather the extra pack horses and select soldiers who are good at riding to form a cavalry team," Xanaparis said. Agreed. Agreed. In the face of a crisis, the leaders all united and quickly came to an agreement. The entire army immediately moved into action. Soon, more than 300 Rhode Islanders who were good at catapults were organized. More than 50 pack horses were also gathered. Most of the selected cavalry came from the Devers camp. After all, most of the soldiers in their camp were Thessaly's men. When Xenophon recommended Lygius from Athens to be the leader of the cavalry team, the Devers expressed his objection. He felt that Leds from Thessaly's camp, recommended by Felicius, was more suitable. Since most of the cavalry were Thessaly's men, the leaders finally expressed their agreement. Chapter 43. On this day, the Persia were not idle either. After Altaz's successful attack, he returned to the camp and proudly showed Aureus his victory. He suggested that if Aureus put all the cavalry and archers under his command, he would definitely defeat the Greeks in one fell swoop. Aureus first congratulated him, then began to find reasons to brush Altazis off. After all, Cyrus the Younger's army had been defeated in the previous battle with the king of Persia. After he regrouped, there were only about 7,000 soldiers left. If he did as Altazis said, Aureus would only have about 3,000 soldiers left. As the nominal commander of this army, how could he command the entire army when he did not have as many soldiers as he did? Moreover, a Persia army without archers would not be a Persia army. Therefore, the cautious and petty Aureus did not agree to this kind of gambling strategy. Altazis was furious when he saw that Aureus did not agree. He thought that Aureus was jealous of him and did not want him to succeed. Therefore, in a fit of anger, he ran straight to Tisiphnes' camp. "As long as you have enough cavalry and archers, you can defeat the Greeks." Tisiphnes asked doubtfully, "Sir Governor, because of Cyrus the Younger, I have been in contact with the Greek mercenaries many times and understand the situation of their army. Most of their soldiers are heavy infantry and are clumsy. As long as we do not engage them in close combat, they will not be able to exert any strength. They have very few archers and are no match for us at all. Therefore, I only brought 400 cavalry and archers to attack them. We did not lose a single soldier and caused about 500 casualties to the Greeks. This is obviously an exaggeration. If not for the fact that we ran out of arrows, the Greeks would have suffered even more casualties." Altazis said respectfully, "Therefore, I wanted to increase the number of cavalry and archers and increase the long-range attacks on the Greeks to increase their casualties. I hope to defeat them as soon as possible and get rid of these Greek barbarians for my lord and the king." Then he changed the topic. "But Aureus rejected my proposal, so I could only come to the governor." Tisiphnes did not answer directly. Instead, he said with a pained expression, "I am saddened and shocked by Mithridates' death. At the same time, his death might give confidence to the Greeks who have lost their leader." Tisiphones' expression turned serious. "I heard that the inspector of Sparta, Charisopes, has become the new leader of this army, right?" "Yes, Lord Governor. That's what the fleeing Greek soldiers said," Artasis said. "We can't let him take over the Greek army and gain prestige." Tisiphnes' voice was cold and firm. "We must keep attacking them. Make them run for their lives, cry for their deaths, and howl for their hunger. Altazis, since your method is so effective, continue to use this method to attack the Greeks. I'll give you 2,000 archers and 500 cavalry archers. In addition, Aureus, Disiphnis turned to Thistle and said, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there. Since Aureus doesn't dare to fight the Greeks, hand over the soldiers to someone more capable. Otherwise, I don't mind discussing with him what he did during Cyrus the Younger's rebellion. Thistle smiled nonchalantly. Don't be so angry, Lord Governor. I believe that Aureus is a wise man. He better be. A cold glint flashed in Disiphnis' eyes. Thank you for your trust, Lord Governor. I'll bring you news of victory, Artazus said excitedly. When you win, you will be my adjutant, Disiphnis promised. Seeing Artazus happily follow Thistle out of the tent, Orontes asked worriedly, Can this Artazus really succeed? Since he has already won a perfect victory, why can't he have a second one? If he can get rid of the Greeks in one go, I'm willing to bet on it. Disiphnis said firmly. I didn't expect Sparta's censor to be in this mercenary army. It seems that Cyrus the Younger's rebellion was supported by Sparta. Orontes said angrily. As the son-in-law of King Artaxerxes, he was naturally wary of anyone who might be Cyrus the Younger's accomplice. The Greeks hate us. They have always hated us for decades. Back then, I opposed funding Sparta to fight against Athens. Unfortunately, His Majesty Darius was deceived by Cyrus the Younger. He removed me from my position and used Cyrus the Younger to support Sparta. Disiphnis said, still brooding. What happened in the end? Sparta supported Cyrus the Younger's rebellion in order to benefit from it. They should have let Sparta and Athens continue to fight instead of helping Sparta win. That's in Persia's interest. You're right, Disiphnis. Once this is over, I'll definitely suggest to the king to reconsider our relationship with Sparta. Yes, that's why I want to get rid of these Greeks quickly. Altazis will bring us good news. He definitely will. At dusk, the leaders once again gathered in the main tent for the military conference. The stone throwers have a catapult each. After a day of intensive training, they're adept at using it. They can now fight the enemy. Clino reported to everyone. As his troops were the rear guard, they suffered the most losses in yesterday's battle. Therefore, under his strong request, the newly built company was temporarily under his command. Then, the Devers also reported the cavalry should have no problem fighting the enemy. Since most of the cavalry came from his barracks and he was in the flank, the cavalry was temporarily under his command. The Devers' report was short and concise. After watching the cavalry's training for a day, he had a general understanding of the cavalry's attack methods in this era: charging, thrusting, throwing javelins, and shooting arrows. Since they didn't have stirrups, they didn't dare to run at full speed or fight with all their might. Otherwise, they would easily fall off their horses. The newly built cavalry was only equipped with one weapon, a spear. Therefore, their best attack method was to chase after the fleeing enemy. At this time, Cherisops said, Everyone, today, I took a guide out of the camp to scout the route and the surrounding terrain of tomorrow's march. That's too dangerous. Right now, Persia's cavalry is wandering around our camp. If we run into them, we'll be in trouble. Timocin shouted. I'm prepared for that. At the same time, with the blessing of Zeus, I didn't run into the Persia. Cherisops nodded at Timocin and expressed his gratitude for his concern. Instead, I made an important discovery. What discovery? Clino asked anxiously. I found a few tall mountains about 4 miles ahead. There's only one canyon that we can pass through. Otherwise, we'll have to take a long detour. Cherisops said as he gestured with a stick on the grass. This canyon can accommodate about 20 people side by side. You mean you're afraid that the Persia will attack us when we pass through the canyon? Xenoparis asked worriedly. That's indeed a problem, but it can be solved. If we set off through the canyon before daybreak, the Persia will definitely not expect that, Xenophon said, suddenly having an idea. Not a good idea. The Persia are afraid of the dark, especially their cavalry. They can't see clearly in the dark, and it's easy for them to fall off their horses. That's why when Cyrus the Younger was here and marched with the Persia. They always waited until daybreak before leaving the camp. The day before yesterday, Mithridat only caught up with us after daybreak. If it were the same tomorrow, we would have passed through the canyon long ago. Clino agreed, and the others followed suit. They then looked at Cherisops, who had the final say. Chapter 44. You mean, Xanaparis asked thoughtfully, once we pass through the canyon, we'll spread out our formation and fight the pursuing Persia. Also, the canyon isn't wide. It'll slow down their retreat and make it easier for us to catch up to them. The more Persia there are in pursuit, the slower their retreat will be, and the more we'll be able to kill them. Timison said excitedly. But the Persia aren't fools. Seeing that we're prepared, why would they take the risk to pass through the canyon? Xenophon's question stunned everyone. That's why we won't attack near the mouth of the valley. Whenever the Persians catch up to us, that's when we'll attack. Kellisthorpe said confidently. We'll lure them into chasing us. That's right. Anyway, the Persia won't dare to fight us head-on. We also have the catapults and cavalry. We'll definitely be able to give the Persia a surprise. At that time, the entire army will attack together and drive them to the entrance of the canyon. The narrowness of the entrance will slow down their retreat, and it'll be beneficial for us to catch up to them. Everyone chimed in one after another and quickly perfected the plan. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Why don't we set up an ambush at the canyon and seal it off after the enemy passes through?" Everyone was stunned and turned around abruptly. It was the Devers who had been sitting in the corner and listening to them attentively. You want to wipe them all out? Kellisthorpe looked at the Devers and tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he spoke slowly. The Devers stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist. He waved it forcefully. Of course, we just need to defeat them. After they escape and recuperate, they'll still come and attack us. Only by surrounding and annihilating them can we give the Persia the greatest deterrent. The Greeks adored strength and were fond of frontal assaults, which was aggravated by the fact that their armies were composed chiefly of heavy infantry. Even Sparta, who was the best at fighting, was the same. The Battle of Marathon, the Battle of Plataea, leaving aside the fact that the Greeks won these major battles head-on, even the countless smaller battles were rarely seen. Outflanking, ambushing, 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 and annihilating. These military terms that even the most ordinary people of the later generations were familiar with. They seemed simple, but in the military history of the Greek city-states in this era, where heavy infantry was the main fighting force, these terms were almost a blank slate. Of course, similar battles would occasionally occur, but very few people would pay attention to them and summarize them. Hundreds of years later, Carthage's commander, Hannibal, killed half of the men in Rome, forcing Rome, the hegemon of the Mediterranean, to learn from their enemies. Finally, the classical Western military tactics reached a new level. Devers, whose soul came from the later generations, was certainly not limited by the limitations of this era. Although his military experience was still very young, his military thinking was 2,000 years ahead. At this moment, he was thinking of a sentence that the ancestors of the later generations often said, "It is better to break one than to injure 10 fingers." Kellisthorpe calmly looked at this young man with a tender face, but he was shocked by his spirit and vision. He admitted that Devers's proposal was very tempting and feasible, but he still asked cautiously, "There's a dense forest not far from here in the valley, but if you have too many soldiers lying in ambush, it is easy to be discovered by the Persia cavalry. If you have too few soldiers, what if the Persia come in with too many soldiers? How can you stop them from retreating? Besides, what if the Persia don't come tomorrow? You know, it didn't come today." Devers had already thought about this. He replied seriously, "There is no perfect plan in the world. Any military action has risks, so we have to consider all possibilities as much as possible. First of all, I want to ask you, Kellisthorpe, how far is this forest from the mouth of the valley?" "About 3 miles, Kellisthorpe blurted out, as if the terrain was imprinted in his mind. This made Devers admire him very much. Surveying the terrain was a necessary skill for a qualified commander, and he still had to learn it well. At the same time, Kellisthorpe's words relieved his biggest worry about this plan. He analyzed confidently. According to what we said before, the whole army will set off before dawn, so when the hidden troops arrive in the forest, the enemy's cavalry should still be asleep. We only need to ambush 300 or 400 soldiers, and the possibility of being discovered is very small. Secondly, if there are a lot of Persia pursuing us, the troops responsible for the ambush don't have to kill them all. They just need to open a gap at the interception point, let the Persia escape, and then intercept them. The Persia are focused on escaping, and it is impossible for them to have time to organize a resistance. In this way, although we can't kill all the enemies, the results will not be too bad. Sun Tzu, the military strategist who was the first to theorize ancient warfare and raise it to a strategic level, should have lived in the same era. An inexplicable sense of pride rose in Devers' heart, and this made him feel more at ease. As for the Persia, there is no need to worry. After noon, if the enemy still hasn't appeared, the ambush troops can take the initiative to withdraw. They don't have supplies, so they will move faster. Our main force will be at the mouth of the valley, so there will be no big problem. Devers' careful thinking finally conquered the leaders present, and they all agreed with Devers' suggestion: add an ambush troop. Kellisthorpe, who had always disliked Devers because of his young age, could not help but cherish his talent. The way the people of Sparta cherished the younger generation was different. Devers, are you willing to lead this ambush troop? Devers was stunned. In Kellisthorpe's eyes, he saw trust and expectation. He carefully thought about it, and in spite of Felicius's obstruction, he faced the complicated gazes of the people and nodded heavily. I can. The next day, before dawn, the Greeks were urged to wake up by the bugle. They packed their luggage, packed their equipment, and set off with sleepy eyes. When they reached the mouth of the valley, there was only a glimmer of light in the sky. Devers led 3 heavy infantry platoons and 1 light shield platoon to separate from the main force. The leaders all gave their blessings. Zeus will be with you. These were Kellisthorpe's words. May Ares give you strength. These were Timosin's words. May Athens give you luck. These were Xenophon's words. In order to fight with Persia with all their strength, the whole army was united. Take care, leader. Come back safely. Felicius said solemnly. Don't worry, Felicius. We will take care of the leader. Antonio interrupted. You take care too, Devers said, and gave Felicius a strong hug. Then, under the respectful gazes of the soldiers and officers who stayed behind, he led the troops along the foot of the mountain and hurried to the forest on the left. In fact, Altazis moved earlier than the day before because his troops had grown larger. There were about 4,500 archers and 1,500 cavalry archers. This boosted his confidence and made him eager to defeat the Greek army as soon as possible so that he could get the position of adjutant promised by Tissavones as soon as possible. The scouts reported that the Greeks had already broken camp and passed through the valley. They were about 20 miles away from the Persia army. He took it for granted that the Greeks were moving so fast to avoid his attack. But when he thought of the vow he had made into Saphnis, he could not help but feel a little anxious. He could not let them get far. He had to defeat them today. Thus, he urged his troops to speed up. When they passed through the valley, he did not stop because the scouts told him that the Greeks were about 5 to 6 miles away from the exit of the valley. The Persia have entered the valley, leader Devers. Assists ran back into the forest and reported to the Devers. How many people are there? Antonius asked. Their troops are very long. I'm afraid there are at least a few thousand of them. Assis said, panting heavily. We've really caught a big fish. Amyntas whistled softly. Then immediately execute the second plan we discussed last night. Although the Devers were nervous, they controlled their facial expressions well. Chapter 45. Reporting, the Persia are out of the canyon. They're chasing us. Very good. How many are there? About 6,000 to 7,000. I think they're all archers and cavalry archers. Those damned Persia. They must be thinking of defeating us with their bows and arrows. That's great. The more they come, the more we can kill. Can the Devers hold them off? That's why our attack must be fast and fierce. Caristhorpe said firmly. Everyone, please return to your commanding positions immediately and spread out into formation. We'll press forward. Roar. The leaders rubbed their palms together and began to move. Once Altazis exited the canyon, he eagerly spread out into battle formation. Just like the day before yesterday, the archers were in the middle and the cavalry on both sides. Just as they were 2 miles out of the canyon, a scout came back and reported, "The Greeks are coming towards us." Although Altazis was excited, he was, after all, experienced in battle. This kind of harassment tactic required space to maneuver, and he did not want to be confined to the canyon entrance. Therefore, he immediately ordered the entire team to move to the left. Cavalry archers and archers were considered highly mobile troops, but when a team of 7,000 was already in battle formation, it would take time to change their formation, and the Greeks did not give him the time. Not long after Altazis gave the order, the Greeks appeared in his field of vision. He immediately tensed up. He knew very well that changing the formation when the enemy was advancing was undoubtedly courting death. He ordered them to return to battle formation again, and his mind quickly calculated. In a while, after shooting 2 rounds of arrows and disrupting the enemy's advance, he would immediately move quickly to the left, away from contact with the Greeks, and look for another opportunity. However, his expression quickly changed because the Greeks' battle formation was very long, far longer than his 2 flanks, and as they advanced, they continued to extend to the 2 flanks. Altazis understood the traditional Greek phalanx formation. They would often stack their formation very thickly, usually 7 or 8 rows or more, and use the powerful impact to crush the enemy. Right now, the enemy's formation was probably only 2 or 3 rows. Why would they dare to do this? Artazis immediately understood. Because his side was full of light cavalry and archers, the Greeks did not need to rely on numbers to crush them. They could still win. The Greeks were trying to surround him. I was too careless. Altazis was a little flustered, and his expression kept changing. He wanted to retreat immediately, but he felt that the formation was already in place. If he returned with his tail between his legs, not only would his morale be affected, but he would also be delayed. He had promised that he would at least let him shoot a round of arrows. He thought to himself, 7,000 arrows can disrupt their formation, maybe even cause confusion. Even if they can't, there will still be time to retreat. Thinking about this, Altazis decided to take a risk. He quickly summoned his generals and reminded them to remember the order of retreat. When everything had been arranged, he felt much more at ease, and as he watched the Greeks approach, he decided that when the distance between the 2 sides was about 100 meters, he would give the order to fire. "Come, Greek barbarians, die." He smiled evilly. However, when they were about 200 meters away, the sound of a bronze horn sounded from the opposite side, and the Greeks actually stopped advancing. He was anxious, but he did not want his troops to advance. Immediately changing from an attack to a retreat could easily cause chaos, and Altazis only wanted to retreat smoothly. It was better for him to continue waiting for the Greeks to attack. He now felt that having a large number of troops had its drawbacks. Then, he was shocked to see countless arms stretch out from the back of the Greek heavy infantry and start to circle above their heads. Stone throwers. Altazis was shocked. He remembered that there were no stone throwers in the Greek mercenary army. How did they suddenly appear? At this moment, there was no time for him to think carefully. Countless fist-sized rocks smashed down like hailstones. In the middle of the Persian army, these Persian archers who were waiting to shoot their arrows were instantly hit by this attack. Without the protection of armor, they were smashed until their heads were bleeding, and some of them even fainted. The middle of the Persia army was instantly in chaos. The stone throwers fired very quickly, and in an instant, the enemy formation threw out another wave of flying stones, covering the sky. Altazis was so anxious that his eyes were red, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Retreat! Retreat!" Just as the trumpeter was about to blow the horn, a loud bronze horn sounded from the other side. The Greek heavy infantry that had been standing quietly roared, "Ares! They started to take large strides towards the Persia army. The entire line of the Greeks was like a surging tide, fearless of the reefs and shoals in front of them. They swore to engulf the land. It was a powerful momentum that was enough to crush the morale of the Persia army, which was not strong to begin with. They even opened up a path in the middle of the Greek army, and dozens of cavalry surged out. They took the lead and charged towards the enemy Persia army. The Persia army completely collapsed. They did not listen to their general's orders at all. They even carried the general and ran back. The previously arranged order of retreat could not be carried out at all. The cavalry, archers, right wing, left wing, and middle swarmed towards the mouth of the canyon. They only had one thought in their mind: get away from those terrifying Greeks. Defeated, defeated, defeated without even firing a single arrow. Altazis had participated in the Battle of Kunisak. As a teammate, he cheered for the Greeks when they easily defeated the army of the king of Persia. But now, when he personally faced the charge of the Greeks, he finally realized how terrifying the Greek heavy infantry was. At that moment, his mind was blank. He could only hug the neck of his horse tightly, and he was surrounded by his attendants as they rushed towards the mouth of the canyon. Because he was at the back of the middle team and was closest to the mouth of the canyon, he and his attendants were almost at the front of the Persia army. The mouth of the canyon was right in front of them. The wide space suddenly narrowed, and the steep and continuous mountains caused the air to only flow at the mouth of the canyon. Altazis, who had just entered the mouth of the canyon, was almost unable to open his eyes due to the strong mountain wind. Go! He clamped his horse's abdomen. He knew very well that the faster they rushed through the canyon, the fewer people they would lose. The path in the canyon was not a straight line, but a curved shape. For the Persia cavalry, who had been on the battlefield all year round, this was not a problem. They controlled their war horses very well. Even though there was a turn in front of them, they did not slow down their horses too much. Just as they quickly turned around the foot of the mountain, a wall made of stones and would suddenly appear in front of them. It was half the height of a person. Altazis and his attendants could not rein in their horses in time and crashed straight into the wall. Screams of pain could be heard everywhere. Altazis was flung away, and the last thing he saw was the rapidly enlarging mountain wall in front of him. The defeated soldiers of Persia rushed into the canyon like a mountain torrent, filling up the canyon and pushing forward. The remaining cavalrymen at the front stopped in shock, but the soldiers at the back were still running forward. Therefore, an even more tragic scene happened. The soldiers at the front were pushed down. Before they could get up, they were trampled by the soldiers at the back. As they struggled, they tripped over the advancing soldiers. The defeated soldiers at the back were still rushing forward in a frenzy in order to escape from the slaughter of the Greeks. People kept falling, being trampled, falling, and trampled in the canyon. Behind the stone wall, the Persia soldiers were piled up in layers, all the way to the mouth of the canyon. Some of the soldiers had been trampled into minced meat, while others were still struggling and wailing in the stream of blood. It was like hell on earth. Raise the shield wall. Prepare the javelins. Seeing the Persia soldiers crowded in front of the stone wall, the Devers were a little nervous, but their minds were still clear, and they gave the order clearly. The Persia soldiers who struggled to climb over the stone wall were first shot by the javelins of the light shield-bearers led by Epiphanes. Then, the Greek heavy infantrymen formed a shield wall to block their way. The first 4 rows of soldiers stuck close to each other, providing support to the first row of soldiers. Their spears could also reach in front of the first row of soldiers. Together, they formed a spear wall that blocked the way and easily stabbed the fleeing and disorganized Persia soldiers. The Devers asked the soldiers to carry stones and would to build a simple stone wall. Their original intention was to prevent the charge of the Persia cavalry. Once the horses started galloping, the heavy infantrymen might not be able to stop them no matter how many rows they formed, and they would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the roadblock was used to slow down the Persia cavalry. However, the effect of the stone wall was far beyond imagination. It blocked the canyon with the piles of corpses, preventing the defeated soldiers from gathering their strength to attack the defensive line of the Devers organization. Chapter 46. When the leaders rushed to meet up with the Devers, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they saw the tragic scene in the canyon. They could not help but look at the Devers in awe. Just as Xenophon said, "Devers, you are indeed Hades, God's chosen." The Devers also could not calm down. He kept telling himself in his heart, "This is war. This is war. What should we do with these Persia people?" He saw the soldiers collecting the weapons and armor of the surrendered soldiers. He suddenly felt a little soft-hearted and asked Chrysippus. Chrysippus' answer was unusually cold. After collecting their weapons and armor, cut off the tendons of their hands and feet, stabbed their thighs, and then put them back for Tisiphone to worry about. The Devers fell silent. Of course, he understood Chrysippus' intention. The mercenaries had no extra food and no extra manpower to watch over them, and Tisiphone had to allocate manpower to take care of these injured Persia people. Naturally, there were fewer soldiers attacking them. "Devers, you did well." Chrysippus looked around and said, "I think the Persia people will be scared out of their wits when they see this scene." When the Devers led his troops out of the canyon, the soldiers along the way gave them the loudest cheers. They knew that it was this young leader who led a small number of people to block the path of a large number of Persia people, allowing the mercenaries to achieve a perfect victory. The young Devers used his actions to win the recognition of the entire army. In the afternoon, Tisiphone's army arrived at the canyon. When Tisiphone saw the tragic scene in the canyon and the wounded soldiers lying on the ground, he angrily threw his helmet to the ground and then sent a small group of his trusted troops to deal with the aftermath. The other troops were forbidden to enter the canyon, but they went around the mountain and took other paths. Aureus, who had been following Tisiphone, remained silent. He did not see Altaz's body, but he was sure that it was among the countless corpses. In the past 3 days, the 2 generals who had fought with him for power had died in battle one after another. At this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he felt a sense of coldness. In this battle, the Persians suffered more than 3,000 casualties and more than 3,000 wounded. Not a single one escaped. The Greek mercenaries suffered negligible casualties. Perhaps Kelesopes was right. The people of Persia were scared out of their wits and did not appear again for a few days. This allowed the Greek mercenaries to loot and march their way to Larissa, a city by the Tigris River, with relative ease. This was a magnificent city. The lower half of the city wall was made of stone, while the upper half was made of mud bricks. The wall was about 30 meters high, 8 meters wide, and about 10 miles in circumference. The Greek mercenaries had no interest in attacking such a towering city wall. Moreover, compared to the cities they had encountered on the banks of the Tigris River, there were few pedestrians, and most of the fields and cottages outside the city were abandoned. It seemed a little desolate. Larissa, it said that its former name was Kara. It was a big city during the Assyrian period, but it was later taken by the Medes. The great king Cyrus defeated the Medes, but he could not break through the city. In the end, the sun god Mithras used dark clouds to cover the light of Kara, making it as dark as night. The residents of Kara were terrified, thinking that the gods had abandoned them, so they abandoned the city and fled. That was how King Cyrus seized the city. Marigi said, "Ever since the Devers learned from Kelesopes the importance of understanding the terrain for a commander, he had Marigi by his side as a guide. As the adjutant of Hieronymus, Xenophon was busy with many things. It was no longer possible for him to come and chat with the Devers like before. As a businessman, Marigi was not only familiar with the surrounding terrain, but he was also very familiar with the history of the Mesopotamia, which added a lot of fun to the Devers' tense and tiring march. "Hey, Persia has the sun god, and we have Apollo. Who's more powerful?" Martones, who was among the guards, suddenly said. Marigi, who was next to the Devers, glanced behind him and said disdainfully, "Mithras is the master of nature, ensuring that the vegetation is abundant, the land is fertile, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. That's why he's worshipped by all. A mere god can't compare to him." "What did you say? How dare you insult Apollo?" Martones wanted to beat Marigi up angrily, but he was stopped by Helos. Marigi was so frightened that he hid behind the Devers, but the Devers snapped at him. Martoni's question didn't offend you, but you've insulted the god that we, the Greeks, worship. If you don't apologize immediately, I won't stop them from taking revenge on you. This Persian man's unintentional sense of superiority was giving him a headache. It was time to teach him a lesson. Marigi turned around and saw the anger in the soldier's eyes. He knew that if it wasn't for the Devers, he would have been torn into pieces. As a businessman, it was in his nature to be adaptable. He quickly bowed and apologized sincerely, even slapping himself. Seeing that Marigi was forgiven, the Devers asked the question that had been bothering him. Why does this city look so desolate? Marigi covered his blushing face with one hand and said vaguely, because the residents here are mainly Medes. He stopped talking after that. The Devers thought about it carefully and came to a realization. The Persia court doesn't care about this area because it's the core area of Medes and Assur. They're afraid that they'll reignite their old flame, so they've even taken measures to suppress them. Am I right? The Devers saw Marigi looking at him in shock, and he knew that he had guessed the main point. He could not help but say proudly, "Let me guess what methods they've used. For example, they often transfer the people here to join the army, impose higher taxes. Chief Devers, if you're really a god's chosen one, you're indeed different from your men who are all brawn and no brains." Marigi looked at the Devers on the horse in admiration. Because he had been taken advantage of earlier, he said in a low voice, "If you're a Persia and a Persia official, you'll probably do well too." The Devers smiled and said, "Although Persia is a big country, I don't like it." "Because you're a Greek?" The Devers did not answer. He looked at Larissa, not far away, and was lost in thought. Was he a Greek? Apart from his body, his soul, and his mind, he still thought of himself as a Chinese from the bottom of his heart. The Greek tradition and culture could not assimilate a 21st century person, not even have any influence on him. It was only the reality of helplessness and sincere friendship that made him identify with this group. Although he usually said, "We're Greeks," it was all to fool these Greeks, boost their morale, and highlight his position as a leader. In short, for survival. Therefore, if Persia was superior to Greece and extended an olive branch to him, he would not hesitate to join them. But he did not think much of Persia, because most of the Greek city-states' political systems were more like 21st century countries, and even Athens was more democratic than modern society. This had a natural affinity for modern people who advocated freedom. The next day, they marched to Mespera. This is the former capital of the Assyrian kingdom, Nineveh. It is said that the wife of the last Medes king, Medea, had taken refuge in this city after Persia, seized the Medes kingdom. The great king Cyrus led his army to besiege this city, but because it was the last castle of the Medes, they could not take it down for a long time. Bahram, the war god of the gods, saw that the Persia had suffered too many casualties, so he let out an earth-shattering thunder that shook the whole city, and only then was the city conquered. Marigi still played the role of guide and narrator. Haha, the gods of Persia are not bad. They even helped in the battle. Matonis mocked from behind. Having learned his lesson yesterday, Marigi ignored him. The Devers looked at the city that was also located on the bank of the Tigris River. The walls of this former capital of the Assyrian kingdom were about 17 meters high. Kara was already a majestic city, but it seemed to be only a third of the size of Nineveh. One could imagine how powerful and prosperous the Assyrian kingdom was when it conquered the western kingdoms. At this time, the capital was already in ruins. The wild grass and countless thorns on the city walls swayed in the wind, as if telling of its current desolation. Chapter 47. Will Persia do it too? Assists asked curiously. What about Greece? Marigi immediately turned around and glared at him, not to be outdone. Devers glanced at the two of them and said, half-jokingly, "If you live long enough, you might be able to see it in 50 years. Is this an oracle?" Assists asked excitedly. Marigi obviously did not believe it. Devers smiled and did not answer. If his butterfly wings were too weak to change the course of history, a few decades later, He could not remember the exact time. Alexander of Macedonia conquered the Greek mainland and then destroyed Persia. Because the Greeks did not consider the Macedonians of the north as their own, in a sense, he conquered the two most powerful forces in the Mediterranean at that time in one fell swoop. For the next 2 days, the Greek mercenaries marched briskly all the way, until the third day, when Tisiphnes' army appeared. Now, the Greek mercenaries' 50-man light cavalry team was basically sent out by Devers' scouts. After all, the Persia cavalry was strong individually. In a one-on-one fight, the Greek cavalry was no match for them. Therefore, they formed groups of 5 and did not dare to stray too far from the main force. They only moved within a radius of 2 to 3 miles. When they saw the Persia troops from afar, they immediately reported back. "The Persia are here. Prepare for defense." Relay Rhysipus' order, "Prepare for defense." The messengers quickly roamed around the huge square formation, conveying the order. The large hollow square formation used by the Greek mercenaries protected the supply camp in the center, so it was impossible for them to change their formation before they met the enemy. They only gathered the supply camp in the center, and the soldiers held shields and spears, raised their vigilance, and slowed down their marching speed to maintain the integrity of the formation. Soon, the Persia appeared right at the back of the formation. From the fluttering flag, the soldiers knew that Tisiphnes was here. The Greek mercenaries had easily defeated him during the Battle of Cunissac, so they did not take it too seriously. Then, another army appeared on the left flank of Tisiphnes. As the formation advanced, the hearts of the Greeks tightened. This was another army of no less than 10,000 men. The emblem on the flag was very familiar to everyone. The arrival of the Armenian governor, Orontes, was also within the expectations of the leaders. Then, another army appeared on Tisiphnes' right flank. There were no less than 10,000 of them, and their flags were very familiar to everyone. "Oh, I remember. That's the army we met on the road. It's said to be led by the Persia king's brother." Assists shouted. This army that was supposed to be marching in the opposite direction from us actually appeared here. "I'm afraid it's been following us. Tisiphnes has been hostile towards us for a long time," Felicius said solemnly. Divers nodded stiffly, his hands gripping the reins tightly. Tisiphnes' army also included the remnants of Cyrus the Younger's army, led by Aureus. The 4 armies gathered together and spread out in the shape of a goose, slowly approaching the Greek army. The seemingly endless and dense crowd was the largest the Greek mercenaries had seen since the Battle of Karasak. Last time, they had Cyrus the Younger to rely on, and the mercenaries were only responsible for the right flank. Now, they had to face the entire Persia army. Everyone could not help but feel nervous. Despite their nervousness, the Greeks knew that only a bloody battle could save them. Clino had been watching the distance of the enemy's advance. Seeing that they were about to enter the range of the catapults, he immediately ordered, "Catapults, get ready." The catapults in the rear guard immediately began to swing their catapults. The distance was more than 300 meters, so the accuracy and strength of the flying stones would be a little lacking. However, there were so many Persians, and they were so densely packed. Almost every stone that fell would cause a cry. The Persian formation in the middle was thrown into chaos, and their advance almost stopped. "Governor, the enemy's attack is too fierce. Should we retreat temporarily and let the 2 armies advance first?" An adjutant next to him suggested to Tisiphnes. Tisiphnes' expression was also ugly, but he refused without hesitation. Although he was appointed by the king as the overall person in charge of the plan to expel the Greeks, Orontes was only assisting, and the king's brother, Cyrus, was only helping out in friendship. But one of them was the same rank as him and the son-in-law of the king, and the other was the king's brother. If he did not do his best, why would he expect them to do their best to help? Moreover, they were close to the king. If he went back and told Artaxerxes about his performance in private, the good impression he had built in the king's heart would be destroyed. Tisiphnes glared at his adjutant and immediately ordered, "Hurry up and continue to advance." This time, he had gathered nearly 50,000 troops. He had plenty of people. Since the Greeks wanted to compete with him in long-range firepower, he would compete and see who could shoot more accurately. Let's see who could endure it. In any case, he did not intend to fight the Greeks in close combat. After the battle at Kolaysak, the Greeks' heavy infantry charge and easily defeated the Polish left wing had happened right beside him. It was too much of a shock to him. The Persia screamed and ran all the way. Diophnes even sent his own soldiers to supervise the battle and cut down the deserters one by one to warn the rest of the army. Under such circumstances, the two wings of the Polish army quickly surrounded the mercenaries. As the Persia had too many soldiers and the mercenaries were in a square formation, the Persia army stretched out their lines and almost surrounded the entire mercenary army. The Devers had already dismounted and led the war horse to the supply camp in the center of the phalanx. Facing the approaching enemy, he was not as nervous as he was at the beginning. Raise the shield wall. Assists and two of his messengers passed on the Devers' orders to the entire left wing. For rows of heavy infantry began to move closer and closer. Shields stacked on top of each other, and soon a long copper wall was erected. The round shield of the Greek heavy infantry was one of the best among the infantry of the Mediterranean countries. The round shield had a diameter of 1 meter, a wooden core, and was wrapped in copper. Furthermore, it was not held by the hand, but by the forearm through the two grips on the back of the round shield. This saved energy and made it difficult for arrows to penetrate it. The archers behind the heavy infantry also quickly moved closer to the shield wall to reduce the damage of the enemy's arrows. Due to the destruction of Altaz's 6,000 men, the Cretan archers in the mercenary army not only switched to the recurved bows of the Persia, but also selected heavy infantry and light shield-bearers who were good with bows to join the ranks of the archers. The number of archers in the mercenary army now reached 500. They were scattered in the rear and flanks. When the Persia army was within 100 meters, both sides released their arrows at almost the same time. Bang! 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 A series of bowstrings sounded, and countless arrows flew into the sky like a large dark cloud, covering the blue sky and the scorching sun. The arrows were so dense that many of them even collided in the air. When most of the dark cloud landed on the mercenary army, there was a series of clang, clang, clang. There were crisp sounds and occasionally one or two screams. When a small part of the dark cloud landed on the side of the Persia army, screams could be heard again and again. Both sides exchanged arrows. The Persia army even pushed the front line to 50 meters away and stopped advancing. This was because the Persia army knew very well that if they advanced any further, the Greek light shield-bearers would enter the battle. The archer battle lasted for a while. Other than the long, square shield wall, which was relatively clean, the surroundings of the mercenaries were densely packed with arrows. The Greek archers, whose quivers were empty, did not have to worry at all. They casually plucked a stalk of arrow grass from the ground and returned fire. Chapter 48. Now, Tisiphone was in a dilemma. For this attack, he had specially prepared many large shields, but the proportion of the light infantry he led was too large. He could not even protect half of them. Furthermore, there were too many soldiers, which resulted in the formation being too tight. Almost every flying stone and arrow from the mercenaries had the ability to kill. The soldiers could barely maintain their morale under his high pressure, but the cavalry's horses were injured. They screamed, jumped, and ran around, injuring some soldiers and messing up the formation. By now, most of the cavalry had retreated to the rear. Tisiphone looked at the thinning formation on his side and the groans that filled his ears. Then he saw that the Greeks' shield wall was not as tight as it had been at first. No matter how well the Greek heavy infantry protected themselves, they could not be completely safe from arrows at close range. Should he continue? He hesitated. He had paid the price, but did not get any obvious results. If he retreated like this, not only would it affect the morale, but it would also cause dissatisfaction and disdain from the other generals. But if he continued to fight, the casualties would definitely increase. Before the Greeks collapsed, his troops would probably be in chaos. At this moment, a messenger rushed over. Sir Governor, Sir Satur said that he has suffered too many casualties. Should we attack immediately or retreat? Tisaphnis let out a long sigh and replied without hesitation, retreat. The struggling Greek soldiers could not believe their eyes when they saw the Persia retreat like the tide. After waiting for a while, the Persia did not appear again, so they began to cheer. In this battle, the Polish army had suffered more than 4,000 casualties, and the mercenaries had also suffered more than 900 casualties. However, most of them were injured, and most of them were injured by arrows. After the battle, the soldiers were physically and mentally exhausted. They hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield and walked north for a while. Before noon, they began to set up camp and rest. In the big tent, the Devers and the team officers held an emergency meeting to discuss how to treat the injured. This was because in this battle, the Devers had suffered 19 casualties and 185 were injured. This was completely beyond the medical camp's ability to bear, and they had to mobilize the entire camp to treat the injured. Amyntas did not think much of it and said, "There's no need to make it so troublesome. We came out to fight, and we have long been prepared to die in battle. Isn't it just an arrow wound? Just treat it casually and it'll be fine. We've always been like this before." Devers looked around and felt that Amyntas was not the only one who had such thoughts. Therefore, he said earnestly, "Everyone, we are far away from our families and homes to go to war. Do you think that we will only unite together in battle? In fact, we see our comrades as our family, and the military camp is our home. How can we watch our comrades struggle and be indifferent? If so, when we are injured, who will be willing to help us? Everyone," the Devers said firmly, "please remember, the past is the past. Now, as long as we, the Devers, are in the military camp, we must establish a belief. That is, we will never let go of an enemy, and we will never abandon a comrade. We will live and die together." Well said. Felicius could not help but praise loudly. The other team officials also applauded enthusiastically. The Devers' words had moved them, and the whole camp sprang into action. First, they cleared a large empty space in the middle of the camp for the medical camp. The Devers divided the injured into 3 categories: light, medium, and heavy. They then divided the soldiers to help into 4 groups. The hard-working ones were in charge of cleaning the medical camp, cleaning up the blood and dirt, and chasing away flies, mosquitoes, and flying insects. The strong ones were in charge of carrying and supporting the injured. The skillful ones assisted the doctors and nurses in removing the arrows, debridement, and bandaging. The last group, which had been carpenters in their hometowns, was in charge of cutting branches and making stretchers. The heavily injured were sent directly to Herpes, as only he could treat them. After removing the arrows, debridement, and bandaging, most of the lightly injured could return to the company. The rest of the injured stayed in the medical camp for observation, and depending on the situation, whether they should be sutured and treated further. Under the command of the Devers, the entire treatment operation was carried out in an orderly and efficient manner. By the afternoon, all the Devers had received treatment. At this time, the words spoken by the Devers in the big tent reached the ears of the soldiers under the influence of Antonios and the others. The Devers initially rose to power by virtue of the title of God's chosen. It was an instinctive action of the soldiers to seek help from God when they were at their wits' end. After that, the Devers killed Mithridat and Altazis, and gradually won over the soldiers' recognition of his leadership through his courage and achievements. This time, his touching words and practical actions finally won over the hearts of the soldiers in the camp. Everyone gave him another nickname, the Merciful One. They even started to affectionately call the young leader our Devers. The large-scale treatment operation also alarmed the other camps. First, a lone soldier came to the medical camp to support the injured, asking for help. The Devers agreed. But soon, the news spread, and more wounded people came, but the medical camp was obviously short of manpower, and if they were to help them, they would take up the resources of their own camp. The soldiers in Dave's camp were somewhat dissatisfied, and they began to quarrel with the outsiders. At this time, Creano and Timison rushed over after receiving the news. After a quick tour of the medical camp, The two leaders, including Timison, who had never been on good terms with the Devers, looked at the Devers with more respect. This was because they also believed that such a unique and efficient clinic was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. Previously, they had scoffed at the rumors that the Devers were God's chosen. The Devers agreed to treat their injured soldiers without hesitation. But because there were too many injured soldiers as the two rearguard troops, they had suffered the most, with more than 500 injured, they needed to send more people to help. At the same time, they also needed more resources such as linen, pots, wood, tents, and so on. They even agreed to send doctors to learn and help. Of course, the Devers had his own selfish motives for being so generous. He was confident that the medical knowledge he had learned his previous life would be enough to attract the doctors to stay and expand his medical camp. Creano and Timison left gratefully. After that, the other leaders also rushed over. The Devers made the same promise and the same request. On the way back, while Chellisthorpe's adjutant praised the Devers' ability and generosity, Chellisthorpe was thinking about something. This made the adjutant feel strange. Chellisthorpe said frankly, "I admit that I was biased against him before. The Devers are indeed excellent talents, especially the medical camp he founded. It's very helpful in battles. Sparta needs it for the upcoming war." "War? What war?" the adjutant asked in shock. "The war between Persia and Sparta," Chellisthorpe said solemnly. "Our friendly friend Cyrus is dead, and we are involved in a rebellion against the new king of Persia. The ruler of Asia Minor has now been replaced by Tissaphones, who has a conflict with Sparta. You should know that the agreement we signed with Persia has some objections to Asia Minor. The new king of Persia is likely to launch an attack. All signs are not in our favor." The adjutant was silent after hearing this. The war between Sparta and Athens lasted for more than 20 years. In the end, Sparta won, but they also suffered great losses. Now, they were facing Persia, which was even more powerful than the Athens games. Even though he was a brave and fearless Sparta, he still felt great pressure. Chellisthorpe glanced at him and changed the topic. "Do you think the Devers will join us?" "Of course. We are Sparta, the ruler of Greece," the adjutant said proudly. Chapter 49. Helps was focused on treating the patients and had no time to manage the medical camp or maintain order. Moreover, he was not a person who was good at management. He preferred to delve into medical skills. Therefore, after everything was running smoothly, the Devers had no choice but to let the guard captain, Helos, stay behind and temporarily take charge of the medical camp. However, as the Devers' trusted aide, Helos was steady and intelligent. The Devers intended to train him to be a powerful helper. It was a waste of his talent to be in charge of a small medical camp. They could only find a suitable position in the future. By the time the Devers returned to his tent, it was already close to dusk. Finally free, he began to review the day's battle, analyze the problems he had in commanding the battle, and find a better way to deal with it. At the same time, he compared it with the military knowledge he had learned in his previous life. This was the homework he had to do before going to bed every day, and it was also the method he had come up with to quickly improve his military command ability. Some people had been engaged in war all their lives and remained mediocre generals, while others could turn war into an art at a young age. The most important thing was their attitude towards war. The last battle had shown the Devers the limitations of the terrain and space on infantry in the era of cold weapons. Trampling incidents caused by fear could cause great damage to a compact formation. Today, he understood the powerlessness of an archer against a fully armed heavy infantry. What if they threw javelins at heavy infantry? The Devers thought. The lethality would definitely be stronger than bows and arrows. I once asked Martones to throw a javelin at an abandoned armor, and it could completely penetrate heavy armor at close range. As for copper shields, it could also pierce a hole. So why didn't Tissaphones do the same? The answer was obvious. He did not have strong javelin soldiers, but the Greek mercenaries had nearly 3,000 light shield soldiers, most of whom were Thracians. They were the best light shield soldiers in the entire Mediterranean Sea, and their javelin skills were first-rate. He also thought of the javelins used by the Roman soldiers later on. The javelins had a very thin front, and when they hit a shield, they would bend and become a burden to the enemy's movements. They would have to throw the shield away, effectively reducing the enemy's defense. He even imagined what would happen if Tissaphnus also had heavy infantry. Devers, after much contemplation, concluded that the Greeks had no choice but to surrender. Even during the Battle of Cannae in his previous life, Hannibal was outnumbered. He dared to creatively use a thin, curved line to face the Roman army. The most important prerequisite was that his cavalry was much stronger than the Roman cavalry. Only then could he defeat the flanks and complete the encirclement. At this time, the Persian cavalry was 10 times stronger than the Greeks. Divers wrote down his experiences on the papyrus in Chinese characters as he continued to think. This time, he thought about what the Persia would do from Tissaphnus' point of view. At this moment, someone came in. "Leader Devers, someone is looking for you outside." "Olivers, it's you. Are your wounds all healed?" When the Devers saw that it was Olivers standing in front of him, he was so surprised that he didn't notice the strange look on his face. "It's okay. Herpes asked me to come back." Olivers reluctantly explained. In fact, he had asked to leave. Herpes saw that he was fine, and there were too many wounded soldiers in the medical camp today, so he let him go. "You just recovered. You should rest more. Why are you standing guard? Where's Helos?" Devers asked with concern. As soon as the words left his mouth, he remembered that he had left Helos in the medical camp. Olivers hurriedly went out and brought the visitor in. The visitor was wearing an elegant hilton with a himishun cloak over her head. The loose linen clothes couldn't hide her graceful figure. "Christoia," Devers blurted out. The visitor stretched out her snow-white and slender hands and lifted the himishun, revealing a beautiful face. She gracefully bowed and said, "Leader Devers." Olivers winked and left. Devers suddenly remembered that when he was reincarnated, it was Olivers who said that Christoia was as beautiful as Aphrodite. Christoia saw that the Devers were distracted and said, "Leader Devers, you don't welcome me. Your arrival made me so happy that I forgot what to say, and your beauty made my brain lose its ability to think." Devers had a 19-year-old body and a 35-year-old mind. There was a hint of provocation in his casual praise. "Leader Devers, you really know how to talk." Christoia smiled sweetly and said, "In the past few days, I heard everyone in the supply camp praising your achievements. Mithridat and Artazus, as far as I know, were outstanding generals under Cyrus the Younger, but they were both defeated by you. It's enough to dispel anyone's doubts about your ability. Is it too late for me to congratulate you? A word from you is worth 1,000 words from others." Devers laughed. "You didn't come just to congratulate me, did you? I have a request." Christoia looked at Devers. "You said that if I have any request, I can come to you." Of course. Of course. Please say it." "I want to go to your medical camp." Christoia said seriously. "What?" Devers thought they had heard wrong. "There are people in the medical camp who are not good to you?" "Mercies is very good to me." Christoia paused and deliberated over her words. "But everyone is busy with marching and fighting, and I'm the only one with nothing to do. I've been to the medical camp several times. I think I can do what those slaves do, and I can do it better than them. Are you sure you want to go to the medical camp? There, you will see terrible wounds and scarlet blood every day. You will touch the dirty and smelly bodies of the soldiers, comfort the patients who have gone mad from the pain, and you may even be harassed by them." Devers wanted to persuade Christoia to give up on his idea, but she looked determined. "I'm not afraid. In fact, you don't know much about the wounded soldiers in your camp. Not only did they not bully them, but they have always been grateful to them." Christoia closed her eyes slightly, as if recalling the scene she had observed at that time. Devers looked at her and felt like he was facing a modern woman who was trying to do something meaningful to prove her existence. "Okay, I agree." "Really?" Christoia's eyes widened in disbelief. The Greek city-states were actually very conservative with their women. They were under the control of their fathers before marriage, their husbands after marriage, and their sons when they were old. They basically had no freedom of their own, except for civilian women and slaves, of course. Kristoya lacked a sense of security. She was afraid that she would be abandoned by the mercenaries if she had nothing to do, and she envied the respect that the female slaves in the medical camp received. Through her contact with Devers, she found that this young leader was different from the others, so she tried to make a request. She did not expect to get an answer so quickly. In fact, for Devers, he did not know much about traditional Greek customs. On the contrary, he had long been accustomed to the concept of equality between men and women in modern society. The majority of the people in the hospital were women. At first, he only objected because he was worried that Kristoya's beauty would attract trouble. Really? Devers said seriously. Kristoya walked toward him with a face full of excitement, and he could not help but stretch out his back and pull her into his arms. At that moment, it was as if the heavens had touched the earth. Olivers, why aren't you standing guard? Why are you lying beside the tent and eavesdropping? This is a violation of military rules, and you'll be kicked out of the camp. Geogres, who had come to change shifts, shouted anxiously. Shoo! Olivers made a shushing gesture and whispered mysteriously. Come and listen, the battle inside is fierce. Battle? Gilgrease was a little confused. Olivers pulled him over, and then he heard blood-curdling moans coming from inside the tent, as well as whispers that made his face blush and his heart race. Chapter 50. On the second day of the march, Davis was riding on his horse. His mind was filled with the memories of last night's fun with Kristoya. Not only was Kristoya beautiful, her figure was indeed as sexy as her appearance. Her smooth, snow-white skin and undulating curves made him unable to let go of her. Coupled with her extremely flexible body, he indulged in it, trying his best to vent the 19 years of accumulated desire in his young and strong body. It lingered until late at night. If it wasn't for Oliver's covering up for him outside, he was afraid that his good deed would have been broken into, so he also let Oliver's off the crime of eavesdropping outside. When the passion was over, Kristoya lay in his arms and shyly expressed her willingness to be with him. Devers felt that the barrier between him and the world seemed to have shrunk a lot. This concern also made him think about what to do in the future. Devers came from a modern society and was an adult. He knew that passion could not last. Kristoya was born into nobility and had enjoyed a luxurious life as Cyrus the Younger's concubine. But now he was just a mercenary, an ordinary civilian in the Greek society. He was not even a citizen. He had no fixed residence and drifted around. It was okay for a short period of time, but it was hard to guarantee that Kristoya would not dislike him in the long run. Of course, he buried this thought in his heart. Now was not the time to think about it, because the most important thing at the moment was to return to Greece safely and alive. The appearance of the Persia ruined his good mood. This time, Tisa Verni changed its strategy. Instead of attacking, it was harassing. The Persia followed the mercenaries closely, keeping a safe distance. From time to time, a group of archers would rush up, shoot a round of arrows, and then immediately retreat. It did not cause much damage to the mercenaries, but it kept their nerves in a constant state of tension, affecting the marching speed and morale. The leaders could do nothing about it. The only thing they could do was to mix the catapults, archers, and heavy infantry so that when faced with the fast archers of the Persia, they would not dare to be too arrogant. At the same time, the Greek mercenaries encountered other difficulties. As they got closer to the Dukia Mountains, the plains gradually turned into hills, and the terrain became rugged. The Greek army could no longer maintain a complete formation, especially when crossing the river and trekking through the narrow mountain roads. The entire formation was completely broken. The Persia cavalry took advantage of the situation and used their bows and arrows to cause more confusion among the mercenaries. The chiefs, after some discussion, were obliged to separate from the vanguard the small band of mercenaries who had joined Challisthorpe's, for hitherto the Persia's attacks had mainly come from the rear and the flanks, and to form 4 or 5 companies of about 200 men each to be stationed in the flanks and inside the rearguard. Once there was a big gap in the formation, or when it was compressed because of the narrow terrain, they rushed out and formed a new rearguard, blocking the charge of the Persia cavalry and providing a barrier for the archers and stone throwers who arrived later. In this way, as the mercenaries marched, they tried all kinds of ways to deal with the Persia cavalry. This situation lasted for 4 or 5 days. When a continuous mountain ridge appeared in front of them, the whole army breathed a sigh of relief, because they all knew that the cavalry could not go up the mountain. They trudged through the rugged mountain road, crossed the first mountain ridge, and came to the foot of the second mountain ridge. The team stopped to rest because they were tired. Most of the soldiers took off their armors, wiped their sweat, and sat down to rest. The guards of the supply camp also had to check the damage of the pack animals and carriages. The whole army gathered in the narrow area between the two mountains, ready to rest for a while, recover their strength, and then continue marching. The attack came suddenly. Countless arrows and flying stones whistled through the air, catching the mercenaries by surprise. The soldiers screamed, the women screamed, and the pack animals ran around. The whole team was in a mess. The first to react were Callisops and his 800 Sparta warriors. Because these Sparta warriors did not throw away their weapons and armor like the other soldiers after they went down the mountain, and because of their regular rigorous training, they were physically strong. When Callisops found out that the attack came from the second mountain ridge, he immediately ordered, "Sparta, advance!" The Sparta warriors immediately followed him, raised their shields, and rushed to the top of the mountain. The Persia light infantry shot fast. Wave after wave of arrows slanted down the mountain. After the initial chaos, the mercenaries also reacted quickly. After all, they were veterans of war. They quickly grabbed the round shields beside them and hid themselves under them. Only the people of the supply camp, besides the guards, were mostly either slaves or women who had been plundered. They had no combat experience, and under the influence of fear, the majority of them did not run away, but instead screamed and ran. Because of this, under the dense rain of arrows, there were many injuries. At this time, Devers was burning with anxiety. In order to be careful of the impact, he did not go to find Christoia. Now that the situation was urgent, he did not know if she was safe. Assists informed the team officers to form a shield wall and move towards the supply camp and the medical camp, he shouted. Yes, leader. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. Felicius, Capus, and Antonios had already led the troops to raise the round shields above their heads, forming a shield formation and moving towards the center. Olivers and Matones immediately raised their shields and rushed forward to protect Devers. Devers shouted, "Marigi! Marigi, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Marigi shouted behind him. "Protect him, don't let him get hurt," Devers ordered. Although Matones looked down on this Persia man, he had always carried out Devers's orders meticulously. At this time, he was already the acting captain of the guards. Under his orders, Georges and the others rushed forward to protect Marigi. Marigi stared at the back of Devers without saying a word, his eyes full of gratitude. Devers did not have time to look at Marigi's situation. He half knelt and tried to look in the direction of the supply camp, which was in chaos. He anxiously rushed to the center, and when he saw that the medical camp had also set up a shield formation, he breathed a sigh of relief. In order to avoid suspicion, he first shouted, "Herpes! Herpes! I'm here!" Herpes's voice came from under the shield formation. "We are all fine." Hearing this, Devers completely relaxed. At this time, Helos came over and briefly explained the situation to him. The reason why the doctors and female slaves in the medical camp were safe had something to do with Christoia. When the first wave of arrows rained down, she immediately called for them to hide under the cart, and Helos then commanded more than 100 wounded soldiers to form a shield formation to protect the safety of most people. Helos praised Christoia's quick and calm response in the face of danger, and this gave Devers a deeper understanding of this woman. Perhaps this was why she was the only one among Cyrus's concubines who had escaped from the Persia's raid. The supply camp was much worse off. Merces was not injured under the protection of the guards, but many slaves and women were hit by arrows, and several of the pack beasts were killed. Faced with Mercy's sad face, Devers, who had already gotten used to life and death, did not send anyone to protect the non-combatants who had already scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the Persia's attack did not last long, because the troops led by Karasops were about to reach the top of the mountain. Of course, the Persia would not fight the mercenaries head-on, and they quickly retreated. Karasops left the Sparta soldiers at the top of the mountain as a precautionary measure. After going down the mountain, Karasops gathered the leaders to discuss a response. He said, "The Persia are all light infantry, and we can't catch up with them. Although they have retreated, it is likely that they will continue to attack us with bows and arrows on the third and fourth mountain. Our troops are too large, and it will be difficult to avoid them." Although it was a discussion, he had actually thought of a countermeasure on the way back down the mountain. "I have carefully surveyed the top of the mountain just now. These mountains are not high, and they do not occupy a large area. We can send a team to the back from the right side of the next mountain, and then I will lead my soldiers to the front as the vanguard. If the Persia want to occupy the high ground and continue to attack us, we will cut off their retreat." Chapter 51. "That's a good idea, but I don't think the Persia have the guts to stay and attack us," Xanaparis said regretfully. "Yeah, the cowardly Persia are like rabbits," Timicin cursed. The casualties of the soldiers made him angry, but helpless. "Let me lead the soldiers around the mountain," Xenophon volunteered. Hieronymus's expression changed. He remembered how Xenophon's reckless attack had caused most of the soldiers to be injured. "I think Xenophon can do it." The Devers immediately agreed. "We don't have time to waste. We have to act now, or we might have to spend the night in the mountains," Creano said anxiously as he looked up at the sky. Thus, Xenophon's request for battle was quickly approved, and the leaders went back to reorganize their troops. The Devers fell behind, deep in thought. Seeing this, Charles Zoop stopped in his tracks and turned back to ask, "What are you thinking, Chief Devers?" The Devers was surprised to see the usually taciturn Charles Zoops take the initiative to ask them a question. "I'm thinking, luckily the Persia didn't build a defensive camp on the mountain, or we would have suffered great losses. You think too highly of Tissaphnus. Don't think that the Persia cavalry and archers move fast, but their overall marching speed is much slower than ours. The Persian nobles led by Tissaphnus are not as hardy as us Greeks. When they march to war, they have to bring luxurious tents, beautiful concubines, dancers, and a large number of slaves. Every day, they have to wait for the sun to rise before they start marching, or else it would be too cold. At dusk, they have to set up camp far away from the enemy because it would be too dark. Under their influence, how could the Persia soldiers not be affected? I reckon that the Persia soldiers who attacked us just arrived." Charles Zoops analyzed seriously. The Devers understood. He had thought that the mercenaries were already overstaffed, but the Persia were even worse. He thought for a moment and said, "If the Persia divided the light infantry into a few more teams and hid them in the forest, behind flanks, and in front of our army, then attacked in turn, would it be more effective?" Kelethorps frowned and asked, "You mean, just like what happened just now, the Persia on a mountain in front of us launched an attack. When we drove them away and thought it was safe, the Persia attacked us from behind, and then, not only did this cause our army to suffer more losses, but it also forced us to run back and forth and disperse our forces. We had to be very careful with every step we took, which greatly slowed down our marching speed." Charles Thorpe looked at him in surprise. "You're always thinking about these things." It was rare for Devers to see such an obvious expression on Charles Thorpe's face. He said with some embarrassment, "It's because I lack experience. I have to learn more and think more." Chalice Thorpe regained his deadpan expression. "This is indeed a good idea, but not just anyone can use it, because to complete such a tactic, the soldiers' courage, training, and the ability of the generals are all relatively high. Do you think this Persian army can do it?" Devers shook his head. Charles Thorpe gave him a deep look and said, "If you have any ideas in the future, let's discuss them together." With that, he strode away. A single attack by the Persia caused more than 1,000 casualties among the mercenaries, more than half of whom were non-combatants. The Devers camp suffered more than 150 casualties, and most of the pack animals were wounded. Therefore, nearly half of the soldiers had to go to the supply camp to help carry supplies, and help the wounded. The majority of the mercenaries were affected and moved more slowly than before, but the vanguard troops progressed smoothly. As Xenophon quickly led the troops around the mountain, the Persia were very worried. They were afraid of being attacked from both the front and the back, so they did not dare to block the way in front. The mercenaries passed through the mountain area relatively smoothly. At dusk, the soldiers found the Persia villages in front of them. What happened next was the same as before. The mercenaries looted the villages and set up camp. Fortunately, they also found a large number of supplies collected by these villages to provide to the army of Tissaphones. After the soldiers enjoyed a sumptuous meal, their morale was boosted. The medical camp of the Devers became busy again until late at night. After the passion, Kristoya's body went limp as she lay on top of the Devers. The Devers' hands stroked her smooth and elastic skin back and forth. The two were still immersed in the fierce battle. After a long time, the Devers said, "Help said that you learned very quickly in the medical camp and did a good job helping him manage the wounded soldiers and female slaves. The wounded soldiers are very obedient to you. He even gave you the nickname Persephone of a human world." "Yes." Kristoya snorted softly, raised her head slightly, and smiled slyly. "Then wouldn't I become your mistress?" Diver's gaze swept past her beautiful smile, her long, slender neck, and her snow-white skin that was partially exposed under the lining. Suddenly, the desire in his heart rose again, and he could not hold it in any more. He pressed her under his body again and said in a hurry, "I just like mistress." Kristoya pretended to be surprised and smiled. "You're blaspheming the gods." "I'm not afraid." The Devers pressed closer to her. Kristoya trembled all over and hugged the arms of the Devers tightly. "Devers." "Yes." "Do you know why the wounded soldiers listen to me?" "I don't know." In fact, the Devers knew. "I asked Helos to tell them. I'm your woman. Now that you have a high prestige among the mercenaries, they will have some scruples. I also asked Helps to give a last treatment to a wounded soldier who tried to violate me. His screams didn't stop until the night. I thought this would also give them a good warning." "Devers, do you think I—" Kristoya leaned on the Devers weakly and murmured, "You've done very well. You're more outstanding than I thought." The Devers sniffed her black hair and said, "Helos can't stay in a medical camp all the time. Helps is focused on improving his medical skills. I want you to manage the medical camp." "What did you say? You want me to manage the medical camp?" There was a hint of surprise in Kristoya's eyes. "Didn't you say before that your father was busy with politics in Miletus, and you have been helping him manage the slaves on the farm? These past few days, your performance in the medical camp also shows that you are fully capable of managing this small team." The Devers was used to the tradition of equality between men and women in his previous life. He would not be like the Greeks of this era, who firmly bound women to the home. He did not mind women showing up in public and even performing better than him. Of course, Helps is still the medical officer in name. After all, he has to consider other people's opinions, but in reality, you are in charge of the management. "Wait a moment, I will talk to Helps." "Devers." Kristoya hugged him tightly and said excitedly, "It's great that I am following you. Don't get excited. You still have a mission. Try to get the doctors from other camps who came to help in the medical camp to stay voluntarily, and the wounded soldiers as well." The Devers patted her back and said, "Yes, leader." Kristoya was naked, and she bowed with a charming smile. She was indescribably sexy and seductive. If it wasn't for the fact that Divers was already exhausted, he would definitely do it again. Seeing the Devers' eyes that were about to spit fire, Kristoya quickly put on Heaton and said, "Devers, I can understand that you want to expand the medical camp because the medical camp is really understaffed. But why do you want to persuade the wounded soldiers to stay?" Of course, the Devers could not say that he felt a strong sense of insecurity coming to this strange world. Therefore, the more soldiers he commanded, the more he could dispel the anxiety in his heart. Facing Kristoya's curious gaze, he revealed a trace of his true intentions. "The road home is still long, and I don't know how many difficulties there will be. Instead of being commanded by others, it is better to command the soldiers themselves. It is safer this way, and they can better use their abilities. Chapter 52. What's wrong? Devers sensed the change in her expression. Back to Greece. What do you want to do? Kristoya asked softly. Oh, I haven't thought about it, Devers said. In fact, he had been thinking about it, but he did not have a good idea. But one thing is for sure, no matter where I go, I will take you with me. Kristoya put her face on Devers's broad shoulders and rubbed his rough skin. She said firmly, wherever you go, I will follow you. After that, she thought of something and emphasized, but you better not go back to Asia Minor. Why? Devers was a little surprised. Because it may be a battlefield. Kristoya's words surprised Devers. I heard from little Cyrus. Kristoya subconsciously glanced at Devers again. Seeing his expression did not change, she said, the conflict between Sparta and Tissaphnus is very deep, and Sparta was involved in the Persia rebellion. Now that Tissaphnus has returned to Asia Minor, he will certainly not let go of this opportunity to punish Sparta. Because Sparta is now the leader of the Greek city-states, it will inevitably replace Athens as the protector of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor. However, in order to get the support of Persia, Sparta reached an agreement in which Sparta agreed to hand over the Greek city-states in Asia Minor to Persia. After the war with Athens ended, Sparta has been dragging out this agreement, and, for some reason, Cyrus did not urge Sparta. So, now that the new king has ascended the throne, Tissaphnus has returned to Asia Minor and will definitely represent the king of Persia to urge Sparta to fulfill the original agreement. Devers did not expect that there was such a secret between Sparta and Persia. Although he was surprised by Sparta's shamelessness, it was understandable. If Sparta had agreed, the Greek overlord would have given up the land of its compatriots to the enemy of the Greeks. This was simply betrayal and treason. There was no doubt that it would greatly damage the prestige that it had established after the victory in the War of Peloponnesus, and there might even be city-states that would rise up to resist its hegemony due to dissatisfaction. If they didn't agree, it would be a violation of the agreement, and war would probably break out. Devers rubbed his chin and fell in a deep thought. Did Kelethorps take the initiative to talk to me in order to win me over? Suddenly, he remembered something. Kristoya, if I don't go to Asia Minor, will you go back to Miletus? Didn't I say that I would always follow you? Kristoya said, looking slightly gloomy. Besides, if I go back now, it will bring disaster to my family. Devers immediately understood what she meant. As the concubine of Cyrus the Younger, she could be regarded as an important family member of the rebels. Her return would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities in Persia to her family in Miletus. Thinking of this, Devers comforted her and said, "Don't worry, one day, I will let you go home in glory." Kristoya looked at the serious expression on Devers's face, and the haze on her face gradually disappeared. "I believe in you." She put Hema on top of her head and said, "Since you asked me to manage the medical camp, then I will start exercising my rights. I want to give freedom to those female slaves so that they will work harder to take care of the wounded. This is your right, but I have to tell Marsis first." 3 days later, the army broke camp and marched. In the afternoon, Tissaphnus arrived with his army. After the leaders received the news from the scouts, they quickly led their troops to the nearest village and began to set up camp. Because at this time, many of the mercenaries could not fight. The wounded, the soldiers who carried the wounded, and the soldiers who helped carry the wounded and the weapons of the wounded soldiers. The large reduction in combat soldiers made it impossible for the mercenaries to march and fight at the same time as before. When Tissaphnus' army arrived at the village, the mercenaries found that the flags representing Orontes and Sakasti were gone. The generals guessed that Tissaphnus did not appear before because he had gone to see the 2 royal nobles off. At the same time, they began to worry about their future journey. They did not have to worry about the brothers of the king of Persia, but Orontes was the governor of Armenia. He was likely to intercept the mercenaries on the way to Emiria. The Persia army withstood the attacks of the mercenaries' stone throwers. When they reached the mercenaries' camp, they also began to fire arrows. The 2 sides began their daily long-range attacks. However, in this mode of attack, the Persia army was already at a disadvantage. Now that the mercenaries had the protection of the camp, the advantage was even more obvious. The leaders did not understand why the shrewd Tisiphnes would be so rash. The battle only lasted 10 minutes before Tisiphnes retreated with his army. Because there were many cavalry in the Persia army, the Poles' camp was 10 miles away from the mercenaries' camp for fear of being attacked at night and causing chaos. After a discussion, the leaders decided to let the soldiers rest at dusk and march before dawn. If the Persia army caught up, they would set up camp. This would ensure the safety of the troops and not delay the march. In fact, the leaders' arrangement seemed to be a little redundant. For 3 days, the Persia army did not appear. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that the scouts in front reported that the road ahead was narrow and there were several mountains on the side of the road. There were traces of the Persia on the lower mountains. The previous lesson made the leaders extremely cautious. Like before, I will lead a team to go around the right side of the mountain and drive them away, Xenophon said. Because of the previous success, his face was full of confidence. At this moment, the scouts in the rear came back to report that Tisiphnes' main force had been found. This news immediately made the leaders nervous. Because the mercenaries' combat power was not as good as before, and there were too many injured, the mercenaries did not dare to fight with all their strength. Moreover, the entire army was in a hilly area, and the terrain was narrow, which was not conducive for the troops to spread out. Coupled with the fact that the people were too densely packed, the casualties from long-range attacks would increase greatly. Obviously, this time, Tisiphnes had carefully planned to give the mercenaries a big blow. The situation was urgent. Callisops had no time to discuss with the other leaders. With a serious expression, he said to Xenophon, "You must use the fastest speed to drive away the Persia occupying the mountain to ensure that we pass smoothly. As long as you take the mountain, you will be able to hold the mountain road, and Tisiphnes will not dare to pursue us again. I need some light infantry." Xenophon immediately put forward his own request. "I can't give you archers and stone throwers. Only they can fight against Tisiphnes," Callisops stated in advance. "I have 500 light shield soldiers under me that I can send to you," the Devers said first. At this time, they could not conserve their strength. They had to work together to get through this. Xenophon was very grateful to the Devers, because the Devers had publicly expressed their support for him many times. "I'll give you 800 Thrace light shield bearers." Timosong looked at Yali and said loudly. Timoson's former leader, Krilkis, had used the money given to him by Cyrus the Younger to recruit mercenaries from Chersons. He had attacked the Thracian forces near the Hellespont for more than a year, so he had recruited many Thracians. Among the Greek mercenaries, his camp's light shield soldiers were the largest. After Xenophon expressed his gratitude again, he took another 200 heavy infantry soldiers, totaling 1,500 men, and quickly set off. The leaders also ordered the entire army to be on high alert and to speed up the march towards the mountain road. When Xenophon led his army to the foot of the mountain, he found that the Persia had occupied a mountain. He was about to give the order to attack when the Devers' first light shield soldier, Epiphanes, gave his opinion. He pointed to the mountain and said, "Look, Xenophon, the mountain next to the Persia. If we attack the Persia directly, they may retreat to the higher mountain. This will not only delay us, but it will also make it more difficult for us to attack. It is better to occupy the higher mountain first, and then throw javelins and stones at the Persia from above. We can easily repel them." Chapter 53. The Persia were originally prepared to defend against the attack of the mercenaries, but they gradually realized that the mercenaries were running towards the mountain next to them. They were shocked and realized that they had made a mistake. Then they gathered their troops and rushed towards the mountain next to them. At this time, Tisiphnes' army was approaching the mountain pass, and the mercenaries were in formation near the mountain pass. The supply camp and the wounded were concentrated in the rear, very close to the mountain occupied by the Persia. If the Persia fired arrows at full force on the mountain, they could barely hit the edge of the mercenaries' formation. But at this moment, these Persia and Xenophon's troops were rushing toward the top of the mountain from two directions at the same time, raised the shield formation, Stone throwers, get ready. Archers, get ready. The leaders looked solemn as they loudly gave orders to their troops. In front of the mercenaries' formation, the Persia approached like a tide and slowly spread out their formation. Quick, quick, brothers, hold on. You are in a race for your survival. If you put in more effort at this moment, we can march more easily in the future and avoid a lot of troublesome battles. Xenophon cheered them on as he led the troops up the mountain. When they reached the mountainside, the soldiers felt obvious muscle soreness, shortness of breath, and slowing down. But when they saw the Persia on the side of the mountain doing the same thing, a sense of urgency made them not dare to relax. Although the Persia were closer to the top of the mountain, the side they were on was steep, unlike the gentle slope at the back of the mountain, where the mercenaries were walking. In the mountain race between the two armies, the Greeks had the last laugh. They were the first to reach the top of the mountain, and regardless of fatigue, they immediately threw javelins and stones at the Persia who were climbing. The Persia turned and fled. They even abandoned their original position and ran all the way to the foot of the mountain. Tsaphnis's long-range attacks continued. Although the casualties of his troops were increasing, he still did not give the order to retreat. This put a lot of pressure on the mercenaries. Just as they were struggling to hold on, the scouts came to report that Xenophon had sent a message that they had occupied the mountain and driven away the Persia. Retreat. Colosops breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the mercenaries began to retreat in an orderly manner. Persia's army pressed on. When all the mercenaries retreated into the mountain path, the Persia soldiers who were still following them entered the attack range of Xenophon's troops. They were hit by stones and javelins falling from the top of the mountain, and only then did the horn of retreat sound. The mercenaries walked down the mountain path and entered a plain. There were quite a few villages here. The mercenaries began to set up camp, treat the wounded, and replenish a large amount of supplies. This was because the guides had said that the Dakaya Mountains were just ahead. For this reason, the leaders called for an important meeting. We Greeks rebelled against Persia, and the Dushians rebelled against Persia. According to the guides, the Persia had sent an army of about 100,000 men to attack Dukia, but had suffered a great defeat. Since we have enmity with Persia, then we should be able to get along well with the Dakayas. Moreover, we are only passing through Armenia, so we won't violate the Dakayas in any way. As long as we send an envoy to express our desire for peace, I believe that they will definitely accept it. Xenophon spoke with fervor and assurance. After this period of tempering, he had become more confident. Get along well with each other? That's easy for you to say. Timon snorted disdainfully. He somewhat disliked Xenophon's flamboyance. Regardless of whether it was the Devers or Xenophon, they were both young and capable. Their sharpness was too conspicuous, causing some old mercenaries like Creano and Timon to feel jealous and dissatisfied. An army of tens of thousands entering their territory, and one that has defeated the Persia many times, would the Dakayas not be nervous? Would they not be afraid? I don't believe it. Oh, you said that you're only passing through Dukia, but if you were to launch an attack while passing through the villages and settlements, the price would be too great. Would the Dakayas dare to take this risk? You must know that the Dakayas are ferocious and barbaric. Even Persia, which has a vast territory, is afraid of them. How would they agree to our request, which comes from thousands of miles away? Just as Timon finished speaking, Creano continued, A few days ago, my soldiers captured a few Persia Dakaya slaves. After inquiring, I found out that the Dukayas is just a name that the Persia people use for the mountain people who live in this mountainous region. In fact, there are many tribes and different races in the Dukia Mountains. They often fight and kill each other for the sake of the tribe's interests. Some tribes are even mortal enemies. The problem now was, even if we could get the agreement of one tribe, after crossing a few mountains, we might be attacked by another tribe. If we had to negotiate with them one tribe at a time, we would starve if it dragged on for too long. You must know that the Dukia Mountains is an area with barren land and a lack of food. Looks like we can only force our way through. Hieronymus, who rarely spoke, said in an unyielding tone at this moment, After we enter Dukia, we will not take the initiative to invade others. However, If someone dares to invade us, then we must teach them a lesson. When the time comes, we don't know who will be the one to see, who will be the one to teach who a lesson. Xanaparis said helplessly, "Previously, the Persia people occupied the mountain ridges and caused us a lot of trouble. And that was only a few mountains. After entering Dukia, there are mountains everywhere. Most of us are heavy infantry, and we also have a lot of supplies. It will be difficult for us to march, let alone fight. The Dukaya's people are familiar with the terrain, and climbing mountains is an ability they have practiced since childhood, while we can only rely on guides. The mountain roads are narrow, and I'm afraid our team can only form a long line. The Dukayas can attack us from any place, and we can't do anything to them." Xanaparis' words made everyone fall into silence. Xenophon took the opportunity to say, "So, we still have to negotiate with the Dukayas?" No one paid any attention to him. They all looked at Kellythopes. Kellysops looked at the Devers in the corner, who had not spoken, and asked, "Devers leader, what do you think?" The Devers smiled and said slowly, "After listening to everyone's words just now, there are actually two opinions. One is to negotiate with the Dukayas. The advantage is that it is safe, but the disadvantage is that it will take too much time, and the Dukayas may not agree. The second is to force our way through. The advantage is that it saves time, but the disadvantage is that there will be many casualties. So, why don't we combine these two opinions into one solution?" Into one solution? Everyone looked at each other, and even Kellysops was dumbfounded. Felicius, who was next to him, saw their expressions and was secretly amused. In fact, last night, the Devers camp's officers had discussed this matter. When the Devers said his solution, everyone was amazed at his strange idea, but they also had to admit that the possibility of this solution being realized was very high. Now that he was facing the leaders, a sense of superiority inevitably arose in his heart. Everyone asked in unison, "How do we change? Find a tribe, cooperate with them, and let them open the way for us." The Devers' words were astonishing. Everyone was stunned. Xenophon was the first to react. "Devers, you mean let the Dukayas fight the Dukayas? Is this possible? Benefits. As long as there are benefits, everything is possible," the Devers said with certainty. During the 3 days that the mercenaries camped, the Persia cavalry appeared many times, attacking individual soldiers who had separated from the army, taking away livestock, and attempting to set fire to the village. After the leaders discussed, they believed that Tsaphnis was doing his best to prevent the mercenaries from entering Dukaya, and did not hesitate to burn down the territory and people of the king of Persia. In order to prevent him from doing even more insane things, the army could only enter Dukaya in advance. So, on the morning of the 4th day, the mercenaries broke camp and marched north. Chapter 54. "Governor, are we really going to let the Greeks go just like that?" the adjutant asked unwillingly. "Let them go." Tsaphnis glared at him fiercely. "This is the king's order. I have followed his orders and successfully driven the Greek barbarians into Dukia. Do you think they will have an easy time after this?" Tsaphnis pointed to the vast mountains in front of him and said fiercely, "The steep and narrow mountain roads, the forest infested with snakes and insects, and the ferocious Dukia people will devour their courage. Even if they manage to get past Dukia, there is still the army of Orontes waiting for them in front. Even if Orontes can't stop them, they will still encounter the Colubians, the Chaldeanians, the Maronians. Let these barbarians fight amongst themselves. I want to see how many Greek barbarians will be able to return to Greece in the end." He sneered and said, "We don't have to waste all our time and energy here. There are still important things to do in Asia Minor. Retreat. Go back." He simply shouted and turned his horse around. He inadvertently saw the expressionless face of Aureus not far away and was slightly stunned. He subconsciously looked back at the rolling mountains again. It turned out that capturing the leader of the Greek mercenaries was already a great achievement. When everything was going well, he had a new idea, which resulted in the deaths of Mithridat and Althazus, and more than 10,000 casualties, which greatly reduced his achievements. Next, He hoped that the Greeks would be wiped out in the mountains as he thought it would be to vent his hatred. But would it really be as he wished? The mercenaries arrived at the edge of the Dukia Mountains the next day and began to set up camp. The next action would depend on whether Marigi's envoy to the Dukia tribe would be successful. The Devers and other leaders sent Marigi to the mountain pass together, accompanied by dozens of soldiers led by Helos. They drove a few carts full of armor, shields, and spears that the mercenaries had looted from the dead Persia soldiers. These were the weapons and equipment that the Dukia people lacked. In addition, there were more than a dozen Dukia people, mainly slaves that the Devers had previously seized from the Persia villages. Marigi, everything depends on you. Devers gave him a strong hug and then whispered in his ear, "If things go wrong, escape as soon as possible. Helos will help you escape. It doesn't matter if we can't negotiate, we can still barge in. Your safety is the most important thing." Maligi stared blankly for a moment. He looked at the other leaders behind the Devers and immediately said in a loud voice, "Don't worry, with these weapons and those Dakaya people, our negotiation is already half successful. I've made many deals with this tribe's leader, Kong Maluo, so I know him quite well. He has always been very ambitious and has tried his best to strengthen his tribe, monopolizing the trade route between the mountains of Armenia, Dugia, and Media. Therefore, he has fought with the surrounding tribes. I believe that our proposal will make him very interested." "I hope so." Ma Song stepped forward and said stiffly, "You better hurry up. Don't forget, we can only wait for you here for one day." Marigi glanced at him and said nothing more. The Devers also ignored Ma Song and stepped forward to give Helos a stronger hug. Helos strongly requested to go, but his repeated attempts to persuade him to no avail. The Devers knew that his choice was right. Only by having his most powerful confidant as a follower could Marigi completely believe that no matter what happens, the Devers would not easily give up on them. The Devers kept their gratitude in their hearts and said to Helos, "Come back safely, brother." Helos took a step back and solemnly saluted. Divers watched as they walked into the forest until they were completely obscured by the dense foliage. "It feels really strange. We were driven here by the Persia people, but we still have to rely on a Persia to help us get out of danger," Criano said in a strange tone. "Don't think so much, Criano. We are now all hoping that this Persia person can succeed, aren't we?" Xanaparis said lightly, "Perhaps this is the arrangement of the gods. They are happy to see such a wonderful collision of fate." Xenophon's eyes were full of expectation. "And now, we can only wait patiently. Apart from waiting, we also have to prepare for battle," Kellisops reminded everyone. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the camp. On this day, the mercenary leaders prohibited all soldiers from going out to prevent these mercenaries, who were fond of plundering and idling, from clashing with the mountain people of Dukia, which would affect their plans. At the same time, the entire army was on high alert to guard against attacks from Dukia or Persia. But nothing happened on this day. Only a few Dukia mountain people, wearing short fur coats with red patterns on their faces, wandered around the camp with short axes in their hands and bows on their backs. The soldiers looked on one after another and commented. Compared to the relaxed soldiers, the leaders had been nervously worried about whether the plan would be accepted by the Dukia people, especially the Devers, who did not sleep well the whole night. It was not until the next morning that assists broke into the big tent and shook him awake. "Marigi is back." The Devers was so excited that he was no longer sleepy. "Leader, Camillus, the leader of the Dukia tribe, listened to my suggestion and is willing to form an alliance with us." Marigi's excited shout came from behind the assists. "That's great." The Devers jumped up and put his hands on Marigi's shoulders. He said happily, "You have saved the entire mercenary army. All the Greek soldiers have to thank you." A smile appeared on Marigi's face. Then, he showed an awkward expression. Helos and the others could not come back because Camillus wanted to entertain them well. The Devers was stunned. He could hear the strangeness in Marigi's voice. He asked with an ugly expression, "Hostage?" Marigi hurriedly explained, "Yes, for safety, because Camillus wanted to personally discuss the alliance with the leaders." The Devers' expression softened a little, and he hurriedly asked, "When?" Where? Originally, he wanted you to go to the stronghold to negotiate, but I refused. I argued strongly and was threatened several times by him with a knife. Finally, after repeated arguments, it was decided to be at the foot of the mountain in front of us. The time is this afternoon. Marigi emphasized the difficulty of his negotiation. This afternoon, at the foot of the mountain in front. The Devers pondered, and then said with a frown, "It seems that Camillus is eager to form an alliance." "Yes, leader." Marigi looked proud. "Then what are you waiting for? Come with me to find Kellisops and the others." After saying that, the doctor strode out. In the afternoon, Kellisops, Clino, and the Devers led 50 Sparta warriors to the foot of the mountain under the leadership of Marigi. In order to prevent a repeat of the mistakes of Clycus and the other leaders, the rest of the mercenary leaders led the army to the mountain pass a mile away from the foot of the mountain. "It's there." Marigi pointed to the front. On the grass, not far away, there was a tree stump larger than the round shield of a Greek soldier. The cross-section was polished, smooth, and flat, and it was half the height of a person. There were several wooden stumps around it, and beside the wooden stumps was a curved path that extended up into the depths of the mountain. This leader of Dicaea is a conscientious person. As the initiator of this plan, the Devers had to show confidence in it. So he was the first to walk over, push aside the dust and fallen leaves on the wooden stumps, and sat down. Kellisops also sat down calmly. Clino looked around and then slowly sat down. Marigi stood directly next to the Devers. It was already late autumn at this time. When the army was marching in the Tigris River basin, the weather was still warm. When they reached the Dicaea Mountains, the weather turned cold, and the grass began to wither. The mountain wind blew, and the leaves kept falling, covering the ground with a thick layer. Kellisops looked up at the bare branches and said worriedly, "We must pass through this mountain area as soon as possible. Otherwise, when winter comes, the mountains will be even colder, and the soldiers don't have thick clothes to keep them warm." Kellisops' words reminded the Devers that, to be honest, he had never thought in this direction. Chapter 55. The eyes of Caristhorpes and the rest immediately focused on the man in the middle. Compared to the burly men around him, he was slightly thinner, but he was wearing a brighter, short-sleeved leather robe to make up for the shortcomings of his physique. In addition, he was wearing a yellowish-brown Persia robe, which covered the bare legs of the Dukia mountain people. When his pair of light brown, radiant eyes locked onto Kellisthorpes and the others, he raised his right hand and heard the old man Dukia shout, "Dukia Axicant tribe's great leader greets the guests who have come from afar." The mountain people hit their wooden shields with short axes and said, "Ola, Ola." The high-pitched, beast-like roar made the Devers' eardrums uncomfortable. Because the old man was speaking in Dukia, the mercenary leaders were a little confused. Marigi immediately translated for them in a low voice, and soon they calmed down. Even the Devers curiously admired this primitive way of hospitality. With the consent of the leaders, Marigi also shouted loudly in Dukia, "The Sparta prosecutor, Caristhorpes, sends his friendly greetings to the great leader of Camelot." As soon as his voice fell, the 50 silent Sparta warriors behind him roared in unison, "Hey! Hey!" Along with the two roars, the spears were stabbed into the ground in unison, and the round shields opened and closed. Immediately, silence was restored. Compared to the noise of the other side, the Sparta warriors were low-key and reserved, but they gave people an invisible pressure. Camelot's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the 50 tall and straight soldiers. Each of the round shields held in their hands had a big symbol in the center. He muttered, "Sparta, for hundreds of years, the reputation of the Sparta warriors had spread throughout the Mediterranean, and even the people in this remote mountainous area had heard of them." He raised his right hand, and the mountain people's roars gradually stopped. "Welcome. Please sit." He spoke in perfect Persia. As the Sparta censor, Caristhorpes, who often dealt with Persia, certainly understood. He also replied in Persia, "Please sit." The negotiation officially began. Contrary to the Devers' expectations, the seemingly barbaric Dikaya people were actually quite shrewd in their negotiations, especially Comoros. Their request was simply to use the Greek mercenaries as coolies and thugs. Their reasoning was quite sufficient. If our tribe becomes the ally of the Greek mercenaries, we will offend the powerful Persia. At the same time, we will be isolated and ostracized by the other tribes of Dikaya. We must offer enough benefits to make the warriors of the entire tribe agree to sign the covenant. The ability of the Greek negotiators was also not weak. Chrysippus was sent by Sparta to be the liaison with Little Cyrus, so his diplomatic ability was unquestionable. Devers, as the main person in charge of the city's high-tech development zone in his previous life, had participated in many business negotiations, and there was also Marigi, a businessman who was familiar with Dugia. Before they came, the mercenaries had already discussed the bottom line that they had to adhere to. That was, the Greek mercenaries had to decide their route and not be manipulated by others. They deliberately showed that they did not value the alliance very much. When the negotiations were in a stalemate, Criano said several times that it did not matter if the alliance could not be formed. The soldiers could break in by force. In this way, the leaders of the Zocan tribe felt a headache. After all, they were the first stumbling block on the mercenaries' way to Armenia. There were clearly benefits to be reaped, but they chose to confront the Greeks, who had defeated Persia. Of course, they could also choose not to fight head-on, and the mercenaries would not be able to do anything to them. However, they could not move their stronghold away, and their houses and supplies might not be preserved. More importantly, it would deal a blow to Camillus's prestige. At the same time, it would increase the covetous hearts of the surrounding tribes towards the Zocan tribe. After a few confrontations, they finally reached an agreement. First, the Greek mercenaries and the Zocan tribe of Dugia would become allies. Both sides would be friendly and would not invade each other. Second, the Greek mercenaries would decide their own route of march. The tribes near the route would be attacked by the mercenaries and the Zocan tribe together. The mercenaries would get 60% of the resources and wealth obtained, while the Zocan tribe would get 40%. The captured enemies would be handed over to the Zocan tribe to deal with. Without the consent of the Zocan tribe, the mercenaries were not allowed to kill or loot. Third, the battle would be coordinated by Colossops and Camillus. If there were disagreements that could not be resolved, the battle would be cancelled. This was originally added by Colossops because he was afraid that Camillus would disregard the mercenaries' lives for the sake of the tribe and adopt some tactics that were disadvantageous to the mercenaries. In fact, this was never implemented in the end. After tasting the sweetness for the first time, Camillus was afraid that the mercenaries would cancel the attack plan. Therefore, if the mercenaries had any objections, he would take the initiative to negotiate with Colossops. Fourth, if the Zocan tribe had a special target that needed to be attacked and it was not near the mercenaries' route of march, they could hire the Greeks to attack. However, they needed to discuss with the leaders and obtain the consent of the mercenaries. This was mainly a request of Camillus. As for Colossops, Devers, after discussion, they believed that if the cooperation between the two sides went smoothly, as long as the target was close, the mercenaries could accept the hiring. After all, since Cyrus the Younger died in battle, the soldiers no longer had any salary. The covenant will be implemented today, and it will end when the Greek mercenaries leave Dugia. The last procedure to achieve the covenant was the sacrifice. Colossops was already prepared for this. He ordered the slaughter of 3 white lambs that had been brought, and the fresh blood was placed on the tree stump. The Zocan tribe also slaughtered a deer. Then, both sides inserted wooden strips around the stump and lit a fire. Then, both sides read aloud the terms of the covenant written on 2 pieces of animal skin in the Persian language. There was no priest in the mercenary army, so Colossops had to do it on his behalf. On the other hand, the strangely dressed wizard in Dugia carried it out. When the sacrifice was completed, both sides began to discuss the next step. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind blew, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground and blowing out the torches around the stump. The expressions of everyone present changed. The Greeks, including the silent Sparta warriors, respectfully shouted the name of the god Zeus. The Dugia people, on the other hand, knelt down and worshipped the mountain god they revered. Obviously, everyone believed that the god had appeared and approved of this alliance. Therefore, the attitudes of both sides became much more positive. Camillus even sent one of his sons to serve as a guide for the mercenaries. 20 days later, the mercenaries left the Dugia mountains and entered the plains. In these 20 days, the mercenaries cooperated with the Zocan tribe and broke through 4 mountain strongholds. They also defeated a joint attack by the Dugia tribe. The casualties in the battle were not small, but they seized a lot of supplies. During the long march through the mountains, the supplies were maintained. The harvest of the Zocan tribe was even greater. Apart from the stubborn ones, most of the captured mountain people were forced to join the Zocan tribe. They did not know to what extent the population of the Zocan tribe had expanded, but it was obvious that Camillus was satisfied. This could be seen from the fact that he sincerely gave Colossops a good white wolf skin when they parted. After a few days of marching through the plains, the mercenaries found some villages one afternoon. Therefore, the mercenaries happily stopped advancing and began to drive away the villagers, plunder the supplies, and set up camp in the villages. They could finally have a good night's sleep and no longer have to worry about the pain of being bitten by snakes and insects. The next morning, the mercenaries marched to the Kintrit River, which was the border river between Emeria and Dugia. The river was about 60 meters wide. The troops followed the guide's instructions to the place where there was a pontoon bridge and found that the pontoon bridge had been burned. The leaders looked at the charred traces of the bridge piles on the shore, and their hearts sank. The Persia people were nearby. Colossops immediately ordered Led's cavalry squad to investigate the surrounding area. After entering the mountains, the cavalry squad had lost a lot of horses, and there were only 5 or 6 intact horses left. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers to go into the river to explore the depth of the water. After receiving the order, several soldiers who were good at swimming took off their armor and walked into the river. When they reached the middle of the river, the water had already reached their chest level. At this moment, someone shouted, "The Persia people!" Chapter 56. "Everyone, get into formation," the officer shouted. The soldiers in the river hurriedly retreated and were almost washed away by the current. There are many large and round rocks at the bottom of the river. It's very slippery. The soldiers reported to the leaders after they reached the shore. "It seems that with the Persia on the other side, it will be very difficult for us to cross the river," Timison said helplessly, and the other leaders agreed. They stared at the other side of the river. The Persia had stopped advancing and were sticking close to the riverbank. Their formation was about a mile long, and there seemed to be no less than 20,000 people. "It's Oronta's army," Creono said in surprise. Xenophon said with some regret, "It seems that he got ahead of us." Xanaparis pointed at the other side of the river in surprise and shouted, "Look, he even recruited a lot of Caldans." Caldans? The Devers did not know about this, and turned to look at Felicius in confusion. "The Caldans are a tribe that lives in Armenia. I heard that they are brave and aggressive, and the Persia like to recruit them as heavy infantry," Felicius explained as he pointed at the other side of the river. "Look there." Following the direction of his finger, the Devers saw some Caldans in the middle of the Persia army. They were wearing leather helmets and robes, holding a long shield in one hand and a spear in the other. "It seems that Orontes is trying his best to stop us. Unfortunately, the Caldans are no match for us," Timison said unwillingly. "But with this river, it's hard to say," Xanaparis said with a slightly pessimistic tone. "Let the soldiers set up camp and rest first. Since I want to scout this river to see if there is a better place to cross it on foot," Callisthorpes said calmly. The order was passed down, and the troops retreated less than a mile away from the Kintrit River to set up camp. Not long after, Leds brought back a piece of news. There were no traces of the Persia on the riverbank, but they found some Dacia spying on them in the forest not far away. This made the leaders frown. "Go and get Izum," Callisthorpe said. Izum was the son of Comoro, the great leader of the Zocan tribe, who had been sent as a guide. In the 20 days he had spent with the Greeks, the energetic young man had developed a strong curiosity about distant Greece. He did not want to return to the secluded stronghold, but wanted to go out and explore. With the consent of Camelot, the mercenaries accepted him. When Wyzam received the news, he was stunned at first, but he immediately swore that those Dakaya people were definitely not sent by the Zokan tribe. He even volunteered to go and investigate. After getting the approval of the leaders, Leds took him there. At the end of half an hour, he returned to report that they belonged to the tribes which had united in the mountains to attack the Greek mercenaries, and that he had seen some of them. After Wyzam left, Xenophon heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I knew it. Camelot worked very well with us before. How could he start plotting against us as soon as he split up?" Criano snorted. "Don't be too gullible when it comes to the words of this Ducoe. How do you know that Camelot's son is not lying? We have all seen what kind of person Camelot is. Every time after a battle, he would argue with us for a long time about the ownership of the spoils of war. He would not even let go of a jar. Such a greedy person. Now that we're going to fight with the Persia, how could he let go of such a good opportunity to take advantage of us? Moreover, the alliance is no longer effective now. There are no restrictions on him." Timosong interrupted. "His son is in our hands." Xenophon reminded, "I heard that he has more than 10 sons. It is not a big deal for one to die. Besides, who knows if Camelot had already planned to let him be a spy?" Criano retorted. The Devers who were sitting in the corner saw that the atmosphere in the tent was not right. Xenophon was a very active and energetic person. As he became more familiar with the affairs of the mercenaries, he became more active. In the eyes of some of the leaders, he was too flamboyant and would find opportunities to knock him down from time to time. The Devers had advised him to restrain himself. His reply was, "I did not do anything wrong. Hades did not send me here to please someone, but to contribute my strength to save the lives of more than 10,000 Greek brothers." In comparison, the younger Devers were more mature. After becoming a leader, other than working hard to win respect and prestige for himself when it was time to perform, he was usually very introverted. When discussing matters, he would listen attentively. This was because he knew that these leaders had been on the battlefield for many years and had rich experience. They were worth learning and thinking about. We all know that Camelot is an ambitious and smart person. A smart person knows what to do at the right time. The most important thing for the Zokan tribe to do now is to quickly annex and digest the 4 tribes and integrate them into his tribe. Only then can they truly become his strength. So as soon as we left the mountainous area, he hurriedly separated from us. I don't think he will provoke us when the internal situation is still unstable. He knows how strong we are, especially when there are many enemies around him, the Devers said gently. Xenophon had a good relationship with him, so he had to help him out of his predicament, whether it was in public or in private. In that case, the Dakaya Mountain people who came to spy on us are like that kid said, people from the tribes that we defeated. They did not attack the Zokan tribe, but dared to provoke the powerful us, Cristiano said mockingly. Like you said before, they're here to see if there are any benefits to be gained, the Devers replied cleverly. Kelisops said, "It doesn't matter if they are from the Zokan tribe or not. On the plains, as long as we are on guard, we do not fear anyone. The important thing now is to find a way to cross the river, break through the blockade of Orontes, and enter Armenia. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more difficult it will be." The leaders were all silent. A day had passed, but there was no discovery. On the second day, there was still no good news, but there was a lot of bad news. There were more and more Dakaya mountain people in the nearby mountains, and Leds roughly estimated there to be more than 1,000 people. The Persia soldiers on the opposite side also seemed to be increasing, but the supplies seemed to be decreasing rapidly. The soldiers who went out to collect firewood were also attacked by the Dakaya people from time to time. The grim situation not only made the soldiers feel anxious, but even the leaders began to feel impatient. While the leaders were discussing, Celephon suggested to let Wyzam return to the tribe and look for his father, Camoro, to see if he could help the mercenaries drive away the Dakaya people. This was ridiculed by Timison, and both sides even quarreled. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xenophon brought 2 young warriors and entered the tent with his head held high. It turned out that the two warriors had found a place where they could easily cross the river. Hearing this news, the previous conflicts among the leaders disappeared, and they all became excited. But in order not to attract the attention of the Persia people on the other side, Kelisops changed into an ordinary soldier's uniform and walked with the soldiers to the place where they could cross the river. Chapter 57. The place to cross the river is about 8 miles upstream from our camp. The river is about 85 meters wide, and the deepest part of the river reaches our waist. The bottom of the river is made of stone sand, so it's not too slippery, but it's also quite hard. This side of the river is flat, while the other side has more rocks. Cherisops explained the situation of the exploration in a concise manner. Looks like this is a very good place to cross the river. Let's gather the entire army and quickly cross the river, Timothy said excitedly. But we have to consider that Aranta's troops will intercept us on the other side of the river. If we forcefully cross the river, our casualties will increase, Xanthoparis said cautiously. The Persia will never think that we will cross the river so easily. As long as we rush to the other side of the river as fast as possible, we will definitely be able to give them a surprise attack, Timothy said confidently. Don't forget, we still have the Dakayas behind us. What about our supply camp? Moreover, the Persia have more troops than us, and they also have the Kaldan. As long as they can withstand our attacks for a period of time, we will be in trouble. Who knows how long the sand in the river can support the soldiers? Xanthoparis said with slight worry. Timothy immediately asked in reply, Then what good idea do you have? Xanthoparis said, So we have to discuss how to cross the river smoothly and minimize our losses. I thought you had a good idea. Timothy glanced at him. I have a suggestion, Xenophon interrupted. We can divide a portion of the soldiers to protect the supply camp. When the main army is preparing to cross the river, this portion of the soldiers will lead the supply camp to the original pontoon bridge and pretend to cross the river. The Persia will definitely think that we are going to cross the river again from here and attack them from the rear. They will divide their troops to defend, and when the main army defeats the enemy on the other side, this portion of the soldiers will protect the supply camp and return to the place where the main army is fighting to cross the river. This way, the troops will be divided, and the supply camp will be protected. What do you think? Xenophon said with some satisfaction. It had to be said that Xenophon's plan was not bad. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Cristiano asked, The supply camp is very large. How many soldiers are you going to send to protect it? If there are too many of them, it will affect the time we have to defeat the Persia. Moreover, if you make the supply camp and the soldiers march back and forth, not only will it easily cause them to be exhausted, it will also make them vulnerable to the attacks of the Dakaya people. Have you considered this aspect? Xenophon was speechless for a moment. He wriggled and said, Casualties are inevitable in war. As long as we can minimize the losses. At this moment, Devers said, inspired by Xenophon, I've also come up with an idea. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's gazes focused on him. This was because it had been proven many times that this youngest leader never spoke lightly, and his words always solved the problem. We will not cross the river for the time being during the day. Devers glanced at the leaders and saw that although they were slightly surprised, they continued to listen quietly. At night, after the Persia people have entered the camp to sleep, we can first send a unit to cross the river and find a place to hide. When our main forces fight with the Persia tomorrow, they can suddenly attack the rear of the Persia army. This will disrupt the Persia's formation and thus attack from the front and rear. Not only will they be able to defeat the Persia, they may even annihilate a part of them, thereby weakening the strength of the Persia. This will allow us to enter Armenia and reach Yoke Sea more smoothly. Everyone's eyes lit up. Devers' suggestion was indeed original and different from the rest. In fact, it was still the leader's thinking that was trapped in the military tradition of frontal assault advocated by the Greeks for hundreds of years. And Devers' plan to cross the river was inspired by the strategy adopted by the Great Red Army in his previous life, which was a combination of smuggling of small units and frontal assault of large units when they liberated Hainan. Devers, The soldiers do not have the experience of crossing the river at night. How many people do you want to send across the river first? If they riot out of fear when crossing the river, they can easily drown and even alert the Persia, causing our operation to fail. Then, the Persia will know the crossing point that we have painstakingly found. Creano's tone was much better than when he was talking to Xenophon. The problem he was worried about was also an important reason why the mercenaries did not dare to cross the river at night. Also, how will the troops hide after reaching the shore? Will we attack the rear of the Persia army? I'm afraid we have to consider all of these, Timison reminded. Devers said without hesitation. For a unit, these problems are not problems at all. He then looked at Charles Thorpe's. Charles Thorpe's nodded in agreement. That night, 700 Sparta soldiers successfully sneaked across the Kintrat River. The next morning, the mercenaries began to set up camp. The Persians saw this and quickly gathered on the other side of the river. The mercenaries slaughtered 3 lambs, and the leaders sacrificed them to Oceanus, the god of the ocean and rivers. The whole army sang piously. Orgeontes had a premonition that the Greeks might cross the river, so he ordered the army to prepare immediately. After the worship, the mercenaries began to march downstream along the riverbank. After a few miles, they stopped and rested for a while. Then, they turned and marched upstream. The handsome Armenian governor, who was deeply favored by the king of Persia, did not know where the Greeks were going. He thought that they did not dare to cross the river with the Persia army on the other side, so they were looking for a way out. Seeing them running around like headless chickens, he could not help but feel proud. The Persia army continued to march on the other side of the river. The mercenaries finally arrived at the crossing point marked by Charles Thorpe's and immediately stopped moving. Then, according to the previous plan, with the end of the left wing as the axis, the whole army quickly rotated towards the river bank. Before Orgeontes could understand, the mercenaries had already spread out in formation towards the Kintrat River. The whole army was divided into 3 parts. The first part was for the 7,000 soldiers who were preparing to cross the river and fight the Persia army. They were standing on the bank in a narrow, horizontal, and thick column formation, because the river crossing was not long. The second part was for the supply camp, which was closely behind them, and the third part was for the 3,000 soldiers who were behind the supply camp, with their backs to the riverbank to prevent the attack of the Dushians. Just as the Persia army slowly adjusted their formation, the mercenaries blew the bugle to attack, and the 7,000 soldiers stepped into the Kintrat River without hesitation. Orgeontes' expression changed. He finally understood. The Greeks were preparing to cross the river from here. Without worrying about the long-range attacks of the mercenaries, Orgeontes hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Let the infantry block the way! Archers! Archers, release the arrows!" As he shouted, he hoped that the Kintrat River would slow down the advance of the mercenaries, and that the arrows would cause chaos among the Greeks, causing them to panic and drown. After a moment of panic, Orgeontes regained his composure. After all, he had personally tested the depth of the river. Maybe this is my chance to make a great contribution, he thought excitedly. The Devers followed the soldiers in front of them at the rear of the right wing of the army, stepping on the harder river sand and striding forward. Chapter 58. When they reached the middle of the river, they found that the water only reached their crotch, just as Kurlathorpe had said. This relieved the uneasy soldiers, and they quickened their pace. The Persia army was already some distance away from the riverbank, and the dense rocks along the bank affected their speed. The catapults at the back of the mercenaries used their long range to disrupt the Persia army's formation. Therefore, before the chaotic Persia army could reach the bank, and before the archers could fire 2 rounds of arrows, the mercenaries had already reached the bank. Orontes, a great Persian noble who spent most of his time in his tent drinking wine and playing with dancers, had never done a detailed investigation and understanding of the battlefield. When he saw the mercenaries crossing the river so easily and approaching him like hungry wolves, he completely panicked. Fortunately, his adjutant was calmer and urged the infantry to quickly surround them. After the first few rows of the mercenaries rushed ashore, they had to slow down because of the rugged reefs on the shore. This gave the Persian army some time to catch their breath. Finally, They surrounded the mercenaries like a tidal wave and gradually surrounded them tightly. The mercenaries were never afraid of close combat. They used a round shield in their left hand to protect themselves and their teammates, and raised their spears high in their right hand to stab the enemy in front of them. The soldiers in the back also stretched their spears forward to protect their teammates in the front and, at the same time, to deter the enemy. Although the soldiers at the back of the formation could not participate in the battle, they did not just stand by and watch. They tried their best to push the soldiers in front of them forward, hoping to use their strength to push back the enemy's formation or even break it. The valiant Khaldan soldiers faced the mercenaries' ferocious charge head-on. They waved their spears and fought back without showing any signs of weakness. Meanwhile, the Persians had more soldiers and higher ground to offset part of the impact of the Greek heavy infantry. The archers and cavalry at the back of the Persia army did not dare to show weakness. They desperately shot a round of arrows to counter the long-range attacks of the Greek catapults and archers. The two sides engaged in a bloody battle on the north bank of the Kintrit River. If the mercenaries won, they would descend upon the soil of Armenia and ravage it, which Orjantas and his Armenians did not wish to see. If the mercenaries lost, they would be destroyed. Therefore, both sides were doing their best. The mercenaries, standing in the middle of the river, faced the greatest dilemma. On the one hand, the biting water was sapping their strength, and on the other hand, most of the Persia's arrows were falling on them. This allowed them to use their shields to protect themselves while also preventing themselves from being washed away by the river. Devers saw with their own eyes that a soldier had slipped and fallen. The soldiers around him rushed forward to save him, but he was hit by an arrow and fell into the water. It was not a serious injury, but because he was wearing heavy armor, it was difficult for him to get up. Why aren't the Sparta soldiers here yet? Devers were anxiously looking forward to it. Orontes, who was standing on top of a large rock, calmed down because of the balance of the battle. He saw the mercenaries struggling to be washed downstream by the Kintrit River from time to time, and he began to feel hopeful again. Of course, he couldn't see, nor would he see, the soldiers under him falling one after another. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the right flank of the army. What's it took is doing? Orontes looked to the right in anger and saw a shocking scene. The light infantry and cavalry archers at the rear of the right flank were fleeing in panic. Behind these defeated soldiers, there were hundreds of fully armed Greek soldiers forming a thin infantry line, driving the defeated soldiers towards the middle. Greeks! It's the Greeks! Quick! Quick! Orontes panicked once more and began to shout indiscriminately. The adjutant hurriedly led the governor's personal guards forward to stop the defeated soldiers and prevent them from charging through the middle formation. However, the Greek soldiers were not like ordinary Greek heavy infantry at all. They ran quickly and chased after the defeated soldiers behind them. With a swing of their shields, they knocked out one soldier, and with a swing of their spears, they knocked out another soldier. They were simply efficient killing machines. The Persia soldiers ran for their lives like demons from hell. The personal guards could not stop them at all. In an instant, they were swept to the left, and the formation of the Persia soldiers on the right and middle was completely shattered. The mercenaries who were stopped at the riverbank easily broke through the line of the panicking Khardan soldiers and began a massacre. It had to be said that the Sparta soldiers, who had been trained since they were young, had strong tactical skills. According to their rough plan, they began to consciously drive the defeated soldiers to the riverbank. Except for a few sober Persia soldiers, most of the soldiers did not know which direction to go and only followed the flow of people. When they saw the wide Kent River in front of them, they all burst into tears of despair. After the personal guards escorted Orontes to a safe place, Orontes could not help but cry when he saw that only a few hundred soldiers followed him out of the originally mighty army of more than 20,000. He knew that, with his strength, he could no longer stop the Greek mercenaries from setting foot on Armenia's territory. The mercenary leaders were excited. Faced with a large number of Polish soldiers who had surrendered, they quickly made a decision. They released the soldiers of other races, such as the Khardan soldiers, and expressed the goodwill of the Greek mercenaries to them. As for the Persia soldiers, the leaders and the Devers had no choice but to slaughter them. The Greek heavy infantry ignored the pleas of the thousands of unarmed Persia soldiers and used shields and spears to drive them into the Kent River. They stabbed them randomly and used stones and arrows to cause chaos in the river. Those who fell into the water would pull down the people around them in order to survive. They were like crabs in a jar, pulling at each other's legs, and no one could escape. Not long after, the Devers saw that the river was densely packed with floating corpses. He sighed inwardly and shifted his gaze to the other side. There was no trace of the Dachaias. Obviously, they were too frightened to come out after seeing the defeat of the Polish army. The mercenaries' rear guard and supply camp were also able to easily cross the Kent River. Then, under the leadership of the leaders, the whole army occupied the empty camp of Orontes. The fleeing Persia left behind a large number of supplies. So, after the whole army made sacrifices to Zeus and Oceanus, they began to celebrate their victory. Because everyone knew that after defeating Orontes, no one in Armenia could stop them from advancing forward. They were even more confident that they could return to Greece. Epilogue of the first volume. After finishing the first volume, the Devers' adventure in Persia temporarily came to an end. In fact, the content I wrote was only a very small part of Xenophon's The Long March. The mercenaries also experienced a lot of difficulties and setbacks, but there was no need to waste ink on this, because it was not the focus of the book. Also, I'm not boasting, but I don't like to write too much when I write. In fact, the author's writing style is poor. He doesn't know how to pile up flowery words. Laugh. The Devers was reborn in this era and adapted to it. Through his own wisdom and hard work, he became the leader of the mercenaries and gradually mastered military skills. He won the hearts of the troops and gained a firm foothold. He had already achieved the goal of this volume. Next, he should fight for his ideals and not endlessly fight and kill on the way back to his hometown. For me, it was a relief because this volume restricted my imagination and thinking too much. After all, the idea of this volume could not deviate too much from the time, characters, events, and other clues in The Long March. On the basis of retaining about 20% of the story in the original book, I made 80% of the innovations. The following story took place in a region that was unfamiliar to readers and unfamiliar to scholars. The history of this region could only be found in Herodotus' History, Thucydides' History of the War of Peloponnesus, and other works left behind by scholars of that era. Combined with historical evidence, such as ruins, inscriptions, and artifacts excavated by later generations, scholars had a general understanding of the region's history during that period. However, there was no detailed record of its history, so the recorded history of the various city-states was intermittent. Not only were the political systems and diplomatic relations of the various city-states vague, but the characters, events, and time of occurrence were also not very specific. Based on the collected information, there was even less information about it in our country. Combined with my own inference and coupled with my imagination, I conceived a story that I felt was more reasonable. As the Devers moved forward, I unveiled its mysterious veil. I hope you will be satisfied. The Devers still had a long journey ahead of them. This was just the beginning. Let's accompany him, encourage him, and experience his legendary journey together. Chapter 59. In 657 BC, Prince Bezin of the Greek city-state of Megara, next to Athens and to its southwest, was preparing to lead his people to build a colony on the coast of Asia Minor. He asked Delphi for an oracle to help him choose a suitable location to build the city, but he received a vague answer: build the city opposite the blind man. Bezin didn't understand the oracle at first, but when his ship arrived at the city of Charseton on the east side of the Bosporus Strait, he suddenly understood. Charseton's geographical location was so bad that he couldn't see the Golden Horn Bay on the other side. It was obvious that only a blind man would build a city there. Thus, he built a colony on the other side of Charseton and named it Byzantium. Since Megara wasn't a strong city-state, the number of immigrants it could provide was limited. After a few hundred years of development, Byzantium was still a small city, but its position gradually became more important. After the rise of Athens, food mainly came from the city-states in the Yoke Galaxy. Therefore, Byzantium, which had already conquered Chalcedon, was the hub city that guarded the sea passage between the Yoke Galaxy and the Aegean Sea. Naturally, it became the focus of Athens' attention. After that, Byzantium joined the Delian League and became an ally of Athens. After the Peloponnesian War, the Spartans, who were the victors of the Peloponnesian War, saw the geographical location of the Byzantine Empire. Not only did they establish a puppet regime in the Byzantine Empire, but they also stationed troops in the city and controlled the Bosporus Strait. One day in the early spring of 399 BC, Burko's ship sailed into the port of Byzantium. Standing at the bow of the ship, he saw more than 100 warships densely packed at the port. He temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. I should be able to make it in time. Just as he was following the instructions of the port manager and directing the crew to slowly sail the ship to the designated port, the people who were busy at the port suddenly screamed. In the chaos, many people jumped onto the ships in panic, untied the ropes, and were about to sail away from the port. Without coordination, the ships collided with each other, and it was a mess. Some ships were even knocked over, and the crew panicked and fell into the water. Burkos hurriedly ordered the ship to row back. Fortunately, he hadn't entered the port yet, and he escaped the disaster. He anchored the ship outside the port unwillingly and observed the situation. Many people had the same idea as him. After a while, hundreds of ships of various sizes were anchored outside the port, floating up and down with the waves. Looking at the previously bustling port, in the blink of an eye, it had become empty, leaving behind a mess. Burkos was puzzled, so he asked the neighboring ship loudly, "Hey, what's going on?" "It's those damn mercenaries. The mercenaries from Persia are going to attack Byzantium." Mercenaries attacking the Byzantine Empire? Burkos' heart skipped a beat. Why? I don't know. They heard that Sparta lied to them and told them that they would be given food as long as they arrived at Byzantium. However, when they arrived at Byzantium, they didn't fulfill their promise and even tricked them out of the city and closed the gate. Therefore, these mercenaries were furious. Sigh, in this world, there are soldiers with spears and shields roaming the streets like bandits. The unlucky ones are us, ordinary citizens. An old man who looked like the captain of the ship said, "Brother, you are not a Byzantine, right? Where are you from?" Burkos hesitated for a second and said, Turii. "Oh, I know that city. Is it in Greece? I haven't been there, but I have been to Tarentum. It is a good place, so rich. I say, your place is the best. Right now, Asia Minor is in chaos, and wars can break out everywhere." Burkos didn't want to listen to the old man's rambling, so he asked, "Who is in charge of Byzantium now?" "General Crender of Sparta," the old man complained. "Sparta only know how to kill people, but they don't know how to manage a city. It has only been a few years since they conquered Byzantium. Look, they are much worse than before." Sigh. Burkos suddenly thought of something and asked, "Old man, what's your name? You have been a captain for many years, right? You should be familiar with all the ship owners here." "Byzantium's Pisilus. When Pericles of Athens became the chief general, I started running ships. At that time, he even led the Athens fleet to Yoke Galaxy to buy wheat, and I met him before. I am familiar with all the ship owners and ship owners here. I watched a lot of them grow up." The old man bragged about his past and asked casually, "What? You want to use ships?" "Maybe," Burkos said vaguely. "What are you transporting?" The old man didn't avoid the topic and continued to ask, "Food? Wood? Stone? Olive oil?" Burkos was a little helpless against this old man's questioning. He thought for a while and said, "Maybe people." The old man's eyes opened wide, and he immediately thought of something. "Could it be those mercenaries? No wonder you asked me if I know all the ship owners here." "Great. That was great. Quickly get them out of here, and our Byzantium will be peaceful for a while." Burkos didn't admit nor deny. At this moment, a signal came from the port. Everything is safe, and the ships are allowed to enter the port. "Hey, brother, if you want to use a ship, you can come to the port. Tell any Byzantine at the port, find old Pisilus, and they will bring you to me." As the ships entered the port, The old man was still at the back of the ship, and he left a message for Burkos. Okay, Burkos answered. He was thinking, should I visit the Byzantine commander of Sparta, Carina first? There were a few Thracian villages not far away from the city of Byzantium, and the military camps of the Greek mercenaries were everywhere. It was already dusk, and most of the soldiers were resting. Only one big tent was lit by candlelight. Devers was thinking hard in the tent, and he didn't even notice Christoia coming in. Dear, what are you thinking about? Christoia reached out her snow-white arms and hugged Devers from behind and asked softly. Devers sniffed her hair and sighed. He said, Today, we arranged the soldiers to put on a show. We made the angry Sparta pretend that they're going to attack Byzantium, and we forced them to give us some supplies. However, this can't solve the problem. Mers has sneaked into the city and got some information. Sparta's general, Tiburon, was appointed as the governor of Asia Minor of Sparta. He has arrived at Ephesus and started to recruit soldiers. It seems like your judgment is correct. Sparta is going to start a war with Persia. Sparta's commander Creander trapped us here, and he wants us to help him eliminate the Thracians nearby. I'm afraid he wants us to help him fight against Persia. Didn't Caristhorpes think highly of you? When he went back to report on his work, he even asked Anisus to take care of you. Unfortunately, you ignored Anisus's attempts to rope you in. Now, he's on good terms with Xenophon. Christoia caressed his face and teased. Xenophon is good at this, but I'm not interested in Sparta. Divers scratched his head in annoyance. If we keep fighting with Sparta, I'm afraid we won't even have a place to bury ourselves before we die. It's a pity that we're fish out of the sea now. We can only wait to be slaughtered. Christoia kissed him gently on the cheek. Dear, don't be so depressed. I met someone on my way here. He might be able to solve your problem. Ooh, Davis was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 60. The Devers looked over and saw a middle-aged man walk into the tent. He was of medium build and had a kind and amiable face. The middle-aged man was also looking at the Devers. Although he had heard some rumors about this mercenary leader, he was still surprised by his young age when he met him in person. However, the Devers now looked a little different from when he fought at the Kintret River half a year ago. Not only did he have a circle of stubble on his chin and a scar on his face, but the hardships and bloody battles along the way had also made him more experienced and murderous. His eyes were sharper and more threatening. Turiai's citizen Buckos greets the Devers. The middle-aged man stepped forward and saluted the Devers. Turiai? The Devers was a little confused. He had never majored in history in his previous life, so he knew nothing about this city. The uneducated memory of this body was also of no help. At this time, Christoia saw his confusion and explained softly, Turiai is located in the west of the Taranto Bay in Great Greece. It is the youngest Greek city in southern Italy. After Sybaris was destroyed by Crotone twice, the people of Sybaris who lost their homes sought help from Athens. At that time, Pericles was the chief general of Athens. He responded to the request of the people of Sybaris and decided to build a new Greek city on the old site of Sybaris. So he called on all the cities in Greece, including Miletus, to migrate there. This is how Turiai came about. Madam, you are absolutely right. I respect your profound knowledge. Although Buckos was surprised that a woman would appear in such an important meeting place, he still behaved politely. Sybaris. The Devers felt that the name was a little familiar. He repeated it a few times and suddenly remembered. Oh, is it the Sybaris where the citizens lived a luxurious life and even used the war horse to train to dance, but was defeated by Crotone with music? Yes. Buckos looked at Devers' excited expression and couldn't help but wonder if his ability was as magical as the rumors said. The reason divers remembered this story was because Sybaris' extravagant lifestyle had led to their downfall. It had become a fable in the West in his previous life, and this story was also related to the famous ancient Greek mathematician Pythagoras. Italy. Devers pondered for a while and suddenly became interested. Why are you looking for me? Buckos became nervous. At first, he was full of confidence, but the successive rejections from the leaders made him a little worried. Devers was his last hope. Tourists are being invaded by the indigenous people, So we want to hire you and your soldiers to help us defeat these indigenous people. Devers and Kristoya looked at each other. Buckos continued, "Of course, we will pay you handsomely. How much can you pay?" Devers leaned forward and asked with interest. Buckos felt hopeful and immediately perked up. 1 Dalek gold coin per month for a soldier. Divers said nothing. Instead, he sat back down. "Oh, I remembered wrong. It should be 1.5. Oh no. No, it should be 2. 2 Dalek gold coins." Buckos saw that Devers remained expressionless, and his voice trembled. "What happened to tourists that made you so anxious?" Devers suddenly smiled. Buckos thought to himself, "Oh no, I underestimated this young man." At the same time, I was anxious to see if the hire would succeed. I gave myself away under the young man's silent seduction. "Buckos, if you want me to cooperate with tourists, then you better tell me the truth," Devers said in a tone that did not allow for refusal. Buckos, on the other hand, heard a glimmer of hope, so he adjusted his mood and said with a heavy heart, "The Lucanians, the indigenous people of Italy, have invaded the territory of Tullidge." After a discussion at the Tullidge General Assembly, they unanimously decided to send troops to repel the Lucanians. "So, we sent 10,000 heavy infantry and 1,000 cavalry, but we suffered a crushing defeat. The ferocious Lucanians slaughtered our soldiers wantonly. They cut their bodies into pieces and piled them outside the city. Less than 300 citizens managed to return to the city. When I set off, the natives had not yet attacked the city, but they had already occupied the city of Amendola, north of Turis. This caused considerable panic among the tourist citizens. Now, they pin all their hopes on me. So. As he spoke, Burkos' tears rolled down his face. Devers, who had seen too many tragedies in the past year, had a heart of stone. He was familiar with Buckos' sadness and asked in surprise, "So many soldiers. Are they all tourist citizens?" "Yes, Turis is one of the most prosperous cities in Greece." Buckos wiped his tears and said proudly, 11,000 soldiers actually failed. Are the Lucanians very powerful?" Devers continued to ask curiously. "No, actually, there are only 8,000 Lucanians." Buckos was afraid that Devers would be frightened, so he could only say, It's just that the interior of Turis. The main thing is that they did not have a good commander. They advanced too rashly and fell into an ambush. Oh, I see. Devers rubbed the stubble on his chin and asked again, "Why didn't you ask for help from the other cities?" "We, the southern Greek city-states, have a defensive alliance, but for some reason, the natives have begun to invade the territories of the other city-states. Tarentum, Lacri, and Crotone do not have extra forces to support us. Syracuse is also facing the attack of Carthage. I even asked for help from Sparta, but Sparta seems to be at odds with Persia. They rejected my request, but agreed to help me hire soldiers in Greece." Buckos said helplessly, "Greece is not lacking in soldiers now. Why did you ask for us?" Devers asked again. Buckos immediately said in a flattering tone, "I had already recruited some soldiers in Ephesus, but I heard about you guys. I wanted to safely retreat from the hinterland of Persia. Your bravery and strength had already been proven. If I could hire you guys who are experienced in battles, then defeating the Lucanians wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, when I heard from the merchant ships anchored in Ephesus that they saw you guys in Chrysopolis, I immediately rushed over. I didn't expect you guys to be in Byzantine again." Buckos' flattery didn't affect Devers' thinking. He nodded and continued to ask, "Are the Lucanians strong? What types of soldiers do they have? How are their equipment? What are their combat strengths?" One question after another smashed into Buckos' brain like iron nails. At first, Buckos was able to deal with them easily, but later on, it became very difficult. This was because Devers had already asked some complicated questions. For example, how big is the territory of the Lucanians? How many cities are there? What do they do for a living? What is the political system like? How is their relationship with the outside world? Buckos tried his best to answer Devers' questions. At the same time, he was surprised that a mercenary leader could ask such complicated questions. After he felt that Devers was different from the others, his confidence increased. Only people who wanted to go would think about the details of the situation. I have a general idea of the situation. After Devers finished speaking, Buckos let out a long sigh. This was a few times more difficult than answering questions from citizens in a citizens' meeting. I think Timison, Xanaparis, and Clino all turned you down, didn't they? Divers said. Buckos looked at him in surprise again. My military camp is at the back. You have to go through them to get to my place. From what I know, Timison wants to go back to Ioria, his hometown. Xanaparis and Clino, on the other hand, received a high salary from Seth, the leader of a tribe in Thrace, and they are prepared to work for him. And Xenophon is with Anakoshan right now. I'm your only chance, isn't I? Chapter 61. The Devers laughed. My answer is to accept Turi's employment. Even though Buckos was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Don't be too happy yet. This is only my personal opinion. I still need to convince my subordinates and soldiers. After more than a year of fighting in Persia, many of them are tired of war and are eager to return home. The Devers poured cold water on Buckos' enthusiasm and said, I will try my best to convince them. Of course, the higher the salary, the more they will be convinced. 2 Derrick gold coins per month for 1 soldier. Buckos said decisively. The Devers calculated in his mind and asked, How many people do you need? Of course, the more the better. Buckos blurted out without hesitation. How arrogant. If I were to bring 5,000 people with me, the monthly salary and provisions would be a huge figure. Can't Tali afford it? I told you that Turii is one of the most prosperous cities in Greece. Even if you bring 10,000 people with you, Tali can easily support you for a year on his own. Buckos said confidently. Okay, I hope so. The Devers expressed his optimism and asked, Also, how are we going to Turii? How many ships do you have? I have already negotiated with the owners of the ships in Byzantine. As long as you pay, you can have as many ships as you want. Then, will the people of Sparta agree to let us leave for Turii? The Devers asked the question that he was most concerned about. I have already received the authorization from the Senate of Sparta. At the same time, the head of the Byzantine Empire, Creed, is having a headache over your existence. He is happy to see you leave. Buckos answered confidently. Therefore, the Devers agreed without hesitation. It seems like you have arranged everything. Then, I will tell you the number of soldiers I want to bring tomorrow morning and discuss a more detailed employment agreement with you. Okay, I will come back tomorrow morning. I hope you have good news. Although there were some twists and turns in the beginning, the negotiation was successful in the end. Buckos left in a happy mood. Dear, are you really going to Turii? Christoia, who had been listening quietly, asked. Yes. Devers turned around, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Christoia, maybe this is a good opportunity. A chance for us to turn from fish in the water into fishermen casting nets. Matoni sat on the ground, feeling both excited and curious. Ever since he became a platoon leader, he had never participated in the discussion and formulation of any decision in the military camp. This time, Harold Assist was the one who urgently informed the platoon leaders to attend the meeting. Could it be that there was an important decision to be made? He looked around and saw Oliver's talking and laughing with the people around him. This kid was now a platoon leader and had the same status as him. Every time Matoni saw Oliver's, he would be annoyed. Therefore, he shouted, Oliver's, there is a military meeting here, not your tent. Please be quiet. Oliver's turned around and laughed. So it's the brave Matonis. Have the 2 soldiers who violated the military rules and robbed the citizens of Byzantine been punished? When Matonis heard this, although he was filled with anger, he did not dare to shout anymore. Ever since they entered Armenia, Devers had become an important leader in the mercenary army. His military talent was recognized by the leaders and soldiers, and he also won over the hearts of his subordinates. Therefore, he started to reform and reorganize the mercenary army. During the expedition in Armenia, the mercenary army had many small conflicts with the local natives, and many of them were killed and injured, including the officers. Also, Armenia, Farja, Torquia, and other places were mostly mountainous, and it wasn't easy for a large army to spread out. Therefore, according to the actual situation, divers first merged the army of 1,400-man teams into 7 companies of 200 men. Each company had 4 teams of 50 men. This way, not only was it convenient to command, but it was also more flexible in mountain battles. Because a single team was strong enough to repel a small group of enemies, and a regiment had the ability to take on independent combat missions. Because it had 4 teams, it could use 2 teams to fight head-on, another team to circle around the flanks, and the last team to act as a reserve. After this reorganization, the efficiency of his army greatly increased. Some soldiers even said proudly in private, "Our Devers are not only blessed by Hades, but they are also enlightened by Athens." Then, Devers took advantage of the death and injury of the officers to promote his trusted subordinates. For example, Helos was promoted to a company captain, and Matones, Olivers, and Geogres were promoted to team captains. This allowed him to have more control over his troops. Then, he started to implement the second step of the reform plan. He created a military law to strictly control the soldiers. To the mercenaries who were free and undisciplined, this was a death sentence. But the situation was special at that time. A considerable part of the conflict with the local natives was caused by the soldiers' wanton theft and robbery. Therefore, enforcing military discipline was the best way to reduce the conflict. But Devers not only enforced military discipline, but also made some rules for marching, camping, scouting, and other military aspects. For example, Devers used to be surprised at how simple the mercenaries built their camps. Sometimes there was no protection at all. Therefore, when camping, the camp must dig trenches, set up deer abatis, and build earthen ramparts. In the beginning, the soldiers were unwilling to do it. They were already tired after marching and fighting, and they still had to do such hard work. Wasn't it tiring? But after 2 night raids by the natives, the soldiers in the other camps were defeated. There were casualties, and there were losses. Only the Devers troops were safe under the protection of the trenches and earthen walls. Only then did the soldiers start to accept this rule in their hearts. Of course, the Devers only made some simple rules. He didn't dare to take them too seriously. For example, running away during a battle was a felony that was punishable by beheading in his previous world. But if he did that, the soldiers in the camp would definitely rebel. Therefore, he only used some lighter punishments. Flogging, he didn't dare to flog too much, fasting, and so on. To the Greeks who valued honor, it was extremely embarrassing to be stripped naked and spanked in front of their comrades. Unless it was a special situation, they would try their best to abide by the rules. Of course, many soldiers couldn't stand the rules and ran to other camps. In addition to the casualties, the number of soldiers in the Devers' camp should have been greatly reduced. One had to know that when the entire Greek mercenary army returned to Byzantium, it was reduced from the original 13,000 purely soldiers to 9,000. This was already half the number in history, and the Devers played a big role in this. But the number of soldiers under his command was still about the same as when he first took over, about 1,400 soldiers. There were 4 reasons why the number of soldiers didn't decrease. First, the Devers tried to be as fair as possible in managing the army. No matter if it was a commander or an ordinary soldier, they were all treated equally. The loot from every battle and raid was also distributed by Marigi to the soldiers according to their contributions. The Devers came empty-handed. Second, his troops were the strongest and had the fewest casualties, especially after the military reform. To the soldiers who wanted to go home alive, the Devers were a strong source of support. Third, the Devers medical camp healed a large number of injured soldiers, and half of them chose to stay. Fourth, the Devers were charismatic. He was a God-favored military genius, and he was mysterious. However, he was kind to his soldiers, and he even used his war horse to carry the wounded soldiers. The soldiers were happy to accept his command, and they affectionately called him our Devers. Now, the Devers led the mercenaries for more than half a year, and they started to get used to the military laws that were simple to the Devers, but they were very strict on the soldiers. Therefore, Matones knew that his soldiers violated the laws that the Devers set before they came to Byzantium, and they would definitely be punished. This was hard for him to accept, since he was protective of his soldiers. At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The Devers opened the tent and walked into the hall with Marigi. Chapter 62. Diver's main tent could not accommodate more than 40 people, so he asked Maltius, the captain of the guards, to lead 30 members. The number of guards had also increased, to surround an open space in front of the tent to prevent strangers from entering and snooping, and to light torches around it. The Devers scanned through everyone's faces. Captain of the 1st Heavy Infantry Company, calm and generous Kappas captain of the 2nd Heavy Infantry Company, Antonius, who was good at spotting enemies and seizing opportunities, captain of the 3rd Heavy Infantry Company, brave Amyntas, captain of the 4th Heavy Infantry Company, Alexis, who was good at thinking and planning, captain of the 5th Heavy Infantry Company, his loyal subordinate Helos, captain of the 1st Light Shield Company, Epigenes, who was good at tactics, captain of the 2nd Light Shield Company. Xpit, who worshipped the Devers because of his devotion to God, also included Mirzas, medical officer helps, herald assists, and cavalry captain Leds. Even though he didn't have many horses left, the Devers still kept this organization and soldiers. After all, they had a lot of experience in cavalry battles. There were also 28 team leaders, all of whom were experienced in combat and had their own talents. In addition, there were 1,400 veterans who had been fighting for more than a year. These were all the people he needed to establish himself in this world. Tonight, he had to convince them to continue following him to fight in a foreign land that was thousands of miles away after a long year of fighting. He wasn't very confident about this. Thinking about this, he lightly coughed and said, "Brothers, the farce you put on in the Byzantine Empire today was great." Kleander immediately showed his sympathy for our situation and was willing to provide us with some food. "This is all thanks to you guys." Everyone laughed. Olivers even said loudly, "Leader, this isn't a farce. It's a comedy. You didn't see how those Byzantines fainted in fear." Everyone laughed again. Only Martones had a guilty conscience, so he lowered his head and snickered. "Yeah, a comedy." The Devers sighed and said, "But how long can this comedy last? We are trapped here. We can't go anywhere. We don't dare to go." According to reliable sources, Sparta was ready to go to war with Persia. Sparta's general, Tiburon, had already arrived at Ephesus to recruit soldiers. How could he let go of a group of veterans with rich experience fighting against Persia? "It won't be long before we fight on Persia's soil again." "Is this true? I'm tired of fighting with Persia. I don't want to go back." "How could this be? I'm ready to buy a piece of land in Crete and find a wife." The crowd immediately became restless, and they began to discuss among themselves. Devers did not answer them. Instead, he revealed another shocking piece of news. Moreover, the kind-hearted Kleander is about to step down. He will be replaced by Aristarchus of Sparta. Someone exclaimed, "Ah." Devers glanced in that direction and said coldly, "Some of you know him, and some of you don't. Let me tell you, this Sparta was famous in the previous war with Athens, not because he fought bravely, but because the Devers' expression was solemn, and he emphasized each word. He sold the defeated Greeks into slavery twice. His words were like pouring a can of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. The crowd immediately exploded. "Is he going to sell us? If he dares to do this, I will fight him. We are free people, not enemies of Sparta. They have no reason to do this, and this is against the Greek tradition. Sparta has always been arrogant and domineering. Now that it's the overlord of Greece, it has the final say in everything it does." Devers looked at the panicking crowd, and his voice was full of emotion. He said, "We are free Greeks. We live hard in order to survive. However, in the eyes of the Sparta people and the citizens of the city, we are landless peasants, thieves, and robbers who threaten the stability of the city. Therefore, Anaxis can lie to us at will," referring to the fact that this Spartan naval officer tricked them into going to Byzantium, saying that he would pay them, but he broke the contract as soon as he arrived. "Kleander can also lie to us at will, such as tricking us out of the city, closing the gate, not giving us food, and facing the large number of Thracians. Sparta is so powerful, do we dare to resist? We can either be sold into slavery, without food or warm clothes, and one day we will die of exhaustion in the farms or mines, and our bodies will be thrown into the wilderness. Or we can follow Sparta into battle, and we will be covered in wounds every day until we die in some unknown wilderness. Of course, there's a chance that we will be lucky enough to return home safely. But so what? As a landless free person, we will be considered a foreigner in any city. We will not be able to enjoy the rights of any city, and we will be despised until we die in obscurity. Everyone listened quietly. It was so quiet that they could hear someone sobbing. At this time, the Devers also had tears in their eyes. Is this the result that we want after fighting for a year in Persia and struggling to return home? Can't we even have the right to live a peaceful and happy life? Is there no place in this world for poor free people like us to live peacefully? The Devers' roars and questions came from the bottom of their hearts, and every officer in the room woke up. They clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, and their eyes were filled with anger and pain. Helo stood up, stretched out his trembling hands, and said, "Leader of the Devers, our commander, the god's favorite of Hades, please tell us, what should we do? What should we do to get out of our predicament?" "Yes, leader of the Devers, we need your oracle." Helo's words reminded many of them. Capys, Antonius, and the others excitedly begged the Devers. When everyone's eyes were focused on the Devers' face, his expression became extremely solemn. "Last night, a person entered my dream. His body was emitting a golden light, and I couldn't see his face clearly. He pulled me up from the bed, through the window, and flew into the sky. I looked down in fear, and the Mediterranean Sea appeared clearly in front of me, like a painting. The Peloponnesus Peninsula was like a hammer plunging into the sea, and Italy to the west was like a leather boot. Further to the west, I also saw the Pillar of Hercules was like a door that separated the Mediterranean Sea from the ocean. The Mediterranean coast of Egypt was like a long green carpet that extended all the way to Africa. The Devers' dreamy narration attracted everyone. They compared it with their own geographical knowledge and realized that the Mediterranean Sea looked like this. This made them believe in the Devers' words. At this time, the person emitting the golden light said something to me. What did he say? Everyone asked in unison. He said, "Devers, your mission and that of your soldiers is in the west of the Mediterranean Sea." After saying that, he pushed me down from the air, and I woke up in shock. The Devers said with lingering fear, as if he was still in a dream. "West of the Mediterranean Sea? Where is that? Is it in Sicily? It could be Italy. It could also be Iberia. Why can't it be Nubia? Who is the person emitting the golden light? Is it Hades? How could Hades have the golden light? It should be Athena of Athens." Just as everyone was speculating, the Devers sighed. Ever since he became the leader, he deliberately avoided using his identity as a god's chosen, and used his own ability to win the trust of his subordinates. But this time, it was a matter of great importance. He had to rely on the Greek gods again. He deliberately said the oracle vaguely, because the oracle was ambiguous in the first place. For example, in the past, there was a kingdom of Lydia in Asia Minor that wanted to go to war with Persia. They especially went to Delphi and spent a lot of money to ask for the oracle of Apollo. The oracle said that a large country would be destroyed. The Lydians happily went back to war, but in the end, the Lydia kingdom was destroyed. The explanation of the priest of Apollo was, in Asia Minor, the Lydia kingdom was also a large country. Note, Thurii. Chapter 63. At first, I didn't know what the west of the Mediterranean meant. But today, when the Turi people came to find me, I knew that the dream had come true. Divers gave a brief introduction of Bucos' story, a little excited. "The tourists want to hire us to fight the natives?" Capys asked. "Yes, I heard that the whole of Magna Graecia is threatened by the natives. Turis is just one of the cities that suffered the most," the Devers explained. While everyone was still thinking about whether to accept the invitation, Antonio stood up and said, But Persia is far away from us, and Turis is also far away from us. Going to Turis to fight is no different from fighting in Persia. The Devers secretly gave Antonios a look of admiration. He seemed to be asking questions, but in fact, it was so that the Devers could explain further. The Devers said seriously, "We will follow Sparta to fight against Persia. If we win, Sparta will benefit, and we will only get a meager salary. If we lose, we will fall in a foreign land, and even our souls will not be able to return to hell." But going to Magna Graecia is different. The Devers looked around and said excitedly, "First of all, I just said that tourists pay us $2 a month, which is a lot more than what Cyrus the Younger gave us. Second, the people in Magna Graecia are Greeks like us, and we will help them fight in the land of the same race. We will not lack support, and we will receive care and attention. Third, Magna Graecia is different from the barren mainland Greece. There are many rivers, the land is fertile, and every city is very rich. Does anyone know how many people there were in Athens during Pericles' time?" The Devers asked, but his eyes were on Alexis, because this heavy infantry platoon leader from Megara had studied in Athens for 2 years when he was young. As expected, he did not disappoint the Devers. After thinking for a while, he said, "About 300,000 people. Yes, 300,000 people, a shocking number. But do you know? A few decades ago, Syracuse in Greece also had 300,000 people, and Thurii, Crotone, Lacri, Tarentum, Liguim, Agrigento, and so on were all great cities like Syracuse. This was what the Devers learned from Christoia. Therefore, we are not going to a remote and backward area, but a bustling city. There are many opportunities waiting for us there." Devers praised the prosperity of Greece. "Leader Devers, what do you mean by opportunity? Defeat the Lucarians? Will they be rewarded handsomely? Or something else?" The quick-witted Epicthenes sensed the hidden meaning in his words and asked, "Good question. This is also the last benefit of going to Thurii that I was going to talk about. It's also the biggest benefit." Divers raised a finger and said energetically, "The messenger said, due to the invasion of the Lucanians and the Bruttians, some small towns in Greece, especially in southern Italy, have been captured by the natives." "What does this mean for us?" The Devers clenched his finger into a fist and waved it in the air. "It means that when we gain a foothold in Greece and take back a small town, we will have the opportunity to become the master of that town. We will no longer be the landless free people who are looked down upon by others. We will be citizens of a city with land. We will no longer be mercenaries who can't decide our own fate. We will be the masters of the city. I think this is the mission that the dreamer told me. No matter what your decision is, I have decided to go to Greece and fulfill my mission." The hall fell into a strange silence. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Devers' raised fists. Their eyes were filled with extreme desire. For thousands of years, the Greeks of various cities have been fighting each other for the small and barren land of Greece. Wasn't it for the land? The Greeks became a seafaring people because they had a large population but little land. Mercenaries had to travel for a living because they had no roots. Now that the hope of owning land was placed in front of them, how could they not be overjoyed? They were afraid that the flame of hope would be extinguished. In this moment of silence, Xpit said weakly, "But there are a lot of powerful natives there. Even the people of Greece can't stop them. We're not trash like those in Greece. The Lucanians are definitely not stronger than the Dacaias and the Caldans. If you're afraid, don't go." Amyntas shouted in disdain. "Who said I'm not going?" "Leader Devers, since this is the mission that Hades has given you, I will help you complete it even if I have to give up my life." Xpit opened his palms and bowed to the Devers with great sincerity. "Devers, I am your shield. How can you go to Thurii without me?" Helos raised his right fist and stood up. "And I, Amyntas, am your spear. It's not enough to have a shield without a spear." Another fist was raised. "Leader, please let me continue to help you with military affairs. Only then will you have more time to think about how to win the war." Felicius stood up. "Leader, you can't go to Thurii without me as the vanguard." Antonios stood up. "Leader, Let me continue to be in charge of the middle road for you. Capus also stood up. And I, Alexis, will always be your backup at critical moments. Another fist was raised. How can you go to Turii without us light shield soldiers who can fight and throw? Epicthenes stood up with a smile. Devers, don't forget, you still lack an important supply officer. A chubby fist was raised. My respected teacher, I still want to continue learning medical theories from you. So, wherever you go, I will follow. Herpes stood up solemnly. I am your herald. You can't leave me behind. Assists hurriedly stood up. The Devers watched as more than 40 fists were raised into the sky like a small forest, ready to receive the baptism of the coming storm. He couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He waved his right hand forward and said, Brothers, follow me. Let's go to the west and find our Elysium. After receiving a warm response from the team officers, the Devers negotiated with them to keep the real purpose of going to Turii a secret. Otherwise, there would be a lot of obstacles. They immediately swore to the god of the underworld. Then, the Devers asked them to use all kinds of methods to persuade the soldiers to go to Turii. They also asked them to secretly go to other camps and secretly persuade the soldiers to join them. These experienced soldiers had fought together before, so the Devers didn't want to give them up. Then, the Devers brought Marigi back to the tent. Before he could say anything, Marigi said, I am willing to go to Turii with you. The Devers turned around and smiled. You are very smart. Isn't that why you asked me to listen in? Marigi said angrily. If I don't agree, what will you do? Kill me? The Devers shook his head and said, I will only tie your hands and feet, throw you into the cabin, and let you out when we reach Turii. Devers, I have always thought of you as a cultured, knowledgeable, and trustworthy Greek. I didn't expect you to be a robber like them. Marigi said through gritted teeth. This is what a slave says to a master who saved his life. The Devers pretended to be surprised. Slave? Marigi was shocked, as if he had misunderstood the Devers.